Testing one, two, three. There we go. I see audio. Testing one, two, three. All right, that should work. Yep, that works. Oh, we have an also an echo too. Cool. Okay. So why was that one not working, but this one is? Oh, because it was internal. Maybe that fixed it. No. Does that work now? Yeah, that works. Cool. Okay. I think I just fixed my audio problem. I had the wrong default selected. I think it was going to the internal microphone, not the external microphone. Anyway, cheers, William. Welcome to the party. So I'm just gonna try. I just want to try something. Actually, I want to get a fucking drink. So what I'm gonna do? I forgot to pour myself a drink before I came in here. What I need to do is I'm going to start a video, and then I'm going to come right back. I'm going to start a video. I'm going to share this. I'm going to share this playlist. There it is. Here's the playlist. I'm going to start this. These are some short videos. I'm going to start these, and I'm going to go run and grab a drink, and then I'll be right back. It's going to take me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just sit tight. Why am I getting I'm fucking monetized? They're not paying me any money for this shit. That kind of makes me mad. Okay, so like for real, I just need to go get myself a glass. I need to get, and I'll be right back. Enjoy this quick video only. Right? Right? Will the audio work? Hi, everybody. I'm the old humble guy. Welcome back. Today, we're going to talk about decanters. Do they do anything? What exactly is it that they do? And is it worth the money? So decanters, it's a glass bottle. I mean, it's no different than this glass bottle. So yes, they absolutely do something. They do something for wine specifically. And what they do for wine is it gives the wine an opportunity to open up, uh, experience the air and oxidize. Opens up the flavors, and it begins to alter the flavor of that wine. Of course, wine is mostly juice. We know this. Wine is mostly juice and a little bit of alcohol. Whiskey, on the other hand, is mostly water, between 60% water and maybe a little bit less than that, depending if you fast drink. The rest of it's alcohol. Very little juice in most whiskeys, like normal. It's going to oxidize the same way that wine is going to oxidize. What's going to happen with your high alcohol content whiskeys is after a few days. So this is a cork and this is a glass stopper. This is not sealed. This is sealed. It's likely to evaporate. In this bottle, it will evaporate over time. So does it do something? Yes. Something good for your whiskey? Not exactly. The longer it sits in this container, the more it evaporates and the more actual alcohol lose out of your decanter. So is it anything good? Not really. But if you're having like a dinner party and you want a nice presentation and you have some matching glasses to go with your decanter, then by all means get a decanter, have your nice fancy dinner party and your nice fancy presentation. But if you have a good bottle of whiskey and you want to show off the label and the good bottle of whiskey that you bought for that dinner party, you may want to go ahead and keep it in the bottle. Now, if you have a little bit less good bottle of whiskey, maybe you want to hide the label and put it in the decanter. Maybe. I mean, I don't fully recommend buying bad bottles of whiskey, but that's an idea. Now, the next question, the third question is it worth the money? You can get decanters for 20, 30 bucks, 25, $35. I have decanters that have sealed corks that are very nice decanters, and they're really good for display. They're good for display, they're good for decoration, and they're good for storage because that cork is sealed. If you get a decanter for storing your whiskey, for decoration, because it's a nice, centerpiece type of decanter, by all means, go for it. It's a nice decoration piece. You can store it, and it has a sealed cork, so it's not going to evaporate that whiskey. But if it's just a showpiece with a glass stopper, I don't think it's really worth the money. For my money, I'm going to spend 40 bucks. Now, kind of subjective, but again, for my, I'd rather put that money into the whiskey, and then share a really good whiskey with my friends and family. So there you go. I appreciate you guys coming by. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll do more of these. We'll have another talk. Cheers to all you fine folks out there. We'll see you again soon. Folks, I'm the Old Humble Guy. We have a bit of a call, so I thought I would have more ice hacks. More ice hacks. Y'all want to talk about ice?
All right.
We'll talk about ice. I am on record
like it says right
repeatedly, loudly, and frequently saying that ice is the least important part of your drink. Buy that. But we whiskey down. Your cocktail is the most important part of your cocktail, but we like to cool it down. Strongly recommend using actual stones. Those are marble. These are metal. The larger the metal stone, the larger the marble stone, the larger the metal stone, the more efficient it is. It works just like ice, except it doesn't dilute your drink. But speaking of ice is the thing we're all here for, right? And we all have it in our freezer. Ice is easy to use. Just grab a couple of chunks of ice out of your freezer. It's fine. The water you're drinking is just fine to put into your whiskey. It's fine. Nobody's going to stop drinking your whiskey because of the ice unless your water is just disgusting. So don't sweat it. But, we're hobbyists. We enjoy our stuff. We like special ice. We like our ice to be shaped funny and neat and cool and stuff. I like to use big old chunks of ice with my ice molds like these. These make the big cubes. I also use round molds for my ice. And you don't have to get a $1,000 machine to turn your cube of ice like so. You don't have to turn your cube of ice into a round piece of ice. You can get like a $5 mold and make a round piece of ice. And you'll notice my ice is kind of cloudy because the ice doesn't really matter that much.
Bear with me. I'm doing an experiment.
Clear ice, it doesn't really matter that much when you're just drinking whiskey at home. But we're here for the clear ice. And I'll get to the clear ice in just a second. But there's one more mold. If you don't want to go out and spend money on the molds, you have molds laying around your house all over the place. For example, right here, Rubbermaid, Tupperware, you have a mold laying around your house just like so. This will make you a big block of ice that's about yay wide and about yay tall. Put it in your fill it with water, put it in your freezer, dump it out, cut it up with your designated ice knife, a bread knife, some kind of saw, whatever. This is all you need to make big old chunks of ice. You don't necessarily need a mold like this. You could just use that. And if you've got leftovers from, some restaurant or whatever, boom, leftover tray. This will make you big chunks of ice as well. But even better, I want some kind of ice that will fit right in your, there it is, right here. You want some kind of ice that will fit right in your glass? Well, you've got that too. What, laying around you've got a plastic mug. If you don't have a plastic mug laying around your house, you have some kind of plastic cup that is about that shape. And it gives you cylinders that fit in your glass. And it generally gives you 2 of them. And you just cut them in half with that same knife that you were using on the other mold. And now you've got a perfectly shaped cylinder that fits in your glass. Ready to go. Sitting in a plastic baggie right there in your freezer. Ready to go at a moment's notice. Oh, but Old Humble Guy, that's neat and all. We want clear ice because clear ice is what the pros use, and that's all fancy schmancy and stuff like that. Yeah, okay.
Professionals don't use
There's great ways to make clear ice. So great ways to make clear ice. And if you just
overhyped,
if you want to do, it's a hobby, right?
Loudy.
We are. It's your hobby. Have fun with it. Enjoy it. Don't sweat it, but enjoy it.
This is boring.
Take this same little Tupperware mold, or take your square ice mold, whichever you want to do. Cut holes in the bottom of it, like so. Put it on top of a cooler. Now the cooler is going to make you a big block of ice if you all by itself. Fill it with water, put it in the freezer. It's going to freeze the top down, push all that sediment and all that bubbles down to the bottom, and you're going to get clear ice on top. Put this on top, you lift this out, you have clear ice. Dump the clear ice, fill it up, put it back in your freezer. There you go. So you can either get the big block out of the cooler itself, or you can set block using this, and the sediment will drop through those holes that you cut, and you've got clear ice. Let's say you don't want to drill holes in that, and you don't have space necessarily for a cooler. You want a spring for a cooler. No problem. Thank you here. Insulated bag. Holes on your I use round ice because it fits really nice, and the
Hang on, let me re-screen. Fixed. I think there we go. All right. Oh, where's the...
See you next time.
Okay, so what we're doing, I was told by through stream or
To do,
but I don't know if that's true. Trying to
and drinking all the stuff that we do, but home bartending should not be a stressful act. In fact, you don't even need to know
just a little bit of a tech issue. I was getting might be able to do this. Oh, definitely do that. Maybe
that are in any of that stuff. All of
I say that a lot.
Is have ingredients for one or enjoy the alcohol.
It's not a conviction. It's my
You're probably
computer that
one night. There you go.
So I'm basically running through a
A
playlist
little grenadine throw in there. You've got everything
of my video.
Friends that come over and say, "Hey, would you like a drink?" They say,
Well,
"Sure."
this YouTuber
Don't ask them what kind of drink they want.
Is one way to get extra views, not extra views. I got plenty of views.
Vodka, you probably got
added to your roll.
But you've
apparently
like
if you open up Restream or StreamYard
or something else along those lines,
and you take your old video and run it through, you
always going to
I'm going to swap
solid couple of backups with your gym. I want to have some
can I do
brownies, and bar. That's
This?
everything you need. Some of that for
Let me
gimlets,
try this.
and then you're set. Again, don't ask
Okay,
your
that's me
friends what
side
they
by
want
side.
when they come
That's fine.
home.
And then I'm going to
Back,
switch
make them a
them
drink, and you're
like
set.
this,
It should be easy. Something you shouldn't have to
like
sweat.
so.
Something you shouldn't have to stress over.
Turn this
Sit
audio
down,
down a little bit.
enjoy cocktail, or
There.
enjoy.
I mean, if y'all want to hear
Enjoy
that,
French.
that's fine. I can minimize me.
And whiskey. Whiskey's another perfect example. If you've got that vermouth, you've got
But
that
what I
sweet
was
and sour
told
mix,
is,
you've got several cocktails you can make right
oops,
there. The sweet and sour.
what I was
Throw
told
in a
is,
little grenadine. You've got
there's me down in the corner.
a whiskey
That's
sour
me in
or a
the
whiskey
corner.
sunrise. The vermouth. You've got
That's
Manhattan.
me in the font.
You've got
Light.
whiskey and Coke. You've got soda. You've got whiskey
Okay.
and soda.
So what I was
Any
told
one or
is,
two of these
put
combinations
an
is
old video
perfect. You
down here in
want
the
to get a little
corner
fancy,
or
go
up
with
here
the
on the screen
sugar,
that and pulls it. The time
being
counts.
easy,
And then when it
being
comes out, the time counts. And then when you watch it, the
something
time.
adaptable where you can go from
I
one to
don't know if
another,
that's
and
true.
not even having to have an entire full bar. Just have
I am
one
interested in
type of
finding out.
alcohol, one or two types of alcohol. You don't need to
So
sink a
we're going to try it
tremendous
and
amount
see
of
what
money
happens
into that
tonight.
bar either. You can just have a couple of
I'm
types
going
of
to
alcohol,
monitor
a
my
couple of
hours
types of
tomorrow.
mixers,
And, you know, I
2
have
to
my hours today and
4
hours tomorrow.
cocktails is 4 bottles.
Okay.
That's
Well, I'll
really
tell
all
you
you
what.
need
I'm
to
going
be
to
able
switch
to
these back.
you have your mixers that
I'm going to switch them
blend
back.
well
Put the
back
big
and forth
one,
to each other. Because the important
put the
thing
video
is
on the big and
this
the,
is a social, relaxing
and
thing for you to
we'll do
do
this.
as a
I want
hobby.
to make
We
more.
shouldn't be sweating the small stuff. We shouldn't be
Make
stressing
this
ourselves
louder.
out about home bartending or being able to make a bunch of different drinks. We should be able to sit down and
And
relax
this
and
video
enjoy
was
the drink.
basically my home
So be
bartending
awesome to each
tutorial.
other. Continue
All
being
you really
awesome
need
to
to
each
do
other,
is know how to make
and don't sweat the small
2
stuff.
drinks.
We'll see you next time.
You only need
Cheers.
ingredients for 2 drinks at home. If you have whiskey, have sweet and sour mix for margarita, or not margarita, sweet and sour mix for whiskey sours, and maybe some fixings for an old fashioned. You don't ask
Hi, folks.
what
Guy here.
you
And this right after the new year. I think it's time that we talk about some of these gifts we might have gotten. These little baby barrels.
Oh, this was
What
a
is
good
the
one.
deal with these little barrels? Do they do
That was my
anything?
weak
Are they worth the
Seinfeld.
price? What is it that let's answer the first question
This is
right away.
important.
Yes, they do something. They're definitely a thing that these
Yeah,
guys
my
do.
beard was
In
so
fact,
bushy.
I'm a true believer in small barrels. This is my 5-gallon barrel that we use in our distillery. I'm a true believer in small barrels. We don't use 1 liter barrels like this. But they do absolutely do something. The thing that they do is they restart the aging process. Your whiskey in the bottle is not aging. That 15-year-old scotch that you've had for 10 years is not a 25-year-old scotch. It is a 15-year-old scotch that you've had sitting on your shelf for 10 years. Drink that
I've had
already.
3
Come on,
videos,
man.
3
The whiskey's
iterations
been
of my
waiting to be consumed. Consume it already. It's not becoming any better in that bottle. You're just risking the bottle breaking or falling over or whatever. Find a special occasion. Drink the whiskey already.
I look kind of like a homeless guy with
But
this
if you
beard.
take that whiskey, or marginal whiskey, or a cheap budget whiskey, and you put it in one of these 1 liter barrels, what you're going to do is restart that aging process because that's what these little barrels do. And it works on the surface area to volume principle that goes with all barrels. The smaller the barrel, the larger the surface area compared to the volume is, because if you double the size of a barrel, you've increased the volume by 8, increase the surface area by 4. So the larger you make the barrel, the larger the volume is as a ratio
Volume
to
is
the surface
cubed,
area,
surface area
slowing
is
down the
squared.
aging process. The aging process continues, but it slows down again. The bigger the barrel gets, the slower the process goes. But with these little barrels, you can do in about 6 to 10 days what you can do in 5 to 7 years in a 50-gallon barrel.
Yep.
Now, when you start with a already aged whiskey, you're starting with a whiskey not used 4 years already in the barrel. So all you're doing is imparting new flavor. Going to make it better? Is it going to make terms? I prefer to use those.
Another important that though
barrel.
is you've got to make sure that barrel is good and soaked before you use it, because you can lose a lot of your whiskey to soaking into that barrel. I didn't mention that during the video, but it's really important. Whiskey and end up with a half a gallon of whiskey because a half a gallon will soak into that barrel. You really gotta you fill it up with water, soak it for a good 4 or 5 days, then drain it out, then fill it with your whiskey. Anyway, carry on. What happened? Shit. Did I fuck it up twice? Play it again. There goes my monetization. Come on. Play.
Compounds. That makes it better or worse. Definitely going to change it. The real quote, though, is it worth it? Because this is a $50 1 liter barrel. These little 1 liter barrels run $50 to $65 usually, depending on where you go and get them.
Right, William. Yes.
And you can, if you buy a $15, $20 bottle of whiskey
with these
or vodka, a $12 bottle of vodka or rum or tequila or whatever, and you put it in these barrels, I don't think you're going to get an extra $50 worth of value into the flavor. You're definitely going to get something that nobody's ever doesn't show up. It has a very unique flavor because you're aging it in your kitchen in a very unique condition to anywhere else. But are you going to get $50 worth of extra value on it? That's subjective because it's your hobby, what you enjoy.
Probably.
But I know that there are cheaper methods to getting that same flavor into your bottle. Specifically, you can get charred coils of oak. Go to Amazon, coils of oak. They're like $5, $10 for a 2-pack. Right in the same process in the same amount of time for a fifth of the price, and you can do it only for 1 bottle, but you can do it, for the same for 5 bottles or 10 bottles.
Coils in here.
Where this one can probably only be reused about 3 times before you've gotten all the flavor and char out of it. And you can do with the char coils whatever you want with whatever kind of bottle you do it with. Now, if you go into a little bit larger barrel than a 1 liter, then you can start mixing together different whiskeys and start making like blends of whiskeys aged in a barrel with a little scotch and a little rye or a little bourbon or something like that. So 1.5 liters to 2 gallons on up, you can start mixing flavors together and start getting some really interesting stuff. But as far as the 1 liter size goes, for $50, man, I'd almost recommend you just spend that $50 on a bottle of whiskey and just go from there. And then if you want to play around with the flavor, get one of those char coils. Go to Amazon, get one of those char coils. So, do they do anything? Yes, indeed. Is it worth the price? Not for my pocket. But by all means, continue to explore the world of whiskey. Continue to explore your hobby. Continue to try new things and expand your reach and expand your palate because, man, it's a wonderful world out here in whiskey, and it is delicious, absolutely delicious. Stay awesome to each other. Talk to y'all later.
Would y'all like to see more videos like that one where I talk about the aging process and the charring and the stuff with the barrels? I mean, I've got a whole list of shit. Yeah. You start with flavors. Getting makes me mad. I think I might be able to mix tequila, rum, residual. What happens with residual flavors in barrels? That's not a bad idea.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I am the old
bad idea
guy, and today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about smoke.
I want to be more interesting.
There's an art and a science to the smoke. Obviously, there's the presentation of the cocktail with the smoky glass and everything involved with that. But I was always skeptical about the science part and whether or not the smoke was actually doing anything with regard to the drink. But once I learned about the science, is definitely getting
quality.
So let me show you how it's done real quick. With this kit, nice little kit. Yep. A little basket. Chips. Thoroughly toasted. You can already see the smoke dropping down the whiskey inside the glass. It only takes about 30 to 60 seconds of the wood is nice and toasted up. And then all you have left is really ash and burned wood, and you're done. Smoke and this is the cocktail process.
What is important when it comes to
Delightful.
presentation?
Was if you've ever had a cigar,
It's
you know you have a nose full
Very
of smoke and a mouthful of smoke. It's going to affect the flavor of pretty much everything you do after that. But in this case, there's a lot more going on. Of course, there's the head of smoke right here, but this smoke is going to cling to the glass and it's going to affect the flavor as the whiskey goes across the glass and into your mouth. But more importantly, this transition line right here in the alcohol will cling to the top of the alcohol. The alcohol will grab those little flavor particles out of the smoke and bring it down to the bottom, and then a fresh layer of unsmoked clings to the next layer, and it continues with this little convection current, creating this thoroughly flavored whiskey. And it's subtle at first, but the point where the smoke billows out, you can blow the smoke off, and you still get that aroma of, in this case, walnut. And then with sip, there's definitely that flavor of walnut infused bourbon across your tongue and lips. So that's the art and science there of the smoke. And I'm not going to tell you whether it makes it better or worse, because that's for your own personal flavor profile to decide. I will tell you it's different from preference. It's definitely better.
Would you like
There's
to
some
know
woods
about
that are better than others. I would
whiskey
encourage
you've
you to
never heard of,
explore that
stuff like that,
and
too?
see what woods you like best. There's apple and cherry and oak and all
Hopefully that
kinds
I
of
won't
different
hear
you
this
can
week
try and
from
test out.
Cooper Family
Explore it. Have
Distillery.
fun with it. That's what whiskey's all about, being relaxed and enjoying the
that
drink
too.
and exploring new things. Because life is too short for bad whiskey and too long to do nothing about
Nice
it. So,
smokiness.
salute to you. Cheers. And have yourselves a wonderful night.
This is pecan wood.
You've made it to the end of the video watching. Don't forget to subscribe and drop a like below. List of stuff we have on our channel. Over there is one of our most recent videos for you to check out and enjoy time.
Even check. Or just
let's see here, since the beginning of September. It's all September, October.
Ah, delightful.
We're all almost.
It's a great. You don't like that.
Right here.
It was so cold.
Now let's put you down right. Oh, right here, so you can see what we're doing.
Old man grunt.
Take a little taste out of the barrel.
See, these are some of the best parts of my job.
We've got a nice color. Nice color on this. This is about 120 something proof. Went into the barrel right at 119 or so.
I've got like 4 bottles of that batch left.
And I just need to have a little taste. Find out how this stuff is going. We might be just about ready to pop the cork on these guys and have it for real. So this is the color that we have right now at 120 or so proof. This is the color of the finished product right here. So that's the finished product, and it's definitely dark. We're really close to ready, guys. We are really close to ready, and I'm super duper. But here,
God, that was good whiskey. It is still good whiskey. Cheers, old man Humble.
oh boy.
Humble Guy, and we have yet another about today. Today, I guess we're going to be talking about dirt, soil, and land, terroir, and how it relates to whiskey. So terroir
my
is a
new
French
son
word which
Kiernan. I like to call him my new son just to rub it in that he
literally
just
means in the
very
context
proud
of
him.
whiskey
Passed all his
and
classes the first night.
wine specifically. It talks about the chemistry and the soil that goes into
Night,
making
William.
the grapes. The unique
See you next
things
time.
that they
Promise.
are. And it's very important when it comes to
Tomorrow
wine,
night, by the
the
way,
chemistry
tomorrow
and the
night,
soil that
Wednesday
goes
night
into
happy
making the
hour,
grape,
same time, same
because
place,
grape
10 p.m.
juice and water
We're
is
talking
about
about
80%, 80 to 90% of
Waco
what goes into a bottle of wine. When it comes to whiskey, though, a little bit different.
Talk to you tomorrow night.
And we'll get to that in just a second. But also, when they talk about terroir, talking about the land chemistry and the climate around that growing, the growing region is that's where they're going to grow the grapes. It's the wine all kind of in that same region. It doesn't work the way when it comes to whiskey. Corn can be grown in Iowa, Indiana, Illinois, across the Great Plains where they grow corn. That corn, the distillery, which can be case in Texas, Colorado, Kentucky, New York, anywhere where they're making the whiskey. And then the whiskey can be made, put into giant vats, shipped to another place, put into barrels. In some cases, those barrels go on a boat and they go around the world. In other places, another situation just go into wherever the distillery is or the bottler is to finish
so that's
that
definitely
whiskey. And the distillery, thousands of miles, the barrels can be aged thousands of miles away from where the corn is. And when it finally comes down to chemistry, the actual chemistry of the soil that goes into making the corn can be a very, very, very small percentage of what ultimately goes into your bottle. It can be as little as 2%.
I'm watching it on my phone here. I see it
of what actually goes into the bottle. The largest influencer of the flavor of the whiskey is going to be the barrel itself, the alcohol that goes into the barrel, but the barrel itself and the climate barrel is so when we talk about terroir in the whiskey world, we're not so much talking about the soil as we're talking about the air and the climate and the humidity and the temperature and the different temperature fluctuations. In the case of Scotland, you've got 4 or 5 different aging regions in Scotland. In the state of Texas, you have at least 4 different aging regions. And Texas is going to be different from Colorado, is going to be different from Kentucky, California, all the different places. And at least one maker puts them on ships and sends them around the world, which is an entirely different aging zone and aging region. So when we talk about terroir in general, we're not so much talking about the land as we are talking about the air and the temperature and the climate and all that other stuff. So if you do end up going to a whiskey tasting and you have one of the experts who takes their nose and shoves it and sniffs it all out and says, "Oh, you can really taste the terroir of the grains," smile and whiskey, because that's what it's all really about, is enjoying the whiskey. The technical stuff, we'll worry about the technical stuff all day long. We'll do the hard work so you can do the eat, which is just lifting your glass, raising a toast, and having a sip. Because ultimately what it's all about. So cheers to all y'all. Thank you so much for getting this far. Don't forget, do the stuff that YouTubers are supposed to do. I'll make more whiskey. I'll make more videos. You like more videos, we'll make more videos. Thank you so much for coming along. And we'll see you next time with another Whiskey Talk. Cheers.
Okay. What's next? Oh, no, wait. Guys, nope. Bye-bye. All right. Am I up? There I am. Okay. I've got to turn these guys off, which isn't particularly hard for me to do. There we go. Mute that. Okay. mute you, you silly old man. Okay, so according to my YouTube buddy, that should uh hang on, let me I gotta do some stuff over. Do some stuff. Okay, let's run this screen over. I don't have to worry about that. So, like I said, what happens apparently, okay, let that do its thing and run its way through the cycle real quick. Go there, all done. Okay, we're back. So apparently what happens is when I play my videos through Restream and share that screen, so that was like 7 videos. Apparently my hours are quadrupled. I don't know exactly how it works, but it has something to do with Restream watching the video, and then I don't need these in my ears. Restream watching the video, and then y'all watching the video, and then it like counts twice because y'all are watching it. Y'all are watching it. The thing's watching it, and it counts twice. And she said it's like 4 times the hours. So that was like, where are we at? We're like an hour into the show, give or take. 40 minutes into the show. So that should be something like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, give or take, worth of watch time. I mean, I'll find out for sure tomorrow when I double check the time. But what I may do is just run like my happy hours, run my happy hour playlist through Restream and just let it go overnight. And I mean, I could do 12 hours worth of show, so I could just restream my do a happy hour replay, an overnight watch party, slumber party, happy hour slumber party, or something like that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pop the link. Y'all can come join me. We'll talk about, we can talk about kind of a preview of tomorrow's stuff. Can I pin that? I can't pin it with this account. Let me see if I can pin it here. Yeah. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know if it actually works. I don't know if it's a real thing. If it turns out to be a real thing, then that's cool. Because I've got playlists for fucking ages. My original happy hour playlist. Hell, this happy hour playlist is 114 episodes. My Whiskey Talk is only 7 videos, but those 7 videos are like, I mean, that's like 3 minutes each, 3 to 5 minutes. So it's like 20 to 30 minutes worth of videos. It's not a huge, tremendous amount. The live music shows, there's 25 of those. Those are like 3 hours each. Live music from Old Humble. There's there's the bar talk. that was dumb. Late night chills that I have, which is just us chilling late at night. No big deal. What else do I have? My quarantine cocktail happy hour, which was 2020 through 2021. That's like 75 episodes. March 2020 to March 2021. Actually, I think that went to June 2021. And then the current one is like 115. We have gamer vids and stuff like that. And honestly, the original quarantine happy hour playlist, that's a pretty fucking good list of shows, to be quite honest. Because it's got interviews with some really fascinating people, really fun, fascinating people who lost their stages. That was the whole point of doing the quarantine happy hour, was these people lost their stage, and I wanted to give them a place where they could talk about their art, perform their stuff. So if it was a musician or a singer, a songwriter, they could do their music, they could perform, they could juggle, whatever the fuck it was they did. Slade came on the show a couple of times. He was just fun. They were all fun folks. And oh, by the way, I want to pimp Slade's book real quick. Hold on. Right back. Ow. It is. Where the fuck is it? Oh shit! I thought I had it right here on my bookshelf. Well, now I got to find Slade's goddamn book because there are giants. Oh, here it is. Here is his book. We talked about it when he came on the show, Slade Ham, Until All the Dragons Are Dead. And it became a joke during the show last time he was on it that every time he came on the show, I miss what do you call this person? Every time I mention the book, I mention the title wrong. It's Until All the Dragons Are Dead. Until All the Dragons Are Dead, Slade Ham, available through Amazon.com. You can pay with cash, money order. Great book, great guy, great stories. And you know what? Just because I like Slade, I'm going to read one of the stories out of his book. Let's see here. Styrofoam grenades. It's one of his stories. Styrofoam grenades. Some mornings I wake up angry. I can't imagine why or even what I am mad at. I just know that it happens. Psychologically, I'm sure it means that I'm unhappy with some aspect of my life and that it's manifesting itself in my mood when I begin my day. I'm not a scientist, though. And to be honest, I don't really care about why it happens. All I want to do on those days is shake the feeling before I inadvertently pass it on and screw up someone else's day by being a dick. And by the way, that's very much how Slade works. He doesn't, if he's in a shitty mood, he doesn't want to pass his shitty mood on to you. He'd rather avoid you than make you than put you in a shitty mood. He'd much rather do that. So this is one of those days. I'm cruising down a Houston side street and sucking down a grape slush from Sonic. They're my catnip. They remind me of a ballpark snow cones, but better. The way they would have tasted if that pompous concession stand lady would have given me extra purple juice like I liked, or like I asked for, instead of trying to charge me 25 cents that I didn't have. Usually, one of these slushes does the trick, purging the occasional morning anger from my system and tapping it out quietly so that I can go about my day unhindered. I round the corner less than a mile from my house. Washington Avenue merges with Hempstead Road, the two becoming a single crowded one-way street in a manner of 100 feet or so. As I settled into the new lane, a silver SUV appears in my rearview mirror. It slides up on my bumper, lurches left, accelerates, swerves violently back in front of me, and continues to do the same thing to the next two cars in front of him like a pissed-off little checker. His silhouette betrays the fact that he's not simply driving like an asshole, but that he is on his cell phone as well, like an asshole. My gut screams at me to follow him, to cut him back off, and then slow him to a crawl. But I take another swig from my slush and make myself breathe deeply. I've calmed down significantly as a driver over the years. I've driven aggressively and fast since the moment I turned 16, like I'm piloting a spaceship into battle. But I got 3 tickets in one day driving across Texas to a gig. One in Sour Lake, one in Conroe, and one somewhere in Palmer County. I also showed up in Dallas that same trip with only one shoe, having flung the other at another driver that kept me stuck behind an 18-wheeler for several miles. I'm not proud of it. I drive fast and mad. It's not road rage per se, because the frustration continues long after I've gotten out of my car. Little things irk me throughout the day, throughout even the most regular day. I hate that we're subjected in a world that thinks we're stupid. I mean, we're billions and billions of stupid people, but not us. There's exceptions, right? Pre-recorded commercials run on television with countdowns on them. Call now before time runs out. Who believes that shit? Obviously, someone. Infomercials talk to me as if I have disability. Has this ever happened to you? And then some palsied grandmother spills spaghetti all over her face in the kitchen. No, it's never happened to me. I can drain pasta just fine. My muscles tense when these people try to sell me things. I want to hit something just to make them stop showing or shoving this crap in my ears. Back on the road, I tap my foot at every 2 a.m. red light. I can't rationalize my brain how there are no cars for miles yet. I have to stop and wait until some mechanical gatekeeper grants me permission to go. I don't need a babysitter to operate a vehicle. It makes me want to rip the wheel from the steering column. Traffic stops for no reason, then it starts right back up again. Why? Nobody knows. So no, it's not road rage because it's not the road that makes me mad. It's all of the things on the road. I have a total lack of compassion for inferior drivers. Turn off your blinker after you've changed lanes. Don't get in front of me. The speed limit is not 22 miles per hour anywhere. Seriously, this isn't a school zone. Have you ever driven a car before? Sweet holy Christ, with a cutlass. I wish I could make your car explode with my brain. Pull out in front of me. I dare you. I am fully insured. Okay, maybe this is road rage. But if it is, I blame my grandfather for at least part of it. I have vivid memories of being driven to school in 5th grade, of being told to hold the wheel for his 30-foot long, bright copper 1970 Mercury Cougar so that he could lean out the window and curse at other drivers in Arabic. He was amazing. All of that is my past, though. Sure, I still get angry when I drive, but I don't act on it. I've tried to do a much better job over the last few years of attempting to understand people's motivations for the ridiculous things they do. I honestly try to be more compassionate because you never know what's pushed a person to behave a certain way. So when the shiny Escalade comes barreling by me and forces me to slam on the brakes, ruining my perfect grape slush and Led Zeppelin vibe, I have to wrestle with my first instinct. Certainly, this guy has an emergency. What if something happened to his daughter and he's rushing to see if she's okay? I don't want to interfere with that. Maybe someone broke into his house and he's on the phone with the alarm company. Have sympathy for him instead of animosity, Slade. He's just a regular guy having a bad... Did that fat son of a bitch just pull into McDonald's? That's the emergency? My foot presses down on the accelerator subconsciously, despite my mind's attempt to play peacekeeper. Breathe, it says. Whatever my body says back, I shoot around 2 cars of my own, back and forth until I've secured the inside lane that runs parallel to the drive-through window. And that's how I lose my slush. Left-handed and a little side-armed, my half-filled purple styrofoam hand grenade rockets out of the open window towards the idling SUV. I don't see the impact, but I'm pretty sure it connects. I had plenty of time to take the shot, and he was a stationary target. I round the curve just after release, but I hear the car horn blare loudly for 7 seconds as I make the arc. I know it was him, and it makes me smile. It's contagious, that hostility. I caught it from him, and he certainly caught it from somebody else. I fell into the pattern of passing all that negativity along by accident. I attempt to be conscious of this kind of thing because I know it really only makes one person interrupt the cycle instead of perpetuating it. Next time, I intend to be less reactive. Next time, I will do the positive thing and simply sidestep all of that bad energy. But that's next time. And this time, I fucking nailed it. God, I love the way he writes. He writes the way he does stand-up. He's a great writer. That's Slade Ham until all the dragons are dead. I talked to him during our 72-hour special. All the dragons are dead. Slade Ham. He's a fucking brilliant writer. He's a great comedian. He's an all-around good guy. I like talking to him just in general. I can't say enough good things about him. He's a great guy. And he's working on crowdfunding his comedy special, recording the comedy special. He's recorded a comedy special for a local comedy legend, Andy Huggins. You might have seen him on America's Got Talent. Cheers, Mr. Jiggs. Good night. See you later. By the way, Mr. Jiggs, I don't know if you're still watching, but I will be in Austin. If you're in the Austin area, I will be in Austin in April. The April Road Show dates will be announced in the next week. So follow my Twitter, follow here, follow all the places, do all the things. There will be announcements. There will be stuff mentioned. You know what? I look weird with the glasses on. Yeah, that's better. So yeah, follow, do all the things. Announcements will be made for April. Cheers and salutations. Good night and good day. But yeah, that is Slade Ham. That was from Slade Ham. His book available on Amazon.com. Go get it. Go get some, bitches. I think I need to keep the. Okay, so watching those old videos, seeing the big bushy beard. I'm not a big fan of the big bushy beard. I like the tight crop beard or the big bushy goatee. The big goatee, that was cool. That looked good on my face. This beard looks good on my face, but the big lumberjack homeless man beard, nah, that doesn't look good on me. I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that. Maybe I should do a internet poll and see how y'all think I should wear my facial hair. Should I do big bushy beard, homeless guy beard, business guy beard, goatee, or nothing? Buck naked face. I know what my wife likes most. She likes the buck naked face. But I swear to God, since I quit working at the bank, I have not shaved 2 days in a row. I haven't shaved 2 days in a row since 2019. I haven't shaved 2 days in a row probably since 2018, to be quite honest. But he's got so many fucking great stories in this book. He's got look at this. Fucking signed it. Thanks for stumbling into my adventure. He's the fucking best. God, I love this guy. Stay bold. Stay bold. So you know they say no good story ever begins with "so I was eating a salad." I was thinking about that one day. And I thought to myself, why not make a good story that starts with "so I was eating a salad"? And I was thinking about that. And it was my birthday, June 13th. Oh, fuck, I just said my birthday out loud. No, y'all forget it. Don't worry, y'all aren't that smart. Nobody's watching. So I was eating a salad. It was my birthday. I said, you know what? I'm going to fucking do a thing. I go to La Madeleine. I have a chicken Caesar salad. I eat a salad. And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck should I do today? I'm eating a salad. I'm going to start a bold fucking story. What am I going to do? So that afternoon, I drove to Specs. Specs is the largest chain of liquor stores in the state of Texas. I drove to Specs to get a meeting with the liquor buyers. They're brothers, Jim and Chris. And I go into their office and I said, Jim, I want to sell more whiskey. What do I need to do to sell more whiskey with you guys? What do I need to do to get more stores? What do I need to do to get hooked up with more places? I just want more shelf space so I can send my sales team out to more places. What do I need to do? And of course, I say sales team like there's more than one of me. It's me. I'm my fucking sales team. And he says, who's your distributor? I told him who my distributor was. And he gave me a name. He said, call this guy. I'm like, all right. We're a very mafia type of thing. He said, call this guy. Call this guy. We'll see what can happen. Yeah. Put the microphone there. Is that better? Because I think if I like lean down like this and the microphone's here, it'll actually sound a little bit better. Maybe I should turn it like this way, like that. I need to get a better fucking microphone is what I need to do. I need to get one with an XLR. Anyway, back to the story. He gives me this name, gives me the phone number. I'm like, all right. So I call the phone number, and it's a distributor. I say, hey, can I get a meeting? He says, yeah, sure. Come on in. The next afternoon, I go into his office, go talk to him. His name happens to be Joe. I'm like, Joe, this is what I want to do. I want to sell more whiskey. I want to sell more fucking whiskey I've ever sold before. He's like, okay, I think we can do this. Contract, signs contract, or sends me a contract. He's like, yeah, we don't really need this contract unless we're doing absolute amounts. We're not doing absolute amounts, right? I'm like, no, we're not doing absolute amounts. All right, fantastic. Okay, let's let's get it going. They pick up a shit ton of my liquor. And next thing I know, I am in 100 fucking stores across the state of Texas. Not the entire network of stores for the system, granted, but 100 goddamn stores. I went from 25 to 100 stores. Then I add my next label, it goes to 50 stores. My next label, 25 stores. They had it tiered down from 100 down to 25. It was huge. I thought it was the biggest goddamn thing. I thought it was the next step to going full time. Of course, it was 5 years. Turned out to be a very toxic relationship with that distributor, very toxic relationship in general. But I think what I'm going to do is tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to eat a salad, pack up a box of samples, and go to the headquarters of another local liquor store. That's the third or fourth largest chain in the state of Texas. It's only like 40 stores. And drop up those bottles and ask for a meeting. I think that's what we're going to have to do. Also, by the way, pinned in chat, is it pinned? Yeah, pinned is the link. The tapered cut really slims your face. Does that mean the tapered cut, the goatee, or the full beard just tapered down, like skinny, full all the way down? Because yeah, that block one, the one that kind of goes down and kind of straight across, that was fucking too bushy back here. I didn't like it because every time I turned my neck, you could like it like brushed across. I don't like it. I think I might color it darker. The gray beard, yeah. The gray beard gives. I mean, the gray beard ages me by like 10 years. This ages me at least 10 years. When I shave this off, I look like I'm in my mid-20s. Until you see the rest of me and it's like, oh yeah, he's a fat old man. But if I got back in my old fighting shape, man, if I got back in my old fighting shape, if I dropped 30 pounds, goddamn, I would be a fucking Adonis. Maybe I'll train up to run a fucking marathon again by the time I'm 50. That's right. I said by the time I'm 50. I'm an old goddamn man. Deal with it. Okay, so I've been live now for a little over an hour and a half. Is that right? How long have I been live? Oh, I can look up there. Right at an hour. Been live for right at an hour. I should have, if I look at my watch time, I should have 183 hours. I might have like 6 hours of watch time. What I'm going to do before I sign off, what I'm going to do is actually, what is this? This is my quarantine happy hour playlist. Check out the quarantine happy hour playlist. I want to show that off. Is that the one? Yeah. Live streaming quarantine happy hour playlist. Check this out. I want to show off this playlist. Let me see the video. There it is. Okay, so the playlist, the episode 56 is my title screen. But I have episode 63, which is Velocipaster star Alyssa Kapinski, who was supposed to come in during our 72-hour live stream, but got the COVID. The next episode is episode 61, which features Crutchfield Cooks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Crutchfield Cooks, and then there's the Pocky One Chip Challenge that I did. Episode 60, episode 59 had featured Micah from Micah's Mix. Then Ben Willis, soccer star from Rio Grande Valley. I think he's a coach now. Quarantine Happy Hour, episode number 57. It looks like it didn't have a guest for episode 57. Episode 56 had Love Sydney Marie. She was also invited onto the 72-hour podcast special, but she had just moved into a new house and didn't have her streaming setup done. The next one was Billy Wayne Davis, comedian out of, I think he's out of Washington. He's either Washington or Oregon. I can't remember where he was out of, but he literally lit up a bong during the interview. Great guy, fun to listen to, fun guy to talk to. He was a hoot. Who's this one? Let me see if I can. I don't know who that is. That's that is who is that? Who's it featured? And I kept these all to like an hour. A solid, tight 1 hour show. Let me see if I can find out who this interviewee is. Apollo Dez, a local entertainment guy. I'm gonna run these through when I leave. I'm just gonna run them through. Let my phone run. This was a local artist, Billy Wayne. No, not Billy Wayne. What is it? Let's make this bigger, just in general. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. All right, let's see. So that is that's Billy Wayne Davis. This is Winston Cook. God, names on here I fucking forgot I even had. Chelsea Winstead. She is a business coach. Chelsea Winstead, and this was Arinka. She was a dancer out of New York City. Arinka Akulatos. This was a terrible episode. Not gonna lie, this was a fucking terrible episode. She did not want to be there. She clearly didn't want to be there. But the only reason I got her on the show was because she was a belly dancer and she looked. I'm not gonna lie, she looked sexy. Judge Jones is another local sports and entertainment personality. Josh Johnson, a pianist and guitarist, local here to the city of Houston. Mikey Newman from Film Joy was episode 48. A fantastic episode. Dude, that dude makes some of the best damn videos. Episode 47 looks like it didn't have a guest at all. Episode 46 was Jenny Slater, who was the voice of one of the characters on Sailor Moon and Tank Girl. Not Tank Girl. Yeah, Tank Girl. I think that's what it was called. No, not Tank Girl. Girls Driving Tanks. That's what it was called. Girls Driving Tanks. That's the video. They're both animated Japanese videos. Sailor Moon, Girls Driving Tanks. She voices several characters. This was Jim Salter, who has since also played live at the Distillery for our Friday Nights Live. Rob Mungle. Rob Mungle, voice artist and local comedian, just fucking amazing. I'd love to get him back on the show. He joined us from a hotel room when he was in between apartments and joined us from a hotel room. That dude's a fucking character. Caleb Holschler was episode 41. Episode 41, Caleb again. Why is Caleb on here twice? Huh. One is an hour, one is 49 minutes. Raptor Gaming joined us. I don't know what his real name is. Huh. This was the executive director of the 6 Degrees Network, which is why I am 1 degree separated from, or 2 degrees separated from Kevin Bacon. Episode 37, I had no guest. Episode 36, I had the director of a charity that was funded in part by the 6 Degrees Foundation. And what they do is they make sure that foster kids who have been taken into the system by CPS or your state's equivalent to CPS has luggage so they don't have to go around with plastic bags with their stuff and clothes in them. He does a fantastic fucking job. His company is amazing. Of course, the company favorite, Ryan Adam Wells. Emma Dilemma was episode 33. She did a display of her bottle walking skills. The director of the website, I Think I'm Scary, joined us for 32. Sam Chapman Tifa Tiddlywinks was on episode 29. She was, oh God, she's just a lovely individual. I love Tifa. She's a great person. Loa Louise came on for episode 31, played a little bit of guitar for us. Juan from Juan's Pickles, Dirty Juan's Pickles, came on for episode 30. And this is where I was a little bit, before episode 30, I was a little bit more loose. I don't know who my guest was for episode 27. Episode 28 was Raheel from local sportscast, local sports radio. Raheel Rafsanjani. Don't know who it was for 26. Don't know who it was for 25. We had Jeff with a G at the beginning of 25. Don't know who was 24. 22 was a local podcaster, Pat McClellan, who has a local podcast called Lima Time, Astros guy. And I don't know who any of these people were. Barry Laminack was episode 18, back when he was still trying to grow his channel and had time for little people and was willing to do interviews and not make you pay him just to show up for 5 minutes. I don't know what episode 17 was. 16, no idea. 15, no idea. We had Ryan Thalburn for episode 17. He runs the Darwin's Pub. Don't know what episode 16 was. Don't know what episode 15 was. Don't know what episode 14 was. But it looks like it was the Quarantini. That was the featured drink. This was a whiskey sour, maybe? I don't know. This was I don't know what these were. The Amarillo Sunrise and Amarillo Sunset. This is the episode number 11 when I painted a picture live. I painted something live. I painted this live. Can y'all see that? Let me minimize that. I painted this live on episode 11. I could do better. This is what I painted. It was okay. The Amarillo Sunrise, Amarillo Sunset. The cocktail was the Amarillo Sunrise. Who we got here? Did I see Soldier Girl? Soldier Girl's in the house. Cheers, Soldier Girl. Cheers, Soldier Girl. What's up? Bigfoot Hide and Seekers in the house. Who else is here? I guess I could just... no, this is easier to read because I don't have my glasses on. Where are we? Cheers. Stepping by to leave a thumbs up. There's Mr. Jig. Someone say McDonald's. So I am getting someone that... they're welcome to... Y'all are welcome to join me. There's the link. Where's the link? Down there below. The link's down there in chat. It's pinned in chat. Come and join me. It's fine. You're welcome to join me. We can preview what we're going to talk about tomorrow night, but I don't want to get deep into what we're talking about tomorrow night. Bigfoot's in the house. Cheers. Princess is back. Bumblebee on the violin. I know how to play. I know what the song is. I don't know how to play it. Humble don't believe in you, but never lost. I believe in Bigfoot, Silver Hide and Seeker. I just don't believe in Bigfoot. There's a difference. Let's do it. Ting ting. I guess I could just kind of go through here and just click on them. That would make it fairly easy to read. It would be big enough that I could read it. Scroll. So what I think I'm going to do is after I sign off personally, what I'll do is run that playlist for a few hours and just let it go. Taper cut really slims your face. Yeah, I know. I'm handsome as fuck. Bumblebee, where are we? Let's do this. That's where Soldier Girl joined the party. God, I love you, Soldier Girl. You're my hero. Not like hero, but like, you know what I mean. Anyway. You're my favorite person that I've never. You're one of the top 5 favorite people that I know, but I've never met. Let's put it that way. Top 5, probably. Didn't know you two were in competition. Huh? Did I miss something? Oh, Frag Mahata. I gotcha. Where else? Love you too, sis. Got it. 2 girls, 1 bacon. Jesus Christ. Comrade's best hide and seek, Bigfoot. Bigfoot is a hide and seek champion. Make sure that book is available. We'll see. Soldier Girl in the house. Cheers. Guess what, Umble? Our basketball mascot is Douglas. Is Douglas Fir, aka Bigfoot. Oh, I don't doubt it. Up there in the Northwest, I'm sure y'all got all kinds of Bigfoot mascots doing all kinds of silly Bigfoot things. Guys, I got a seriously super awesome announcement tomorrow. Where is it? Oh shit. I don't even have the bottle up there right now. Oh, well, fuck it. Y'all got to wait till tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I can't make the announcement tonight because I don't have a bottle. Do I have one down here? Let me look. No, I don't have a bottle of the stuff that won the award. I won an award this week, but I don't have the bottle associated with the award, so I can't show it off. Y'all just gonna have to wait till next week, and sometime later in April we'll have the actual award. Okay, so back to these. Let's look at it. So fireside chat. The fireside chat was when we were doing the shows in the early days, like literally by our fire outside. This was in like March or April of 2020. See, I had a question mark. I don't even fucking know. This was another one right here. Episode 7 is when I painted another painting that I still have in here somewhere. Yeah, I still got it in here somewhere. Whoop, hey, get up here. Hey, oh! I still got all these paintings in here somewhere. But yeah, that was our, I don't even know what I called that. I think I called that Roads Less Traveled. And then this one, what is that? That is a coffee liqueur and walnut bitters? Coffee liqueur and walnut bitters cocktail. I don't even know what I fucking called that one. Let's see what it says when I go to the description. The description is Mrs. the Whiskey Guy, the lovely and talented honey to my oats. Oh, that's dirty. Stories from the road, quarantine, family life. The Black Swan cocktail. Huh. We play the game. Is it wet? Is it warm? Can I touch it? This was a weird one. Oh my God. This was the early days of the pandemic. March 27th. So this was 2 weeks into the pandemic. That's fucking hilarious. Let's watch this video, kids. Let's see what we got. Go full screen. Down to 100%. Let's see what we got. I'll turn off my camera. Oh, wrong one. Turn me off. Okay, give me just a second. Soldier Girl just joined me. Hang on one second. I'll get Soldier Girl up on the party. see if this works. Soldier Girl.
It's my phone that's messing up. What's going on? Hold on. Oh my God. I love you to death. You know that, right? If you can
Soldier
hear me.
Girl. I can hear you now. I have my headphones in.
Okay. Can you hear me
'Cause,
okay?
You know, oh yeah. Now, since I've been doing this since March of 2020,
Mhm.
I'm not good at it. I still
No,
haven't learned
you're
to
doing
fucking-
great. Oh my gosh, friend, you're doing great. But I
Don't
saw
patronize me.
so I was talking with Bacon and he goes, "Hey, look who's on." Something about Bigfoot. I was like, "Oh snap!" Because I don't know if you know, I did one of my essays
Right there in
on
chat.
Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Come again? Oh, it's cutting in and
Was it-
out. It's probably my fault. Yeah.
It might be me.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It's
Min-
mine.
It's just not.
Mm, I'm
You
sorry.
did an essay on it, like ridiculously short.
But no, I did the hide and
Bigfoot
seek
is a
jam
legend
thing.
in North America.
Oh yeah, and I just told you, right? In Portland for the Blazers. Can you hear me okay?
Uh-huh.
So we used
I
to
hear you.
have
Yeah, you know.
you can hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine.
Roger that. Okay. So we had the cat, but all of a sudden we got what's his name? So we used to have Blaze, right? Now we have Douglas Fir,
Mhm.
who's a 7-foot Sasquatch. Well, I kid you not. Look it up. So then on one of my last speeches that I did in one of my classes, it was the hide and seek champ, right?
Uh-huh.
You already know where that went, right? So I started out with
Oh
Hey,
yeah, because
where's Wilbur?
it's been what's it been 200 something years and no one's ever found any like legitimate trace of a Bigfoot. Bigfoot is almost as elusive as a woman's orgasm.
Oh my God! Hey, orgasms are great, but hey, I'm telling you what, there ain't nothing on
They're mythical. They don't
They're not.
exist.
They're not.
Just like the clitoris.
I swear to God, they're amazing and they're out there. Well, they are between my legs, but anyways. My bad. No
They're not
disrespect
out
to
there.
you.
They're in here.
Fuck, I'm sorry.
Good
Hey, remember
God.
I'm on spring break, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Our spring break was 2 weeks ago.
Are you serious? Really?
Yeah.
So-
It was the first week of what was the first week of March, second week of March, first week of March.
Wow. So it's way different, like from the West Coast to.
Oh shit, it's different within Houston.
Mm.
Like some schools in Houston, like
Mhm.
within Houston, some schools will go on break 1 week, the other schools the next week. Us and the neighboring school district will go in school the same week. The Houston Independent School District, we're Humble, and Aldine is the neighboring school district. We'll go on spring break the same time. Houston will go on spring break the week after.
Wow.
Because if everybody in Houston goes on spring break at the same time, then everybody in Houston stops working at the same
So I
time.
was just gonna say that, right? It's just
Yeah,
like
I mean,
those
you're
people
shutting down a
hey,
whole
everyone should be
fucking
rich,
city.
but if everyone was rich, then we wouldn't have any workers.
I mean,
Sorry.
you're describing socialism.
There we go.
If everyone's rich, then everyone's wait, that's communism. If
Well, no,
everyone's
no,
rich,
think
then everyone's poor.
Right. Well, think about it. If everyone was rich, then who's the rich? Who's gonna like take care of their coffees? They're gonna want their coffees.
Well,
and
right.
They're gonna want their what do you call it? Their freaking cars. Oh, but no one's making cars because
But
if
ju-
everyone's
but just-
millionaires, come on.
Just think if we lived in a world where like you didn't have to work, you just wanted to work.
Right. Hey,
Like that'd be kind of cool because they have machines that'll fucking serve coffee. You don't have to have some kid serve you coffee,
fuck yeah.
right?
Oh, we got AI
You can
now.
just push a goddamn button and get coffee. I can literally get coffee in my kitchen without having somebody do it for $6 an hour.
Right. And then they're getting that amount, but then you're paying what, $8 for a cup of coffee? That's only what?
Well, you're paying like at least, yeah.
Right?
But I mean, just imagine if instead of having somebody come up and go,
Yeah.
"What can I get you in your coffee?
Oh God.
You fucking asshole."
Right, but no, I'm always nice. I
You
don't
could just
drink
be like,
coffee. But, right? There you
Thanks.
go. Oh my god, that's funny.
and get a 40-cent cup of coffee. That'd be
Exactly.
great.
But no, think about this. I swear to God, even I know if you're in Texas, right? You pump your own
Mhm.
gas. In Oregon,
Mhm.
people pump our gas for us. And I think
There you go.
the people that pump the gas out in the cold or in the heat, I tip them because it's probably like the lowest.
Like over?
I always tip them. Yeah, I tip them about $5.
Oh, give them money. Got your tip on. You don't
Yeah,
like
I'm
just push
sorry.
them and knock them down.
Yeah,
I
no,
got you. Not like cow tipping.
don't trip them and fuck them up. No, my bad. No,
Yeah, I just run up to them while they're sleeping and tip them over.
just tip
Fuck
'em
those
over.
guys.
because I'm tipping a cow. No. Okay,
Yes, I do
soldier
waiter
girl would
tipping.
do that, but no,
I do
I'm
waiter
kind.
tipping. They're just standing there like folding napkins, and I run up and knock them over because they're not bringing me their. They're
Fucking
not bringing me my water.
God.
Fuck
No,
those guys.
I don't do that. Come on. I treat people
would.
so well
I
because they
would. I'm
work
mean to my
hard,
servers.
right? They work hard.
I mean, I'm cruel to my servers. I expect so much of them.
What?
Leave me alone. Bring me
Fuck.
water and give me my bill. That's it. I expect so much of these fucking.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? What do you want them to do? Like take off their shit so you can slap them on the ass and then be like, here's your tip.
People. I mean,
I'm playing.
that would be awkward, but I mean, really, just
Yeah, your wife would get mad at you.
make sure I have coffee in the morning. Make sure I have water in the evening.
Okay, roger that.
Not dirty dishes and dirty silverware. I mean,
Roger that.
yeah, I'm such a demanding prick.
No, but that's what is expected. But think about this. If we were all, because this is what my daughter said to me. She goes, everyone should be millionaires. And I said, so if everyone is a millionaire, who's going to make your boats? Who's going to be making your cars that you want to drive? Who's going to be making your coffee? Who's going to be serving you? Oh, well, I'll find servers for me. I said, really? I go, because if everyone in this country was a millionaire, no one's going to be making shit. Like, no one's going to be having fun. They're going to be killing each other because they don't
Well,
have
yeah,
shit.
but that's an interesting notion because, like, do you want people to work? If you were an employer, if you hired people, do you want people working for you because they're desperate and they have to work, or do you want people working for you because they just want to work?
I want people that want to work.
Yeah.
Because then you know what? I will make the workplace awesome. I would make sure that they had all the insurance, they had this, and we would have parties. Well, that's how I do it, you know? I'd make sure
I had a sales manager who, when I way back 1,000 years ago when I sold cars. I had a sales manager.
That was maybe 5 years ago. You're not that old.
I had a sales manager who literally would encourage his salesmen to buy motorcycles, cars, boats, get girlfriends in addition to their wives and other girlfriends, because knock your girls up so that you could have a baby, so that you'd have dependents, so that you would have to fucking work.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
You would have this need, this deficiency of funds. You would have to work to pay for your motorcycle. You'd have to work to pay for he fucking encouraged.
Oh my God.
Shit you not. One of my co-salesmen, I don't remember his first name, but his last name was Jackson, and we always called him Action.
Action Jackson.
Because we were salesmen and we were just pieces of shit. We just go, oh, that's Action Jackson.
Oh shit.
He was addicted to crack cocaine.
Oh,
That tells you how long ago this was. He had a crack cocaine habit.
Oh.
And everyone knew about it. It was a very poorly kept secret.
Oh man.
But that instead of encouraging the guy to get help and get clean, the sales manager was like, "Yeah, you need to sell some more cars, don't you?
Oh,
you got a habit to feed, don't you, Jack?"
Right? He's like,
he was a fucking asshole.
Right. I was gonna say he was an asshole because he's like,
but
he
absolutely preyed on his salesman's needs.
That's
he preyed on us. He's like, you got a girlfriend. You want to turn her into your wife, don't you? I'm like, yeah, maybe. He's like, well, you're gonna have to make some money, aren't you? Like, yeah, probably.
Yeah, once you have a kid, then she's gonna take all your fucking money. I'm not saying all women are that way, by the way.
Yeah, he's like, I guess you better sell some fucking cars, huh?
Oh my God.
I was like, you son of a bitch. I'm not that. I don't want to get married.
I would never do that to any of my, like, even in the military, right? I did everything that I knew I could do because I wanted them to follow me into battle no matter what, right? I would never make
Right.
someone do anything that I couldn't do. So even if I dropped them, that means, either doing push-ups or side saddle hops or something to do with physical, whatever I wanted to do. Like if you did not get in it, you didn't get in parade rest, or you didn't do this, you didn't do that, you got consequences, right?
Mhm.
But if I dropped someone, I dropped with them because I wanted them to know I'm not going to make you do anything that I wouldn't do myself.
Oh, sure.
And that you know what I mean? So,
And that's how good leaders work.
right. And I had a good leader that actually taught me that at a very early young age in my career in the military, that showed me to always do the hard right, not the easy wrong. And I led by that. And I've always led by that. And it pays off when we're downrange and we're getting shot at and we're getting blown up and all that shit, right? Not saying that we agree to be at that war. That's what I'm saying. But we raised our hand.
Mhm.
We did what we had to do, right?
Well,
But
you raised your hand to join the army.
I did.
The army decides which wars you're going to fight.
That's correct. But that's what keeps our
You
Constitution
don't get to
going.
choose the army. You don't get to choose the war. You just get to choose the army.
That's right. But also,
Yeah.
it also teaches you a lot of discipline, and it's
Sure.
regardless of where it sends us, it's what we do to keep the Constitution going. So people have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom to do whatever the fuck they want. A lot of people don't realize how free they are, because if they went to like a third world country, they'd see, oh my God, they can't.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. The fucking liberties and freedom that we have here in the United
We
States
have
is
tons.
unquestioned.
Mhm.
Yeah. And you talk about like places like,
Just say Iraq.
Guatemala that has
Yeah.
fucking guards on every street corner and guards in front of every building. It's not because they're
Right.
free. It's because they're fucking terrified of
That's
everybody else. They
Exactly.
have a
Or even
shitty
talk about
security
Mexico.
apparatus, so they have to have private guards everywhere. Yeah.
Right. And that is such a sad way to live. And a lot of people don't understand that. The freedoms of the US. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? But
I mean, there's plenty of places.
But
there's plenty of
always lead
places
by
that-
example.
that have similar freedoms,
oh
but
yeah.
there's a whole lot of places that don't.
Oh, correct.
you know.
Roger that. But I'm telling you what, oh my gosh, Humble. If I didn't drop when I like disciplined someone, I wasn't gonna make them do anything that I couldn't do. I did it with them. So they knew that they had a good leader. Because my leader taught
Mhm.
me this. And they did. They had my fucking 6 downrange. If I told them to do something, they knew that it wasn't to hurt them, punish them. They knew that I was gonna be there to have their fucking 6 no matter what, right?
Sure.
So, and that goes into civilian world the same way,
I'll give you my say.
right? Right. So
Sorry.
when I see these people that are pumping gas, they're out there trying to work a living. They're trying to make that money so that they can provide for their family. When they're out there working, I've never looked down upon anyone, period, as in when they're working, because they're trying to earn an honest living, right?
Yeah.
So
But
I
see,
will
that's
tip
what-
them.
that's
I
one
will
of the
tip
things
them, not like tip them like I'm tipping over a cow.
That was a long walk back to that comment.
I know, I'm
Good
so
job.
sorry. That's how I do it because of my TBI. But hey, I circle back around though, right?
But see, that's one of the things that just annoys the fuck out of me. Like people are like, people who flip burgers, they expect us to pay them $15 an hour. Like flip your own fucking burger.
Right. Exactly. You want
You
it
don't.
fast.
You're too fucking lazy to
Mhm.
get ground beef at the store and flip your own goddamn burger. You're driving through McDonald's drive-through. Fucking pay those people.
Roger that.
Like it's not like it's going to triple the price of the burger. The burger's going to be an additional like 40 cents.
Correct.
All the money, all the profit that goes to McDonald's doesn't go to the McDonald's employees. The profit that goes to McDonald's doesn't even go to the fucking franchiser. It goes to the real estate company that owns the land that McDonald's pays rent on.
Correct.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
It's
People
like a
don't know how
whole
McDonald's
fucking line.
works.
You're right. You're right. And I agree with you on that. 1000%.
It's a brilliant business plan, by the way.
I know, right?
You know.
It's kind of like those pyramid plans.
Well,
I'm
kind
fucking
of.
with you. I'm fucking with you.
I mean,
It is kind of pyramid, but
I would
it's a
love
bigger
to start a
pyramid.
pyramid. I would love to start a cult and have people just give me all their money and then kill
are you
themselves.
talking about Christians? Oh, I'm so sorry. No, never mind.
Just in general, just any cult in general. I would love it to be like at the top of the cult chain.
Hey, have you
It'd
ever
be like,
heard
yeah,
of the
give me your
Bronx
mortgages, give me
Macy's?
your mortgages, And on the the fourth month of the year, we're all gonna take the Kool-Aid and go join the spaceship
There you
in
go.
the
There you go.
sky.
Right?
It's
Oh my
cool.
god. Oh my god.
And then you're done.
I know.
You're right. You don't have to deal with those people. Then start a new cult.
Oh god.
You're good. There's no liability.
Hey.
I think. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
No, you're correct. Do you know? Have you ever heard of the Rajanishis?
The Rajneesh what?
The Rajneesh. Okay, it was when I don't even think I was born when they came out, right? But I was still alive when they were taken down.
I'm thinking the 80s.
So yeah, so think about Bacon would
Let's
know
see
it
here.
because I talked to Bacon about this. If he's still on the channel or your chat.
Oh, he's waiting for this to completely implode.
Of course, Bacon. You know, we love you. But
Because he doesn't think I know how to do a good interview.
no, you do.
Rajneesh.
Look it up in Oregon, okay? Look it up in let me see.
Rajneesh. Hold on. Let me
Okay.
see what I got here.
Roger that.
Rajneesh, born 1931 through 1990, died 1990.
Right,
in your
he
God
probably
and
died of
philosophy
AIDS.
music.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, died of AIDS. I
I'm sure.
think the proper way to describe that is died of the AIDS, but that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. I'll
He got
retract
the
my
AIDS.
statement.
Just like he got the diabetes.
Oh goddamn.
But
you know what I'm saying though. No. This is actually in Oregon.
refocused on activities in the United
Antelope.
States, and Rajesh
Antelope.
relocated to a facility known as Rajneeshpuram in Wasco County, Oregon.
There you go.
The movement ran into conflict with county residents and the state government at a succession of legal battles, considering ashram's construction and continued development curtailed its success.
Mm-hmm. Colt.
Oh, yeah, it looks like it. After his deportation, 21 countries denied him entry. Sounds like a top-notch fella.
Oh. He had his own town.
Nice.
An antelope.
His teachings were not welcomed by many in his own home country. No kidding.
I think it was Indian, right?
Yeah. Writing in the Indian. I'm going to have to do a show on this
From
guy.
India? Yes, please.
There's
do.
a lot of information
There
there.
is. And I'm telling you what, when I was a kid, my grandparents and my mom and dad, I was telling Bacon this. I was talking about, hey, I want to take you to this abandoned town. And I was like, they were Rajanishis or something. I don't know. But my grandmother was in the labs when, she was younger and she ran a lab. And she said they all they caught AIDS. Right? And I'm like, well, I guess there goes the HIPAA law out the door. Right?
They caught AIDS.
Yeah, they caught AIDS or whatever. I don't know. Sorry.
You're just walking out, it starts raining and you catch
No,
AIDS.
he didn't caught like that. No, he was having sex with everybody. He had tons of wives.
Oh, yeah, someone sticks it in you.
Yes.
You don't catch it.
That's right.
You
No,
get it
they
given to you.
give it. And he had
Here's my
if you
gift
read
to
it up-
you, madam.
Right. Here you go. I'm
All
gonna
of-
kill you
all
now.
of the
Poof.
all of the penis viruses.
Mhm.
Congratulations.
Penis, vagina, virus, whatever it is. But I'm telling you, there's a town in Antelope, Oregon, and it's abandoned. I remember my parents would always go on road trips. I remember going through this town, and they were telling me about this guy who wore red or pink. That's all that they wore. The same color. It was a cult.
Mhm.
If you read it up, you'll see. You'll read up on it. You'll see, right?
Okay.
And I was thinking, what's that? Because I'm so little. I'm like, I don't know what that is. I just knew that it was something that you would get and then you die. And I was like, what?
Well,
So
yeah.
everybody died from the town because of that as a little kid.
Because
You don't.
in the 90s, see, this is this kind of colored. All right, let me start. In the 90s,
Mm-hmm.
in college, we were told if you have sex every time, wear a condom. That was a
Mhm.
public service announcement for all of
Oh,
the
it
90s.
was. Correct.
All of it. You go outside, you're wearing a condom just in case you might fuck something.
Shit. You might fuck something.
You never know. You'll be driving down the street.
You might go,
Naked
boom.
virgin will pop out from behind a bush, and you'll be like, "What am I gonna do?"
Stick
And
it.
she's like,
Stick
"Fuck
it.
me!"
Fuck
And you're like, "Oh, I gotta have a condom." You always had a condom on you.
Yes. Yes.
Always. Put it in your wallet. Put it in your glove box.
Correct.
In the little container on the side of your door. You always had it with you. Always.
Roger
Always,
that.
always,
Roger
always,
that.
always, always. Completely over idealized the idea of the possibility of sex.
Right. I know. It's like, don't ever have sex because
Because
you
like,
will.
like for real, like you pick some chick up. There's a gas station. You can just go buy a fucking condom right there. There's
Right,
plenty
but
of
they did the scare
opportunity.
tactic, didn't they?
Right, but you always had to have one on you just in case you accidentally tripped and your dick fell into something. Just in case.
I love you. That was funny. That was good.
Just in case.
Just
You
in case
never
it
knew.
fell
You
into
never
something.
knew when someone might brush across it and you needed to make sure it got covered with some latex just to make sure you didn't catch the AIDS. Because you never knew who had the AIDS, because the AIDS,
Right.
you didn't, it wasn't like syphilis where they had sores, or like meth
Right.
where they had sores. Like
Or herpes.
yeah, where they had like the speed bumps.
Speed bumps. Oh my God.
We had, when I moved into the
Oh, dear
dorms,
God.
we had a dormitory meeting downstairs in the commons area.
Uh-huh.
Health at HHS, Health and Human Services, campus health services, CHS,
Uh-huh.
meeting in the commons areas. And the lady was like, I want to introduce you to our public speaker. And she introduced the speaker, and the speaker's telling us about AIDS and the risk of AIDS and other venereal disease. And she's like,
you get
never,
so scared. You're like, oh my God, I'm gonna
she's
die.
she's like, there's no smell, there's no like discoloration, there's no way you know
There's
it.
no drip.
I mean, there's some things where, like a yeast infection, there's a smell, there's like itching with crabs and things like that. There's signs for other diseases, but you don't know if your partner has AIDS. For example, I've got AIDS. And we were all like, what the fuck?
What?
Yeah.
She had it?
We're like, why the fuck are you even in public? What is going on?
Right now you're scared. You're like, she shook your hand, dude. You know you
yes,
have
like
it,
the
right?
people in the front row. This was like I said, this was early mid 90s at this point.
Right.
I was a freshman, sophomore, so this was
Right.
like 96-ish. But like the people,
Right.
you could see the people in the front, they like moved back a little bit. They like recoiled. And it's like,
because they want to do the scare tactic.
but it was subconscious, like we knew better. Like we knew by then you can't just catch it by shaking hands with people. But Jesus
Right.
Christ, it was like,
But then it was like, oh, if you
I'm
kiss
wearing a
someone-
condom to lunch. I'm not
Right.
I'm not fucking around with this. We're going to the pool. I'm wearing a rubber all the time.
Yes. Oh my
You got one that'll stretch all the way up. Well, the Magnum condoms, they'll go like over my head, right?
You're like, hey, you ask your friend, dude, I stepped on a piece of glass and I'm not
I
cool.
think I might have AIDS.
You think I have AIDS?
Needles were a real thing. Needles were a real thing.
I know
But
because it's
but you see, my generation's response to the pandemic was like, we've already done this in the 1990s. Like,
right.
you just assume everybody has the COVID, and you wear a condom
Right.
everywhere you go. You
Right,
got the
exactly.
gloves on, you got the mask on, you got the thing over your head, you got the hazmat suit. You just assume everybody's fucking contaminated, and you
Exactly,
don't
we're
put
like-
your dick in anything until you get a response of who they fucked last.
Exactly.
Like,
'Cause
we
remember-
already knew.
If you fuck one person, you fucked all their
You
partners.
fucked everybody they've ever fucked. It's like,
You're like, God, I fucked the whole world then.
it's
Shit.
like sucking on a doorknob.
I've only done
What?
5. I've
What is-
gone.
what is wrong
I've,
with
I've
you people?
obviously done the
Gross.
whole
I
fucking
mean,
world.
granted, as grown-ups, we look back at that and we're like, that was a little bit extreme, but it did the
It
trick.
was extreme, right?
It did the trick, because it kind
It
of
did.
like arrested the growth of the pandemic at the time.
It did. You're right.
Because
It
we were
did.
like, I mean, it ended the key part. I don't know if y'all know what these were. The car key parties. Y'all know what those were?
No, I've never heard of that.
Okay, so the key
Car-
parties were when you go to a party and you drop your keys in a bowl, and then on your
Oh, I've
way
heard
out
of
you
that. I've
grab
seen
a
it
set
on
of
YouTube.
keys out, and that's who you go home with, right?
Oh shit!
Yeah,
yeah.
that's how my aunt and uncle met.
Damn.
True fucking story.
Yeah.
They went to a key
Are you
party,
serious?
and that's how my aunt and uncle met. The great
dear
people,
God.
love them to death, love them to
Uh-huh.
death. They're fantastic people, but that's how they met.
Oh my
True
God,
story.
that's fucking hilarious. I don't think they do that anymore because I don't remember that.
No, they don't do that anymore because of AIDS.
Oh shit! You're right.
AIDS ended all that shit.
Oh,
AIDS
I
ended
know,
the
it's
thing where you just like
brutal.
walking down the street and your dick's slinging in the wind and you accidentally put it up some skirt. Ended all that shit. Ended it forever.
Someone spit. Did you feel that? Was that rain or was that guy? Was he talking? And I got spit
Yeah.
on me. Oh, do I have AIDS? I better get checked.
It ended that shit. I mean, it used to be, apparently from what I read about the 70s, you just go get some coffee and accidentally fuck some chick. That's how it happened.
Shit.
But AIDS ended it. AIDS ended it all.
Oh my God. And now
we don't do
COVID.
And yeah,
Someone
and then
starts coughing, they're
COVID
like,
comes
oh,
along.
about to get COVID.
Well, COVID comes along and everybody's like, well, I'm not going to act like everybody's like, we already fucking did this. What's wrong with you kids?
We did it with the
This isn't
AIDS
com-
shit.
We did this shit. We were trained as kids to wear a condom all the
Let's
time.
put a condom on
Now
our
it's just a
face.
face mask and gloves. It's not that complicated.
Right.
I went to,
Oh my God,
I went to
I'm
4
with you.
classes a day wearing a condom in college. You're telling me you can't
We're
wear a
even
face
fucking,
mask
we
to
just
the,
put a
to the
condom on.
goddamn grocery store?
Shit.
Come on, people. This isn't hard. That's what we said when we put on the
Just
condom in the
wrap it.
morning. Like, how is we supposed to do this? I can't even read the script at the bottom of the condom.
God. You're like, can I get a fucking magnifying glass?
Now everybody's over here in chat, like there's script at the bottom of a condom, and they're like running
I'm
to
not
their
even- I
like,
can't-
really? I've never seen it down here at the end of the condom
You're
before.
so awesome.
What's down there?
Dude, I swear to God, I can't see anyone in the chat because this is a different StreamYard that's coming up on my phone, so I can't see anyone's chat. What are they saying? Can you please read?
I don't know. I'm like an hour behind on chat. I don't know.
Oh shit.
The last chat that I have is Bacon's, where he says, if I got $1 million overnight, I'd likely keep doing what I'm still doing, just in every city in the area that's not Seattle. See,
Roger
if
that.
I got $1 million overnight, I'd still do what I'm doing because I love my job. But in my last job, if I got $1 million overnight, fuck those
Fuck
guys.
those
They wouldn't see me on Tuesday.
Exactly.
They wouldn't have seen.
But you know me.
They wouldn't even known. They'd be like, "Is he dead?" As far as you know, yes.
Oh my God.
As
You know
far
what?
as you know, yes.
If I got $1 million, I'd be broke because I'd give it out to everyone I cared about.
Like,
That's just me.
I mean, like for real. If I got $1 million tomorrow, I'd still run the distillery.
That's
I'd still
good.
you wouldn't even know because I love doing what I'm doing.
And that's
But
awesome.
if I had to stop doing the distillery and go do another job for a couple of years, and I got blessed with $1 million, all of a
Nope,
sudden,
you better wrap your shit.
fuck those guys.
'Cause
They
you don't want
wouldn't even.
AIDS
They
or
wouldn't
COVID,
even.
dude. Wrap your shit.
They wouldn't even get to the end of the sentence.
Right. No, I get it. I get it.
Like I'd answer the phone and they say, "Congratulations, you've just got $1 million." And I'm like, I'm out the fucking door.
You're like, shit, I'm
And
going to
they'd be
have
like-
some fun now.
And then as I'm hanging up the phone, they say, "Dick's in the mail." And I'd be like, "Oh shit, I'm going to pick up my prize of $1 million dicks. I thought it was $1 million. God damn it!"
Yes! Oh my God, that's so awesome. I swear to God, Humble. Oh my God, you're fucking.
Always wait until the end of the sentence is the lesson that I'm trying to teach people.
You are. You're
Always
teaching it to
wait
me
to the
good. Teach me, Master.
Because
Master.
I'd listen to the call. You've won $1 million. I say, when's it coming? Here's my bank account number, all this stuff. Hang up the phone, and the next words out of my mouth would be, "Fuck you, David. I quit. You're a bitch. I quit."
Fuck you. I
Die in
love
a
you for
fire.
saying that. It would be derelict of duty. Thank you. Now read Bacon's
Fucking-
comment.
David is a piece of shit. Absolutely. And I swear to you, I had this fantasy of signing him up for a dildo of the month club, but I could not find an affordable dildo of the month club
That's right.
to send to him at the office of Regions Bank.
Oh my God. You don't even know how
Fuck
much
you,
I love
David.
you for saying that. Bacon would actually back me up on this. Fuck you, David.
Fuck you, David.
Yeah, I love you, Humble. Say it one more time.
There's a handful of people who know exactly what I'm talking about, but fuck you, David.
I love you.
Anyway. Okay, so let's keep going with
Okay.
more chat. I'm way behind in chat.
Okay, catch up and I'll keep listening.
You will treat him like Pink Floyd. I'm not sure what that reference is, Princess.
Off the wall?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Pink Floyd. I mean, there's the Pink Floyd's Sound of Silence CD
Mm.
is one of my favorite CDs. I used to listen to that in college and just get fucking baked.
Did you really?
It was
No, I
oh
don't do
yeah,
drugs.
Jesus
I
Christ.
only-
I'd turn on Sound of Silence,
Mm-hmm.
Pink Floyd's Sound of Silence, and just fucking
My mom used to
Get
play
toasted.
that, man. I'm
Oh
telling
my
you.
God.
It's awesome.
that's one of my favorite. Pink Floyd night in the distillery is one of my favorite nights because I can just crank Pink Floyd and do my work and just enjoy it.
Heck yeah. Hey, I
Um,
have a question for you. So if you have a distillery, do you like have people that come and pay you to watch what you do?
Theoretically,
Mhm.
yes.
Okay.
We're open to the public Friday nights. So Friday from 5 to 9, we're open to the public, and I don't have a very robust program of people coming in yet because the tasting room's not built out, and we don't exactly have a women's bathroom.
Do you really need a women's bathroom today?
Well, yeah, we have a men's bathroom outside in the woods.
Hey,
We
I
just
use
don't
the
really have a
woods.
women's room. Well, I'm
I know,
not
I'm
fancy.
Soldier Girl,
I
right?
use the parking lot. But yeah, I mean, people are welcome to come on Fridays. In June, like late May or early May or June, I'm going to start the build out, and we're going to do that live on YouTube, where I start the build out.
Oh, that'd be
And then
awesome.
the whole thing's going to get built live on YouTube, or most of the thing's going to get built live on YouTube. Some of it will be off camera, most of it will be on camera.
Man,
So that'll start in a couple of months.
that's so cool. So after my next term, I can come out there and like get my battle buddies to come all out to your place.
Absolutely. There's plenty of room out there. I mean, if you, I mean, we've had live music on Friday nights. We've had events out there. We've got space. We're a little building tucked into the woods. We have like an acre of space out there to be able to do stuff. So we can do shit. If you get you get a crew of people out there, we'll throw down some tables, have some cigars, have some whiskey. We'll have some fun.
Heck yeah! Oh my gosh, I'm there.
There are no laws where I'm at because we're in the county.
Come again?
We're in the county instead of in the city. So we're outside of city limits, so there's no laws.
Oh.
We do pretty much whatever the fuck we want.
Even better.
We can make as much noise as we want with as long as the fire is outside. We can have a big old bonfire outside.
Well, you know what? I'm in city limits and I still have bonfires in my backyard. But no one's ever had enough balls to come and tell me to fucking stop.
Well, there you go. Cheers, Vanessa City. Welcome to the party. 4th year in 04.
I'm gonna do it. I have tons of battles in your area.
Yeah,
I kid you not. That I was supposed to
bring them out.
Yeah, they would love to do it if you don't mind.
It'll be a hoot.
And you know, charge them
yeah.
whatever. I don't know how you're gonna charge people.
Well, I mean, to come to the shop is free, but to drink our whiskey costs money.
Well, of course. But if you're doing a tour, you've got to charge people.
Oh hell! If you're out there drinking whiskey, I'll give you a tour. Ain't no big fucking deal.
Well, for me, but for others, charge them.
Yeah.
You can charge me too.
I'm sure I can make something.
I'm nothing
not worried
special.
about it.
I just want. I'll pay. I promise you. I just want you to make some money, right?
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. The way I make money, I'm not a tour company. I'm a whiskey company. So come to the shop. I'll give you a tour. Drink some whiskey. I'll sell you the whiskey.
I would love it, and I would be buying it, and I'll bring my battles with me.
Yeah.
Honestly, I kid you not. I seen you, and I was on with Bacon. I was talking with him, and I was like, "Oh my god, I keep wanting to buy his whiskey."
Variety.
But I come again.
I'm just reading the comments. It says Indian dot variety. That always makes me laugh. There's Indian buffalo variety and Indian feather, Indian dot.
Oh shit! Yeah, I know. My friend
that always
when we were at one of the. Oh my god! I can't believe you just said that.
We went to this.
She goes.
We went to this Indian place.
Boo, 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 or the one with the dot, and she goes. I said, "Now you're fucking bitch. You're
Well,
you are disrespecting
we went to this Indian place in South Dakota where the Crazy Horse Monument is being built, and we had my son had spaghetti, and I was laughing like that's the ultimate Indian food: spaghetti and meatballs.
Right.
But the meatballs were buffalo meat. It was ground buffalo meat, so it was Indian spaghetti, and I was like, "This is fucking hilarious." I love these people.
No, my brother actually really did disrespect the land. She was like, "Is it a or a dot?" And I said, "Oh my god, girl, why did you just do that? We are fucked. We are fucked. We are fucked." And she goes, "Well, I wasn't trying to disrespect." I said, "Oh, you just did on so many levels." She goes, "I wasn't trying to mean that." And I go, "Yeah, you see what's over your shoulder right now?" Yeah,
always condom on your M4.
It was fun.
Oh, so what are you saying about your battles here in Houston?
My battles, I have probably about 10 that I know of right now off the top of my head that are in Houston. And then I have some in Dallas, in, San Antonio. Oh my God, the fucking humidity.
Well, San Antonio is only like 3 hours from here.
Oh, really? And then I have
literally driven to San Antonio, done tastings, and then come home that same night. I've commuted to San Antonio to work.
Yeah, I would tell them, if you tell me what day, I'm telling you they would show up. because I
Wow.
respect you and they respect me. I'd be like, hey, do this
Every single Friday.
every
Although
Friday.
I
Okay.
am planning a party on Friday, the 21st of April. You just heard this today.
Oh,
The 21st of April,
mm-hmm.
I am going to be releasing our 72-hour blackout bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't release it the week before, I'll probably release it the week before that. But I'll have a release party on the 21st and a
Mhm.
show, possibly with my buddy Jeff with a G, and some sideshow freaks doing their thing.
Oh God.
A cool
that's-
little party that we'll do on the
Sounds like-
21st. You know, staples in the body, mouse traps on arms and stuff,
Oh, that'd be fun.
mysticism, all the cool stuff that sideshow arts do. Jeff does a really cool show. He's a fun guy. He's been on the show before.
Uh-huh.
In fact, he was on our 72-hour live stream.
I missed
one
it
of the
because
guests
I'm always in school. This is my spring break.
You missed it because you hate me. I get it. It's fine.
I don't
whatever.
hate you. I love you. You're awesome. You know this. Soldier Girl loves you, Humble. Come on. You should know this. Come on.
I know.
I love you
I know,
so
but I'm going
much.
to give you shit because you're one of my favorite people.
Aw.
Just ask my lovely wife. I give her shit all the time.
I know. I wish
She
I could
hates
see
it.
her because she's like, you talk so highly about her and I'd love to see her.
She hates it because most of the time I just like leave it on her pillow. And she's like, who shit on my pillow? I'm like, I love you, honey. I'm just giving you shit.
Oh
And she's like, you're fucking disgusting. I'm like,
my God. Oh
yeah.
my God. You're like, no, babe. Can I just get
Death
down
do we
low?
part, bitch. Death
Just-
do we part.
Just a
Suck
little
it.
bit. Just a little bit. I hope you're tracking with me when I say that.
Absolutely.
Who's on the chat though? Because I can't see anybody.
But anyway, but yeah, I don't know what the fuck. But yeah, the 21st. That we're kind of planning a thing on the 21st. Like
I
in the
wish
early
I could be
stages.
there because I would still be there. Wait, is that a
Early
weekend?
stages, literally, as in I sent a message to him at 4:00 this afternoon.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll put it on my calendar. I
That's how
swear to
early
God,
stages it is.
because I always want to, receive.
We might live stream it.
That'd be
mean,
awesome.
It's certainly possible.
But I can let my battles
Tea
know.
party's going way back there.
I will totally support you, 1,000%, and my battles will support you as well. And
Well, see, our 72-hour blackout bourbon
Mhm.
is made with water that we collected from the freeze in 2021.
really,
Okay, so here's the story.
okay, I gotta hear it.
In 2021,
Mhm.
there was a freeze, a historic freeze in the state of Texas. Historic weather event. The whole state of Texas froze. Power went out.
Oh.
We lost power across the state for 72 hours.
Mhm.
Here in Houston, 72 hours solid. In the central part of the state, a little bit longer. The northern part of the state, a little bit longer. But here in Houston, it was a solid 72-hour blackout.
Jeez.
Ted Cruz famously tried to flee to Cancun.
Of course.
I came on for my live stream on Wednesday and I ranted, and that was when I found out live that Ted Cruz had been caught at Intercontinental Airport trying to go to Cancun in the middle
He's
of the
like,
fucking
I
freeze.
want to be in the heat. I want
It's
to be in
like
the
you-
heat.
Fucking twat.
Oh shit.
And then he blamed his daughters. He's like, yeah, my daughters were like, I just want to go to fucking Mexico. And
Ah,
I was like,
shit.
what
How
are
do
you
you
going to
blame your
do? I'm a
kids?
good father. I was going to take my daughters to Mexico. I'm like, you bitch. You fucking bitch.
You
Anyway.
fucked us. We're in a blackout.
God, Ted Cruz is the worst waste of flesh.
You know what? I can actually agree with that
Mhm.
because like
He's just
I'm
a fucking
on the other
worst
side,
human being.
but I don't like Ted Cruz. I really don't like him.
But see,
because
here's the
I
thing.
think he's a pussy who really needs to get fucked hard.
Here's the thing.
He'll
If
listen
Ted
up.
Cruz, if Ted Cruz's parents, when they were fleeing Cuba to Canada,
I think they were brother and sister, by the way.
had decided to, if they had decided to go to California
Mhm.
instead of Texas,
Mm-hmm.
the fact that his parents came to Texas instead of California means that we're stuck with Ted Cruz, the Republican senator who doesn't believe in anything and will lie fucking all the time, instead of Ted Cruz, the Democratic senator from California who would fucking lie all the time for everything. We could have had Ted
I don't want him a
Cruz
part
instead
of
of
the Republican Party.
Dianne Feinstein.
Right.
But see, that's the thing. He doesn't believe anything.
No.
He's a really
He's a
smart
cheat.
guy who doesn't believe anything. He comes to Texas, puts his finger up in the wind, and he says, well, I'm going to be a white Republican in Texas.
You're right. You're right.
So
I can't go
Eduardo
against
Cruz becomes Ted.
that. Mhm.
Ted Cruz,
Ted. Mhm.
and he's as white as you can fucking be.
Even though.
And he runs with the Republicans because of Republican Texas. If he was in California, he'd be a goddamn Democrat.
Mm-hmm. Because he's not strong enough to hold on his own.
He doesn't believe in anything.
Exactly.
He'll literally say anything.
But you know, I like Republicans, but I'm telling you right now, I don't like him.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you know, there's people that advocate for a constitutional convention to rewrite the Constitution. He's like, no, I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
And then he's like, well, maybe I do. And he's like, yeah, maybe I don't. Well, maybe I do. It just depends on who's asking him and when they're asking him and what they're asking him about. Because he either believes in it or he doesn't. He's a piece of shit. He's an absolute dog shit piece of crap human being.
He's a moron. I will say that about that. I will tell you that he is.
No, see, that's the thing. He's not a moron. He's
No, he
really
is.
fucking
He
smart.
acts like a moron because when you're a sheep,
No.
you're a moron.
He's really smart. He just has no values whatsoever. All he cares
that have
about is
values
keeping
are
his
the
job.
ones that are intelligent. By the way.
He is the worst kind of human being. He's super duper intelligent and with absolutely no values whatsoever. He's the worst kind of human being. Absolute worst.
I can believe that about him.
He's the kind of person who I would not piss on if he was on fire.
If he was on fire. I knew you were going to say that.
I would piss on him if he wasn't on fire, but I would not piss on him if he was on fire. I would hold that shit.
You're like, I'm holding this. Burn, bitch, burn.
I'd be like, I gotta pee. I pee next to him.
You're
He's like rolling around on fire. He's like, oh, put me up, put me
Some of
up.
my
I'd be like, I'm
sprinkles
peeing
will
over
hit
here,
ya.
motherfucker. You can roll into my puddle, but I'm not putting you out, not on purpose.
I don't think he's intelligent. I don't know where you came up with that because
No, but that's the thing. I don't think he's stupid because you can't do the shit that he does. Like, he's the type of guy.
he
We've
has
all
his
known this
own
guy.
like people around him that's telling him what to do. He's a puppet.
But we've all known this guy
Mm-hmm.
who could argue whatever.
Mhm.
This dude argued in the state of Texas that dildos were not legal to have, or that it was okay to outlaw dildos because it was not a human right to have an orgasm.
That's crazy. Orgasms are amazing. That's stupid. How's that
Well,
like?
It's none of the government's business, for one.
Correct.
Like, stay the fuck out of it.
Correct.
Um,
Yeah, stay away from my orgasm, government. I will say
But-
that.
but I mean, it was his job as Solicitor General
He's sitting there saying, "Nope,
to involve himself in this,
Right.
and it's just like there's no need.
there's no,
Like, dude.
no, don't take away the
And
dildo."
besides, if
I would have signs up
besides,
there. Stop taking away my right of my dildo, please, because that makes me feel so
if
good.
if dildos were outlawed in the state of Texas, he'd have to move.
I would. Just saying. Sorry. Or no, my friend said that, by the way. Not
And
me.
speaking of
My bad.
dildos,
Mhm.
my good friend Bull Rush has just joined the green room.
What's going on, Bull Rush?
That's a great intro, brother. Thank you for
I do
that.
what I can. I do what I can.
Okay, dildos.
Bull Rush, Soldier
Man.
Girl, Bull Rush. Old
I know
Humble
Bull
Guy,
Rush.
Soldier
What's
Girl,
up, man?
Soldier Girl, Old Humble Guy. Bull
Not
Rush,
much.
Old Humble Guy, Bull Rush. There we go. We've all been.
Right. Hey, Bull
Carry
Rush,
on.
you know who I am, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Pretty
Thank
sure.
You said, yeah, for sure. Fuck.
I'm going to catch up on chat real quick. Y'all carry on.
Okay.
I
So,
don't
Bull Rush, what do you
remember where
think
that
about that,
story was
about
going.
dildos?
Oh, I was telling you about the 72-hour blackout bourbon. So we have this historic freeze.
I was on dildos.
Yeah, we have this
Yeah.
historic freeze in 2021.
I got some
see,
shit
we-
to say about dildos.
We
Yeah,
find
let's do
folks
it.
here at the Old Humble Distilling Company, we collect rainwater to use in our whiskey. That's where we get our drinking water from. That's where we get all the water from that we use in the distillery. So
Isn't this-
when it froze in February of 2021, once the roads cleared, I go up to the distillery to check on our pipes and make sure that everything was cool, and everything was cool. And I go, as I'm walking around the facility, I hear the overflow valve was dumping water into the creek outside. And I think to myself, well, we have
So,
the ice is melting, the snow is melting, the ice is melting. I can collect that water.
yep, you said
So I go
self.
inside,
Just collect the
take-
water.
Right, self, and myself says yes. So I grab 2 of my spare totes, fill them up with 500 gallons of water. Take those totes, put them into a storage unit, and hold on to them till I'm ready to make the whiskey. And a few months ago, we make the whiskey, and we have about enough whiskey for about between 220 and 250 bottles of whiskey.
Wow.
220 to 250 bottles of whiskey made with water from the freeze, literally from runoff of the freeze of 2021. So the 72-hour blackout here in the Houston area has born the 72-hour Boomtown Bourbon. 72-hour blackout Boomtown Bourbon that has a special label, a special run, a limited edition, only available at the distillery for the month of April and May.
Wow.
Super duper excited.
I need a bottle of that. I will buy that. Please put one to the side. It's called layaway. No, I'm playing.
No, we'll work something out.
Okay, thank you. Love.
I take cash and favors.
There we go.
So I have a question on that. Are you allowed to call it bourbon? Since
Yes.
it's made outside of Kentucky, or does that shit not matter?
Yep.
I think you've
Don't give
Told
me that shit.
I think you've told me
Bourbon
this
is
before.
made in the United States, not Kentucky.
Okay.
Only people from Kentucky think that bourbon can only come from Kentucky, and they are wrong.
Okay.
Bourbon can come from anywhere in the United States of America. Now, it is an open question as to whether or not bourbon can come from Puerto Rico or Guam or military bases or diplomatic embassies or the American science base in Antarctica. However, that doesn't matter
That was funny.
because they're not making enough. They're not making enough of any of that shit in any of those places.
Sure.
In Antarctica, I don't think they're even making a place to even fucking live.
Garen goddamn tea. If you have nerds, science equipment, and corn, you have bourbon,
Hey,
or at
I've
least
been called
alcohol.
a nerd by Polska enough. But I'm like, what the fuck?
If you have corn and burners and fermentation vessels and distillation units
Mhm.
and all the shit that they have down there, all you need is a couple of nerds and a little bit of corn, and you've got whiskey or some kind of alcohol.
Roger that.
That's it. It doesn't take a lot. I mean, they make alcohol in the American cities in Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
See, Joe, this is why you're going to be a valuable asset when after shit hits the fan.
Hell yeah.
Nah, shit, I'm too old. When shit hits the fan, I'm gonna die early.
Protect this
No.
man at all costs.
I don't want to live in a post-apocalyptic society. I like air conditioning.
I'm going to make you live.
I want my house.
I'm going to make you live.
I mean, I'm gonna do what I can to survive the early stages. We're gonna block. I've got my apocalypse plan, but I know good and goddamn well that fence is gonna fall. That fence is gonna fall. The hordes are gonna come through. We're all gonna die. I've got a better chance of taking my family, loading them up on a bus, and getting the fuck out of Dodge.
No, do not get on a bus. That's the government taking.
No, it's my bus.
Okay.
I'm not getting on somebody else's bus. I'm getting on my bus.
Okay,
Fuck
I'm
those
just
guys.
saying.
Drag you by your salt and pepper beard through the apocalypse. Kicking and screaming. You're going to make,
Oh,
make
God.
whiskey for me.
Speaking of the apocalypse, I am going to go hunting boar in a few weeks.
Uh-oh.
So if you want to come with,
Whiskey.
Ooh. Ooh.
I know a place. I know a guy. I know a place.
Ooh,
That's free.
that's very tempting.
Ugh.
Yes.
'Cause I have a setup for boar hunting. I have a rifle set up for boar hunting.
I got a rifle too.
Nice.
It's got bullets and a muzzle and everything.
Nice.
Ooh. Nice. Do you guys have a lot of pigs out there?
Yes, we have a lot
Yeah,
of boars.
they're-
Let me explain.
So you have
Let me explain
Extremely invasive.
in excruciating detail of how we have boars.
Oh, fuck.
First off, in the great state of see, it's boring. Boars, get it? Anyway.
Okay, we have boring Oregon, so come on.
Yes, we have a shit ton of them. They're invasive. They're all over the place. You see, Texas is full of a lot of people.
Mhm.
We've got like 35 million people in Texas, but they live in a very small portion of the state. So most
Is
of
that
the
southern
state doesn't
Texas,
have a whole lot
like
of people.
where they're coming over from the border?
No, like 80% of the people in Texas live in like 30% of the land.
Oh,
in
and
Texas.
like okay,
The rest of Texas is mostly uninhabited.
Yeah.
okay, roger that.
So when you see all those like red counties in Texas,
Mm-hmm.
they have like 400 people in them,
Damn.
Pretty much.
if that.
Really?
But it's like 35 million people in Texas. There's 7 in the metro area of Houston. There's like 8 or 9 in the metro area of Dallas Fort Worth.
Wow.
So that's half the population is in Dallas and Houston,
But okay, so at Fort Hood,
which is near San Antonio.
correct?
Right.
Are they?
Which San Antonio, Austin has about 8 or 9 million people between the two cities, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like in that metro area between the two of them. Maybe 4.
Correct.
Maybe not 8 or 9. Maybe closer to 2 to 4.
Right. It always seems like the military never gets their votes in, because I remember like being overseas, and I was like, how the hell did they already call the president when I just turned in my ballot?
Well,
How is that happening? It's
historically
I know.
speaking,
It's okay.
I mean, historically speaking, the way we count votes
Yeah.
we've never counted votes to find out the accurate count.
Correct.
We've counted votes to find out who wins.
Mm-hmm. And we count.
So
off
if you
of
counted,
who's registered,
if there's
this,
35 million people in the state of Texas, let's say 35 million people in the state of Texas, you don't have to count 35 million votes
that. Mm-mm.
and find out, it was
Correct.
20 million to 15 million, 20 million 738 to 15 or 14 million, blah, 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 blah. You don't need to know all of that. You just need to know, well, it's 20 million. It's fine. They're the winner. That's it. There's
There
not
you
going to be,
Right.
if we get past 17, there's not going to be another 18 on the other side. It's fine. We're good.
Which is kind of surprises me, because everyone that I do know in Texas, and I know quite a few people, and I know a lot of counties, and I talk to different mayors and governors, and I think, how is that state red? Which, hey,
I know.
blue, but hey, I know you might get mad at me, but I don't get it, because when I look at it, and I look at the numbers, unless they're not able to vote, I see more of a blue state.
Yep.
And I don't like to say that.
It's because half the people in the state don't vote.
It's because people
It's-
don't vote. Is that what it is?
That's exactly it. In the last election, we had a voter participation rate of like 48,
Oh, was
50, between 45 and 55%. I don't remember the exact number, but it was a ridiculously low number.
Right. Which, by the
for
way,
history.
I don't go full one side or the other. I go by what I know is right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And that's what it is. We just we are what we are because people don't vote.
Right. Which is really sad,
That's it.
because then that just shows a lot of ignorance.
And there's places where people vote in higher percentages,
Right.
and places where people vote in lower percentages, and the places where people vote in lower percentages is the urban areas, where
Right?
it would
You are right
it
on
would
that.
directly affect its colleges, its cities, its high population density counties.
Right.
And part of that's by design, and part of that's just by shitty candidates.
Yeah,
That's,
you're right.
you know.
You're right about
They're just like, why the fuck should I even bother?
right.
You know,
Well,
whatever.
Rush, don't you agree on that?
Yeah, I vote local.
And for the record, he's like, what? You're like 15 miles away from me, right?
Yeah, I'm up here in Conroe.
Over in yeah.
Conrad.
Well, maybe 30 miles away from me.
Yeah.
Did you say Conrad?
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
So okay, the way the geography works, as the crow flies, Humble's like here and Conroe's like here. So it's like 15 to 20 miles direct straight line between
Love
these
it.
two.
Uh-huh.
But to get from point A to point B, you have to go down this highway, across this
Yeah.
highway, and up this highway to
Mm-hmm.
get there. So it's like 35 miles, or
Deep.
you go up this highway and across this highway.
Yeah, you can
which is
take
still like 35
you
miles.
take 45 to 3083, pop out on 59, take 59.
Right.
southbound.
You guys have all
Yeah.
these routes. Or these.
3083 is more of the scenic route, because
Mm-hmm.
Right.
then you cut through like Caney Creek, Cut and Shoot, a couple of those other
All along
Cleveland.
105, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been stuck.
Yeah, you can take 105 too. Yeah, you take 3083
Here's
to
the
105.
here's the map.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Humble's here at one end, and Cleveland or Conroe's up here at the other end.
Yeah, I usually take 105 out past Cleveland or I'll take 105 to Cleveland 59
Yeah.
and come down.
And I usually don't go to Conroe.
Hmm.
Yeah.
because it's a terrible place.
Well, I'm just
But-
I'm a little bit north of Conroe and Panorama Village. It's like in between Conroe and Willis.
But our distillery used to be located in Conroe. We were the Big Thicket Distilling Company up on the north side of Conroe, and it was a solid 35-minute drive.
Wow.
Dang.
Solid.
Sucks.
Easy. Without traffic. But
Wow. Holy shit.
that was the good old days.
Hey,
That's why I moved it down here to Humble.
So do you like where you live,
So-
both of you guys? Are you liking your the area that you live?
I mean, I'm just outside of Humble, so like I'm
You're-
in the county.
you're like in
I'm okay
Atascocita.
with it. Yeah, well, no, I'm a little bit further south than that.
Oh,
I'm in
okay.
Fall Creek on Beltway 8. And
Oh,
59.
okay. Okay.
I'm okay with it. It's great. It's fine. It's not terrific. It's not terrible. It's a fucking suburb, a master plan community suburb. It's nothing great.
Right.
It's
Hey,
a
you know,
fine
I'm
place to
driving
live.
through
It's not,
Texas.
like-
It's
I
usually
moved
up north.
I moved outside the urban sprawl, dude.
Okay.
I moved
Yeah.
further north, like towards Willis.
Yeah.
They're getting an HEB
I mean, I'm
this
close enough to stuff. I'm close enough to stuff that I can go do stuff, but I'm far enough away that like I don't see homeless people. So, you know.
Right. Then I don't know. Why are you a Democrat? You sound more like a Republican. I love it. Because I kid you not. I kid you not. Because
Democrats in Washington and Oregon and California are different than Democrats in Texas.
Roger that. I agree with you, Humble, okay? But I'd like you to
And-
argue the argument because I would love to hear it.
And I would argue I would tell you that I used to be Republican, but I stopped being Republican when Republicans lost their fucking minds.
Okay, but you do have to
Then-
agree that each side has a good point. I will say that.
Oh,
I will say that.
oh yeah, Democrats are generally crazy, but they're not like fascists. So
well,
you
I'm
know.
not trying to be fascist at all.
I mean,
At all.
that's kind of where it like
Okay, Roger
like
that.
I draw the line
Okay.
is like you can't control the fleas. You know, when you go to sleep with dogs, you wake up with fleas,
Roger that.
and you can't control that.
Correct.
But you can pick which dogs you sleep with.
Yeah, but you can't always side with just one side. You have to like
Yeah.
really get educated on the laws. And first of all, you're not supposed to change amendments or even the Constitution. Right?
Yeah.
So
But you know, there was a point in time, I don't know, 10 years or so ago, 15 years or so ago, that it was like, you know, I was you can't necessarily agree on the solutions to the problems,
okay.
but you can at least agree on the problems.
Oh, of course. I
Right?
think that's on both sides.
And
And
I
in
was
the
looking
middle.
around going like, there's one group of people that agree with me that this is the problem.
hmm
And there's another group of people that's like, oh, that's not a problem at all. And it's like with the healthcare shit that
hmm
was like in the late 90s, early 2000s. Like one group of people was like, healthcare's a problem. It's too fucking expensive. And like, you know, we need to deal with this shit. And another group of people was like, yeah, you know, if you can't afford healthcare, you just fucking die.
Which I think is
Like-
insane to say.
I know, right?
Right.
It's fucking insane.
It is insane. I
It's
will agree
fucking
with that.
insane. When a presidential candidate was on stage and they're like, well, what if they can't afford emergency room care? And he's just like that actually happened
Right.
in real life on live TV. A presidential candidate just shrugged his shoulders when asked, what if you can't afford emergency care? You're like, meh. That's their plan. They're like,
Right.
meh,
Just
you fucking
die.
die.
Right. Which is not okay. I don't agree with that.
And I was like, holy shit, he said that out loud.
Because I
on
fought for this
camera.
country so
To
that
people.
we could have a free country
Fucking-
and that we
you
could
kidding
be.
me?
I don't believe that the rich should be rich and we don't have the middle class. Just have the rich be rich and then the poor be poor. I don't believe in that.
And you know, when you say like their plan is just like meh, and they're like, no, that's not the plan. You're like, well, what's the plan? And they're like, meh. And you're like,
But I'm not doing that plan.
well,
That's not
shit.
me
I don't
doing
really
that.
agree with those people, but they at least agree that it's a problem.
Yes.
And we can at least solve the fucking problem and then solve the solution to the problem because they fucked up that too.
Roger that. I understand what you're saying, but it's kind of like,
It's like,
isn't
Come on.
a double-edged sword though? Think about it.
Oh, it's all edged sword. Every solution
It's always
creates
a
more
double-edged
problems.
sword. That's why the problem is that people need to have a voice. They need
yeah.
to speak up because that's what this country has fought for
Mm-hmm.
to have the freedom of speech, to have the freedom to vote. Because if, trust me, when people say, "Oh yeah, my vote doesn't matter," yes, it does. But
It
we need to
does.
have more educated people who go,
Yeah,
"Okay,
absolutely.
this is what
And
we
that's
need
the
to do
thing.
to change certain things.
It
Here is the problem. We are agreeing on this problem, but we can't just go
yeah.
let them
It
die." We can't do
absolutely
that.
matters. It absolutely
Every
matters. And if you
vote,
don't do it, then the people in power make sure that it doesn't matter.
correct? And then you
Because
have
they'll
this
slice
group of
you up into
sheep.
districts where your vote gets
Mhm.
marginalized and discounted so that they can keep pound. They'll go out
I
and
agree
count.
with you.
They'll count the noses and pick their constituents and slice you up and slice you up and slice you up so that your
Mhm.
vote won't matter. But the way you
Right.
stop that is you get out there and you fucking vote in numbers that they can't gerrymander.
Correct. I agree with you on that. Like 1,000%.
That's how you do it. But
I agree
welcome
with
to
you.
Texas, where we have a 45% voting participation rate.
Which is insane. Which is very much insane, by the way.
It's infuriating. But
guess
you
what?
know.
It's like that in how many other states as well?
Yeah, it's not uncommon.
You know,
It's not
because
uncommon. But if there's a 45% voting rate in Wyoming versus a 45% voting rate in Houston in Texas, like a 45% voting rate in Wyoming doesn't matter like even a little bit because there's
Well,
like
think about it,
85
because
people in the
there's
entire
less
fucking
people
state.
in that state.
Here, that's like 17 million people.
Correct.
There, it's like 80.
Mm-hmm.
But fuck Wyoming. Nobody cares.
But they're not. Oh my god.
Just merge them with the Dakotas and turn it all into one state.
Oh god.
Nobody would even notice.
But weren't they trying to get rid of what was it?
Drive up there and like, where's Wyoming? They're like, oh, we've been merged with these other two states for like 8 years.
We're part of
Like,
this
really?
other state now.
Who told you?
Oh my god. That's some good shit because
I didn't even notice.
I keep on
Canada's been
talking
here
about
for like a decade.
but my problem is that people get really angry with what I agree with. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna sit there and go, "Oh yeah, let someone fucking die." That's not me. But it's like, okay, so we got two candidates. Since when? Okay, and then if we have a third candidate, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that third candidate is going to decide for the other
So
two candidates. That's
the
what
third
happens.
candidate ends up fucking up the other two. Yeah.
Yes. And then guess what? Nothing gets done. Nothing
gets done.
gets challenged to be
Yep.
taken care of.
That
It's just
that's
like
why
here
that's
we go.
why I'm a big fan
On
of
both
the
sides.
I'm a big fan of the project to triple the number of representatives and double
Correct.
the number of senators.
Correct.
Add 50 senators.
Correct.
We should have
Correct.
150 senators so that every state is electing a senator every fucking year and at least 3 times as many representatives because the last time we set the number of representatives was in 1919 when the population was at 1/3 of what it is today.
Correct. And you know, right?
And that's a law. The number of senators is a fucking constitutional amendment, but the
That's
number
right.
of representatives is a law.
Right. But the thing is, you're not supposed to even change the amendment. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll never have more senators, but we can definitely change the number of representatives.
But we can change. You're right. Well, my uncle was actually a mayor, and he said, "Fuck it, I'm jumping out of this. I'm not doing this anymore." Right? He was like, "Fuck this shit." He goes, "I'm getting hammered on both sides, and it's like, hey, I'm
That's
on one
what she
side."
said.
I know, right? But he did. He jumped out. He said, "Fuck this shit." He was
That
a mayor
sounds
for
like
a
a good
long time.
night.
You know, it wasn't right for him.
I'm getting
Fuck this
hammered from
shit.
both holes.
I know, right?
I mean,
He's like, "I don't like this shit." Hey, if it was a good time, then he would have stood it on in. But I mean, they really do. They get hammered.
Well, I mean, if you're getting
They
hammered
really
from
do.
both sides and you don't like it, then they're just out of
It's
out of
not.
sequence.
It's not good. It's not going in the right hole.
They gotta coordinate. They gotta both go in at the same time and out
Wait,
at
have
the
you ever
same
seen the movie Boomerang?
time. Yes.
And he's like, and he's like, and he like licks his fingers, like, "Oh baby." He's
My
like, "We gotta
favorite-
coordinate." I love
My
that.
favorite fact about the movie Boomerang, one, that it's a terrible fucking movie.
And,
2,
no,
that Eddie Murphy knows it's a terrible fucking movie. And
And still
3,
does
when
it.
he was asked why he did such a terrible fucking movie, he said, and I quote, "They paid me a lot of fucking money."
Hell yeah. But where is he today? But that was funny because
Where is
what
Eddie
was it?
Murphy today? He's a fucking king of whatever the fuck he wants to do. That's where
Yeah,
he is
because
today.
he's got millions of dollars. But
He's jump roping over his own dick. That's what he's doing.
he's jumped over his dick. Oh my god, I love you. That's a good one.
He's
No, but it was
Eddie.
so funny
fucking Murphy. What is Eddie doing? Whatever he wants.
the fuck he wants
He's
to do.
Eddie Murphy.
Like,
Jesus Christ. What is
fuck
Eddie
you,
Murphy
that's
doing
why.
today? Whatever. I don't know. He's fucking Jupiter. I don't know.
It's Jupiter.
He's just
Why can't he
going
be Venus?
traveling the galaxy and fucking planets. That's what he does. He's Eddie Murphy. God.
I love you, Ball.
He
I
doing
so
today?
need to
What'd
laugh.
that get him? What'd that do? He had money for a fucking movie. What's he doing today? Whatever the fuck he wants. Have you heard of Eddie Murphy? Yes, you have. He's
Wait,
Eddie
but you know-
Murphy.
But you know how funny it is though that and if you watch the movie, right? And what was it? I don't remember what the guy's name. The
It
other
was a terrible
comedian.
movie.
No, it's funny. Remember, she goes,
No.
"But I ain't got any panties on." That was some funny shit. Whatever her name was, the old lady, and she whispers in his ear, "I ain't got any panties on." Oh, Marcus. But then remember, his partner, his friend or whatever, not Martin Lawrence, but the other guy. Can't remember his name. But
I
his
don't-
parents came
yeah.
over to Eddie Murphy's house, and he was like, "Bang, bang, bang, bang," and he was like, because he was talking about pussy, and then he was talking about his old lady, and like she lost some fur, and he goes, "That's okay, baby. We'll make earrings, cause we're cool, Nate." You know what I'm talking about? I know this went so sideways. And I'm so sorry.
The last time I saw that movie was probably 20 years ago.
Was it really? Did it
I
come
don't
out
remember.
that long
I
ago?
don't remember when it came out, but it's
I remember
it's
watching
got to
it,
have
like
been.
10 years ago, I think.
When
Are
did
you sure it was that
Boomerang
long
come out?
ago? 20 years ago?
Boomerang.
Boomerang.
Eddie.
Talk about pussy.
1992.
92.
Oh, damn.
It's got to have been 20 years since the last time I saw that movie.
Okay,
So
I know
I-
it's 10 years ago.
I can't tell you for sure what
Yeah.
I remember because I don't.
It came out whenever I was in
Not
second
much.
grade.
There you
It came out
go.
when I was in second grade. So
Bull Rush. Do you know what I'm talking about,
Fuck you.
though?
Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. You're
He's
like
a-
whole
no, I was
everything.
7 years old when that movie came out.
Fuck
I have
you.
no
But
fucking
wasn't
clue
it-
what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking? Do you not know what
I
I'm
was
talking
a
about?
junior
You're like,
in high school.
Bang, 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 bang. Right? You got a coordinate.
God.
Got a mushroom belt. Look at that.
No, he was watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
He didn't watch live action shows. He was watching cartoons.
I always call Boomerang an action show. I'm sorry, because I'm a Top Gun girl, you know? And then Maverick.
I watched Maverick just this weekend.
Did you really? Don't you
Yeah.
love it?
Great movie. It was
Fuck.
it was a great movie. I was expecting a scene for scene reshoot of the original Top Gun, and I was really skeptical, like going like into the first half of it. I'm like, what's he gonna like? And I looked at my wife and said, "What is this? Days of Thunder, or is this Top
No,
Gun,
it's
or is
so
this?"
good. Me and Bacon watched it together.
And
He came down here.
she just looked at me. She said, "Shut up, keep watching." I'm like, okay.
How could
And like we're going, and then he's like, towards the end, he says, "We'll talk when I get." Like, oh, that's the kiss of death. One of those motherfuckers is dying.
Yeah,
And then his
right.
plane gets shot down. Like, there it is. He's dead. That motherfucker's dead. And then he's like running from the helicopter. I'm like, oh wow, this is
Yes.
a fucking twist. Holy
This
shit!
is awesome. And then
And
they
then
find
I was fully invested. I'm like, oh, he's getting into the fucking Tomcat. Oh shit, this is
Yes,
all
the
in. I'm
14.
in. Oh my god. Yeah. They
It was
they
so badass.
like most of the movie was cliche Top Gun shit, and then the end of it was like, holy shit, they turned this into a great movie.
Dude, it was awesome.
They
I
did.
loved it.
They flipped the
I was
twist. They did
surprised
good.
because Top Gun was the reason why I went in the military, which is crazy. Now everyone knows. God damn it. And I didn't do Air Force.
You would
I
Wish
watched,
I would've.
because it was
I went
Navy.
Army. Come
I
again?
watched
Top
John
Gun
Wick
was
4
Navy.
Sunday.
Oh, I love
Sunday
John Wick.
morning.
I haven't seen number 4. Is it good?
Like, I can't begin to describe how good that fucking movie is.
Oh my god, yes.
She says wasn't good, and Bull Rush just makes comic book guy noises.
He's like, oh wait, wait. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. Oh.
It was
The
cinematography.
Ask the question. Get out of my store.
Exactly. Here's your sign.
It was very good. it was almost 3 hours, but it did not feel like it was 3 hours. Like the time went by fast because
love
the whole movie was just action, 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 action.
Really?
Okay, so 3-hour
How do
movies I
you
tend to
beat
stay away
3?
from because they're fucking 3 hours long, and I've got stuff to do.
I
But-
don't. Yeah, I
But
agree
there's
with you. I
some
don't like
3-hour
long ass movies.
that feel like they're 12 hours long, and some 3-hour movies where you're like, God, it's over already.
That's the way John Wick 4 was. It's like,
Yeah,
wow,
that's
this
that's
is over
pretty
already.
Oh my
And,
gosh! So Bull
That's
Rush, you're
pretty cool.
telling
There
me
was
that I need to watch
I
it.
don't remember what movie it was, but we were in the theater
Mhm.
and we were watching the movie, and it comes to an end,
Mhm.
and then they do the next ending scene, and you're like,
Oh, okay.
okay, fine. And then it comes to an end, and then they do the next closing scene, and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
and there was somebody in the audience. I don't know. It wasn't me. I can't take credit for this, but there was somebody in the audience and went, it was an audible
Oh, that'd be
groan from
Bacon.
some dude.
Well, here's the thing, because like I
and,
watched.
and then you heard like scattered like laughs throughout the rest of the audience. Like, okay.
I
yeah,
watched
this
I
movie
watched
sucks.
John Wick 4 Sunday, and end of last week I also watched the new Avatar movie, The Way of Water.
Oh yeah.
And Avatar, that whole movie, I was like, dude, you could have cut an hour out of this movie.
No doubt.
Oh,
and it
really?
would have
No doubt.
still
They
been.
cram a 90-minute movie into a 3-hour.
Oh, it was
slot.
fucking
Ugh.
ridiculous, bro. I was just like, come on, man. There was so much exposition and shit, and it really didn't move,
So
and it
many
really did not
movies are
move
like
the
that.
story along that much.
I blame Peter Jackson.
I cannot wait.
I blame
to watch
Peter Jackson because
John Wick
Peter
4.
Jackson unzipped his pants and dropped a fucking 12-inch fucking dong on the movie sequences with the fucking Lord of the Rings series.
Fuck.
Yeah.
He comes out and he says, you know what? It's okay. We can do a 3-hour movie. We can do a 2.5. They want to see it. All we need to do is do a big battle series, a big battle sequence, a bunch of cool CGI stuff. And then he takes it and throws it over his shoulder. And he
Like
does
a
it
Continental
again.
Soldier.
And he does it again. And then he takes the third one and he breaks it into 2 movies. And you're like, motherfucker. And then he takes the 4th movie and turns it into a trilogy. And you're like, Jesus Christ, dude. And now all of a sudden, everybody's making 2.5, 3-hour
Princess-
movies. Marvel's doing it with 2-hour movies and 3-hour movies. And it's just like, guys, they fucking told 16 candles in 90 minutes. You
Yeah.
can do this.
Well, we've had
in
this
90
conversation.
minutes. Get
Oh, I
better.
like 16 Candles, by the way. And I'm not girly girl, you know, but hey, I actually
And,
like that movie.
Princess Kicking Butt, I was not shooting blanks at that time when I was saying I was shooting 22 CCI long rifle.
Roger that. Get it. Ting, ting. Love
See, I
you.
pissed. I kind of got my little niece mad at me once when I said, you know, like the Maze Runner series and the Wave and Hunger Games and all these other fucking movies that do like the trilogy with the split final movie. Like when we were kids, we
Harry
did it
Potter.
in 90 minutes. That's what 16 Candles, Pretty in Pink, Breakfast Club. We did that shit. 90 minutes, done. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, 90 minutes, done.
haven't seen
We
that one.
told the same story that all those trilogies, the 4-part trilogies tell,
Mhm.
90 minutes. Done. Better storytelling for Gen X. We rule.
Shit.
Y'all suck.
Get it, Gen X.
Well,
And she's like, don't shit on my fandom. I'm like, don't fucking make me sit through 12 hours of movies.
yeah. Well,
dumb
the
idiot.
John Wick, the last John Wick movie is pretty damn good.
Well, John Wick was
I
a
love him.
movie.
He's badass.
And then they're like, let's do another one because it was really good.
yeah, I got to see.
John Wick, John Wick 2, John Wick 3. The sequels to John Wick are a traditional case of we did a great movie,
Yeah.
so let's do another one.
But how
Yeah.
was
Let's
it, was
do
it
another
that
one.
great though?
Except-
So do you think there's gonna be another 5? There's gonna be a 5 Bull Rush?
Oh, totally could be.
Uh,
See, the difference between John Wick and the others is that
I don't
is
think there's
the other,
gonna be a
like
fifth.
Police Academy 12 and all that shit. Is John Wick is good.
I don't think there's
Yes.
going to be a.
John
I don't
Wick's
think there's going to
visually
be a.
exciting and fun to watch.
I don't think there's going to be a John Wick 5 though.
You don't think
there's
so?
gonna be 12
Fuck.
John Wicks.
Did you just
They're
tell
gonna
me
keep
the end
going
of
until
it?
Keanu Reeves dies.
No.
They're gonna go until Keanu Reeves CGI double.
If they
doesn't
want, I'll
work.
say this: if they wanted to make a 5, they could do it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they could do it.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't think they will though. And honestly,
Keanu
to be honest
Reeves
with you,
rolls out in his fucking in his
I would-
goddamn wheelchair. And he's like, I'm still a badass.
yeah, to be honest, like if they left it at 4, I would be very happy with that.
Yeah, I love all the John Wicks. Oh my god, it's so badass. I love the
We
I'd
got
have
action.
been
the-
happy if they left it at 1. That was a fucking great
We
movie.
got to see the. I got to see
An
the.
absolutely fantastic movie.
what did they have there? They had towards the end, fucking Keanu Reeves gets the 2011 Pit Viper pistol.
Nice.
And then there's a sequence where there's like a CQC sequence that goes on for about a good 15 minutes where he's got a Genesis 12 gauge pump semi-automatic shotgun.
Mhm.
And he's going through this house, fucking shooting these bad guys with dragon's breath rounds. I was
Fuck
like,
yes.
motherfucker, dude.
Fuck yeah!
I
I swear to God,
I had
wanna
half a
watch it
fucking
now.
heart on that fucking time, dude. I'm like, get some.
Mhm. I don't have a dick, but I'd get a hard on.
Well, your nipples can get hard, so
Okay, yeah, my nipples would definitely get hard. By the way.
I mean, you can
wear a
always buy a
sweater
hard on at the
unless
store.
wear a sweater unless you want to get some dates out of it.
Right. Oh my God.
Buy a hard on and tuck it into your pocket.
Yeah, I
get
just
a-
don't. I don't have a dick, but my nipples will definitely get hard because I'm all about
I don't have a dick, but I can get one delivered.
and shooting. Oh my God. So
Oh
do you
yeah,
think-
the sequence, the action sequences, just the overall cinematography and how it was shot was awesome. It's like there are some parts of this, I don't want to give it away, but there was some cinematography in there that I've never seen before in a movie.
really?
One of the really cool
Yeah.
things about the John Wick movies is how Keanu Reeves does the stunt work. I'm going to switch us. How Keanu Reeves does the stunt work and how the camera tracking gets done.
Oh, it's
And
awesome.
how they have these long shots.
However
of-
much you
of
liked
just
it.
tracking him down the corridor through the fights and all that.
Well, the fight sequences are longer
it's
now.
really visually entertaining because it's not just a bunch of cut up fight scenes.
Well, that was the thing
with,
though.
you know,
Like there
punch,
was,
punch, camera angle, punch. It's all like one long tracked sequence.
yeah, that's the thing though, because like there were several parts in the movie during fight scenes that the fight scene there was no cut scene for a good 6 to 8 minutes. No
Yeah,
cut scene whatsoever.
it's amazing to watch that stuff.
And like
It's-
that's a
it's-
long time.
because it's so bang, 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 bang all the way through. You know, he's blocking,
Right.
fighting, countering all the stuff.
Doesn't he do
and
his
it
own
just-
stunts?
There's no cuts.
He does a
It's
lot of them.
amazing to watch that.
He does a lot of them.
Right.
and,
That's what I heard.
I mean, yeah, and the scenes that there's no cutscene, he's
I
the
will
one
also say
doing
that-
it. Just
I'll
like
also say this.
just like Tom Cruise.
I'll also say this: like as good as Keanu was, I think honestly Donnie Yen stole the movie. Like he stole like every time he was on.
I'm glad they
on
got
screen.
it back so that they could play it.
He just like he commanded that fucking scene. He really
Mhm.
did.
Oh,
and
make
to
a
wa-
wish,
to wa-
guys.
To watch Donnie Yen pushing 60 and doing this shit that he was doing was fucking. It was fucking legendary to watch him. Like holy shit.
Yeah.
he was doing shit in there that I'm like I'm 40. I can't. I'm just like I'm gonna need 6
You're
months
like,
of.
shit, I can't do that. Like, what the
I'm
fuck?
gonna need 6 months of training, like a year of TRT.
I love you,
therapy.
Bull Rush. That was good.
We'll do the Old Humble John
I'm
Wick
sorry, that was
training
funny.
program, where we'll do hand-to-hand combat training at the Old Humble Distilling Company on
Let's
God.
do it.
Thursday
Let's
night.
do it.
Old Humble Fight Club.
Yeah, I mean, whiskey will be half price. Fights are optional.
I better start
the Ben,
dropping it.
the Ben Gay is free.
Get back. into my-
Ben Gay after is gonna be free.
No, the whiskey's half price. The Ben Gay's double the price.
Oh
Hey, this
shit.
would be fun.
That's how we do it.
Oh my god.
Fucking love it. Damn. I love it. Hey, you guys have been awesome. I'm gonna head to bed because I'm gonna get up in the morning. I was supposed to be on the road by now, but
Pussy,
I had a couple
quitter,
things to do
lame,
back at the school, even though I'm
loser.
on spring break. But Humble, Bull Rush, I salute you guys. You're badass. And
It was fun,
I
Soldier
can't
Girl.
wait
We
to
gotta
talk
have
to
you
you
back
again.
on sometime.
hell yeah, anytime, man. I appreciate you so much.
Don't be a
So you
stranger.
brought-
Hey, before
Yeah.
you leave, can you give me like 3 quick minutes?
Roger that.
You and Bull Rush chat for a second. I gotta go get a fresh piece of ice.
Roger that.
All right, be right back.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, so Bull Rush.
What's up?
What was I gonna say? Fuck, I'm getting tired. My bad. No, about John Wick. So
Yeah.
is that on out on Netflix where I can get it where I don't have to go into the movie theater?
No, you're gonna have to go in a movie theater because
I
it
am?
just
Okay.
it was opening weekend this past weekend.
It was. Damn.
Yeah. I actually got up and paid money to a movie theater to go see
Shit.
that shit.
Well, it makes me excited because I'm like, I really want to see that. I'm telling you, I love John Wick. It's fucking badass. So now I'm excited because I was thinking, oh man, is 5 gonna be? So he doesn't die though, right?
No.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for everyone that's listening that didn't want to know that, but hey, spoiler alert, right?
Right.
My
Yeah.
bad.
I'm just trying to get over that fucking pit viper that he had.
Oh, I can't wait. So I gotta see it at the theater. Damn it.
It's a Terran Tactical modified 1911, 2011.
The 1911, or what did you say?
No, it's the 2011.
Okay,
It's basically a 1911 with a double stack magazine,
Roger that.
but it's been modified by Terran Tactical, which you can buy actually for the low price of $7,000.
Yeah, right. Shit.
I'm not
For the
shitting
low
you.
price of
For the low
7,000.
price of $7,000,
Fuck.
too can have-
Hey, let me
can
just
have
pull
the
that
jump-
out of my back of my pocket. We're good.
you can have the handgun that John Wick used in the movie John Wick
Fuck.
4.
Shit.
My cloudy ice
Damn.
because I ain't bougie. And you know what I always like? You know, I always tell people, you know, when you're having a fresh glass of whiskey, you always got to have a fresh piece of ice right there in your hand.
So when we come see you, Humble, that means I get a fresh piece of ice, not cloudy.
Now I'll give you all the ice you want, baby.
that's
I don't know. When I'm drinking whiskey, I prefer to have a fresh piece of ass.
Well, it depends on your accent because those could be the same thing.
Oh fuck.
Just so as a reminder, there, Joe.
Just
When
a reminder.
when I come there to drink your whiskey,
Well, as
I'm
long as you
a-comin'.
come in a rag, that's fine.
you feel a sharp pinch.
Come wherever you want.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. Oh my god. Yes. Oh my god.
Good Lord.
Boris, you're so fucking funny. I love
Good
it.
Lord.
Humble,
Somewhere over
you're
there are
awesome.
the rails.
You guys are both awesome.
That's fine. I'm gonna turn the chat overlay on over here.
Wait,
Because
is
I
everyone
can.
still in chat? I haven't even seen.
Yeah,
what
we
people are
still got,
saying.
like,
I
6
haven't
people.
seen because this is weird. The way this set up for me is so different. I wasn't able to see everyone's comments, so I didn't know who was
Yeah.
there or who was saying whatever. I don't know why. It's probably my phone. It's all jacked up.
Oh, it's almost 100% your fault.
It is. It's my fault. Trust me. I'll take full 100% responsibility. Who?
No, well, there you go.
Fucking who is the goddamn dude?
You know, you guys have a great night.
All right.
Shit.
Good
What
night,
did Bull
Soldier
Rush
Girl.
say? Bull Rush what?
Said fucking Hua girls. God damn.
God damn it. God
For
damn
fuck's
it.
sake.
That's
It was good
me
to
and
have you on,
Ting.
Soldier Girl.
Ting's here. So, you know, I think she still is, right? I don't know.
Yeah, she's still around.
Ting
Yeah.
Ting's always lurking.
She's
Even
a
when-
Hua girl, too. I love
yeah, I
it.
know.
Hey, but that's pretty badass, right? You know?
I guess.
Not saying I'm a badass, but, you know, she's a badass.
Humble Fight Club. We could definitely do an Humble Fight Club.
Hey, I would love to do that, you know? It'd be fun. But you guys have a great night. I'm going to head to bed because I got to get up early. But
All
I
right.
respect
Good
both you
night,
guys and
Soldier
everyone
Girl.
in chat. Love you all.
Invitation is always open. Anytime you see me, you're welcome to come
Oh.
on when I have a open forum for you.
Thank you, Humble. I appreciate it. Much respect. I'm
Good night,
forgetting you guys
dear.
can't see me because you know what? I'm actually naked, so I ain't going to be on camera right now.
That's all right. We've already pictured that in our head. It's fine.
You know, I like to.
All we got to do is this.
Oh, shit.
We already see it. It's cool. You don't even need to turn on your camera. It's fine.
Fuck, I'm so bad.
I mean,
sorry,
you've
that's
seen one Hua
kinda
girl
fun.
naked. You've seen them all naked, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's
not
not like,
really, because Soldier Girl's kind of a little different out there, you know?
I mean, I tell my wife the same damn thing. She's like,
Oh, shit. Your wife probably
she's like,
hates
I'm
me,
not,
and I really
I'm
like
not
her.
gonna
and
get,
I've never
I'm not
met
gonna
her.
get naked out here in the living room. I'm like, you don't have to. Hold on a second. All right, baby, you're already naked. It's cool. She's like, stop doing that. I can do it anytime I want to.
Oh, my God.
I do it at the office. I do it at the distillery. I do it in the
Just get her. Just get her done. Get her done, Humble.
like. That's a violation of my privacy. I'm like, no, it's not.
You're like, no, it's not. I'm
You,
married to
you
you, baby.
signed your privacy over when we got married.
Exactly,
Woman.
exactly. So bend over.
You signed it over. You can see me naked if you closed your eyes, woman. And she's like, I don't want it. I'm like, okay, then shut up.
Yeah, that's strict.
That reminds me. Whenever I was when I'm working from home, my ex-wife was homeschooling our kid.
Uh-huh.
Like I kept getting in trouble for banging a principal.
Oh my God,
Yeah, my coworkers always accused me of sexual harassment.
shame
And I
on
was like,
them.
you
Hey,
you can't do that,
I
honey.
always get told I'm harassing everybody. My bad.
I was just like, put on this dunce cap, baby, and get naked.
I mean, one of my coworkers kept wanting to go outside. One of my coworkers kept like crawling in my lap and shedding her fur all over me. One of my coworkers kept asking me stupid questions and wanting to get cheese. And I'm like, the other coworker got mad at me because I kept grabbing her
I
ass.
fucking love
I mean,
it. Yes,
Dude, like,
your
The whole
dogs, your
pandemic
cats.
coworker situation was just weird.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
just tell me, Joe, and I'll send you a straight razor for her to shave with. She don't have to be dropping hair all over.
I don't know if they'll like the wax though.
I go into my bedroom and one of my coworkers is laying on my bed next to my wife. I'm like,
Stop.
dog,
Putting
get
hot
up.
wax on them. They don't think they like it. For some reason, they howl.
Yeah, that whole period was just weird and fun and weird at the same time.
You see, I'm starting to get like delirious. But hey, you guys have a great night. I salute you both and everyone in the chat. Love you all. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Okay.
Good
All
night,
right,
darling.
good night. Bye.
And now it's just us,
Yes.
just the men,
Silence.
slanging sausages all over the place for chat to see and hear.
I have so much patience for crazy girls.
Yeah, crazy girls are fun.
Yes, they are.
They're dangerous.
Yes, but they're fun.
Yeah, it's the kind of fun that it's like.
Well, here's the thing, like guys, I always hear guys
it's
say,
like riding a tiger.
"Yeah,
You wake up
Yeah.
and you're like, this is a hoot.
yeah,
How the fuck am I getting off of this thing?
yeah."
Because you could get devoured, you could survive.
It could turn on
could
you
just
any
get
second.
injured, but
But that's
Yeah.
the
you never quite
attraction.
know.
That's the attraction, though. That's like I hear guys.
That was the joke with John Boehner with the Tea Party Republicans. And he's like,
Boehner.
He
Oh,
found
yeah.
himself riding the tiger, and he was like, I don't know how to get off this thing. But one day he was just like, you know what? Fuck it, I quit. And
Yeah,
everybody was like, what?
yeah.
He's like, yep, I'm done.
I'm out.
Like, you can just do that? You can just leave?
Yeah,
I thought you had to like, oh my
it jumped
what?
out or something.
But it went this way, and he went that way, and he was like, I'm out, peace out.
Yeah,
And he like took a board position on some marijuana company.
nice.
I don't know. That's what he's doing now.
Good-
He's like
good for him.
one of the board members for some marijuana growing company.
Good for him.
Yeah. He's like, I'm done with this shit. I'm getting high all the time.
Well, that's like I hear a lot of times guys say like, "Don't stick your dick in crazy." I'm like, why not? Like, it's fine to stick your
Yeah,
dick in
that's-
crazy. You just don't marry it.
That is
Like that's
is
the-
said by guys who have never stuck their dick in crazy.
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like
They're-
you can stick your dick in crazy. You're just not supposed to marry it or cohabitate with it,
Or talk to it.
or really let them know where
Any
you live. If you
Yeah,
just-
you don't want that shit coming around. But
No.
you definitely
no.
well see, there's a certain generation of people who saw
Fatal Attraction.
movies like Fatal
Yeah.
Attraction and were like, I'm never gonna have a fucking affair ever because I don't want my pet to get murdered or anything like that. But like the reality is that most affairs just don't happen that way.
No.
They're just like, she's as embarrassed as you are that you don't get caught.
That's what
being
you
a
call
fucking
that's
cheating
what you
bitch.
call an outlier.
Yeah.
Right there. It's a very extreme.
But the risk of crazy is so high. Like you could get your whole family murdered by fucking the wrong chick.
That's true.
Yeah, it's true. That's a pretty high risk. That's a pretty high risk. The whole Hand That Rocks the Cradle story.
Oh yeah,
that
yeah.
those movies
remember
that
that.
scared us for a whole generation. We saw those movies and we're like, it was the whole AIDS generation.
Yeah.
We're like, we're not fucking anything
Like if you sit on a toilet seat
without
wrong, you
3
get AIDS.
condoms. Like, can I fuck her with 3 condoms and not have my pets get nailed to the door? Is that possible?
It's like an STD.
What if it was 4 condoms? What if I wore a rubber suit? Is
Just
that
get like a
okay?
CDC, like one of them CDC like hazmat suits, and just
Yeah. What if I don't enjoy it? Is that fair? What if she doesn't enjoy it? Is that good?
Well, there's a pretty good chance she's not going to enjoy it. So.
Yeah. She's there for the breakfast.
Yeah. You give him breakfast? God damn.
You give
You're
them
a nice
gift
guy.
card to
You're a
Denny's,
gentleman.
a $10 Denny's gift card.
Oh, Denny's too much. How about just like I don't know, IHOP,
Waffle
Waffle House.
You didn't choose to come here. You just got fucked and ended up here.
I normally give a $10.
Waffle House, I'm taking money for endorsement. If you want me to endorse you, I'll do it. 100%. Yeah, did you just get fucked and end up at a breakfast place? Welcome to Waffle House. The cook, he'll give you an extra couple of pieces of toast. Just ask him nice. 100% guarantee there'll be drama every time you show up. If you don't see the drama, you're the drama.
Yeah, no
Congratulations.
shit.
Welcome to Waffle House.
It's like you show up to a Waffle House, it's like this Waffle House is too quiet. something's about to drop.
Yeah, you walk in, you're the only one there. You're early for the show.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh,
That's
Lord.
like that reminds me of the fucking Waffle House down there on what is it, Beltway 8?
Wilson. Oh,
It's like Beltway 8 on a like headed towards Humble. It's
Okay.
across from the air. It's like not far from the airport.
near the airport.
Near
Yeah,
the
okay, I
airport.
know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, that
So again, guys in chat, we're like 12 miles apart.
yeah.
As the crow flies.
Yeah.
30 miles like by road. So we know the area between the two of us. So there's a Waffle House here in Humble across the street from the high school.
Yeah.
On Wilson Road, and like this little triangle of grass, like this little
Yep.
like little triangle space like that. And it's the only thing that can possibly fit in that space. It's the most janky, most Waffle House I've ever been to. But yeah, the one on Beltway 8, I'm familiar with that one too. I know I've driven past it. I know which one.
Yeah, it's the one like you go past and like you hit US Foods.
Mm-hmm. Like, why is there a Waffle House there?
Yeah. It's just
Yeah.
like you have like hotels, and it's basically a business park area kind of area over there. But then all of a sudden you see like a Waffle House, and it's like, that's weird.
Yeah, kind of weird. I mean, there are a couple of hotels. There's that Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
And because it's right by JFK. JFK is for chat. JFK is the road that goes up to the airport.
Yeah,
So
this one is right before you get to
Beltway 8,
JFK.
there's a big highway that goes across this way that kind of circles the city. And from that highway is JFK, and the airport's like up here.
Yeah.
So along that airport, there's a Huddle House.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of other hotels and restaurants and fast food places.
Mhm.
It's a hot spot for DoorDash because they have a bunch of fast food places and a bunch of hotels and a bunch of lazy people in the hotels that don't want to fucking pay money or don't want to get off their lazy ass and go get their own food. So they call it DoorDash. But yeah, that's a great place. The Huddle House is a great place to see like biker gangs and weirdos and ne'er-do-wells and convicts and all kinds of shit. But not far from that area is a customs and border patrol processing facility.
Yeah, they got an ICE facility there. There's
Yeah.
also the Houston Firefighters Credit Union branch over there, the North Branch.
Right.
There's US Foods. I think there's another, because I used to work over there. I used to work for US Foods for a few years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah, I worked for them for I think like a little 2.5 years while I was going through college.
Ting Ting promises not to staple my cats to the door.
You have cats?
That's nice. I had one cat, but when my godson came to live with us, I got 2 more cats, and then one of those cats ran away. So we have 2.
Oh, okay.
And one of those cats is a big fat fucking cat. He's like this big. He's a fucking huge fat.
It's a
fat
fatty,
cat.
dude.
He's a fat fucking cat. He's like, I'm hungry all the time. Feed me. I'm like, you fucker, you ate at noon. He's like, hey, it's 2:00.
I had a buddy of mine. I visit him up in
You know how fat people are. They're like,
Utah
"Oh,
a few years
yeah."
ago.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, he had 2 cats. Like one of his cats was like one of those big ass breeds. It's like a Connecticut, whatever the fuck you call it. one of those big ass massive cats, dude.
Like Maine Coon cats.
It
Like
was,
big-
yeah. It was a Maine Coon.
Big motherfuckers like that. Okay.
Yeah, it was a Maine Coon. It was bigger than a fucking raccoon. I was like, what the fuck is that, dude? I'm like, you sure it's a cat? He goes, yeah, it's a Maine Coon. I'm like, what the fuck is a Maine? It looks like a raccoon. It was like all
they're
gray and
huge.
shit.
Maine Coon cats are huge.
And so the thing was, it fucking freaked me out because like I was crashing on his couch because I was only in there for like 3 or 4 days to hang out. So like first night I'm sleeping, I wake up and it's like 5 o'clock in the morning. This motherfucker's sitting right on top of my goddamn chest. I'm here. I'm sitting. I wake up and I'm sweating. I'm like, why am I sweating, dude? Because it was. I went up and saw him like the beginning of January in Salt Lake City. Is where he lives. I'm like, why am I sweating? It's cold as fuck outside. And I tilt my head up and this cat is like on top of my stomach, curled up. I'm like, that fucker's heavy.
Yeah, they get big. This one's one of those black cats with a little white scruff in the front, and he's he was a stray when they picked him up, and he's probably 10 or 12 years old. He's just a big cat. And it's not that he's a big cat. Like this breed of cat is a big cat in general. Like they're usually 10 pounds or so, but this motherfucker's like 15 to 20 pounds. This motherfucker's fat. He's a fat cat. And even worse, this cat hates me. He's a fucking ingrate. He sits at the top of the stairs, and I look at him. I'm like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" And I walk up the first couple of steps of the stairs, and boosh, he runs off. Like, you ingrate son of a bitch. I fucking feed you once a day. I bring you, treats. I give you pets, and you just fucking run away when you see me. Fuck you, asshole.
That's like, yeah, dude, that's a typical cat.
Yeah, this guy though, he's a dick. I mean, I'm gonna win him over. I'm committed to winning this little bastard over. I'm gonna bring him like actual meat in the next couple of days. Win this little shit over. But he is very skeptical of me, very, very distant, very I'm gonna fucking win.
Have you tried like ignoring the cat?
I've tried, but
okay.
Like he stays upstairs. I'm usually downstairs. We have 2 whole floors of the house. He doesn't come downstairs. He comes like partway down the stairs. I'm like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" He stops. He looks at me.
It's like living with an ex-wife.
Yeah,
Jesus.
he just like shrugs his shoulders. He just walks off. I'm like, all right, fine. Where's the dog? Come here, puppy. And then he'll chase the cat off. I'm like, yeah, take that, asshole. I didn't have to bring the cat. Bring the dog to chase you, but I did, asshole.
Stop feeding him. Stop feeding him, and he'll start liking you.
Yeah, then he'll love me.
Yeah,
but no, he's a pretty cat. He sits there at the top of the stairs, and he looks like Batman, like sits there like a big fat Batman,
like a fat Batman,
like comic book guy as Batman.
Yeah,
and he sits there at the top of the stairs, and his ears are up, and he's like,
blob Batman.
and you look up there, and he's just like monitoring the whole situation at the bottom of the stairs. You're like, "Hey, what's up?" And he's like, "Poosh," and he disappears into the darkness. I'm like, all right, I get it. I see how it's going to be. But yeah, I mean, he's come around to the point where he wouldn't let me touch him. So now he'll let me pet him, but he won't purr.
Yeah.
But I'll get him. I'll get him eventually. He'll be just, fully in my pocket. A big giant pocket.
It's just
fully in my pocket.
It's a process. It's a process. So you got to build the circle of trust.
Or I'll take him in my car and drop him in the woods.
Like that's what I would do.
We went on vacation. This is a funny story. We went on vacation for spring break. We went to Bastrop and Rosanki, where I ran away from the cops. That's a story for another day. Mm-hmm. But we go on vacation for spring break, and I tell my youngest son, he got a fish for Christmas. His Christmas present was a fish. He wanted a fish. He got a fish, a beta. One of those beta fighting fishes, whatever. Yeah. So he gets a fish, and I tell him, I warn him, like, the neighbor's going to feed him when we leave, but you should know they're going to be feeding him on a different schedule that you feed him on. So it's entirely possible that when you come back from vacation, he'll be a different color, a different size, a different shape. He may look different.
He might be dead.
Fair warning. Well, no, he won't be dead. He'll be replaced with a different, just like when you take your hamster to the vet and you get your
Yeah.
hamster back and it looks different.
Oh yeah.
Like the vet didn't fix your hamster. The vet just fucking replaced your hamster.
Oh.
Um, and I kept telling him this, and he kept saying, "Well, just changing the food isn't going to change their color." I'm like, "You don't know. You don't know. It could happen." And every day when we were on vacation, we had somebody coming over to the house to feed the fish. And every day they came over to feed the fish. I told my lovely wife to ask them, like, "Is the fish dead? Do we need to replace the fish?" The fish survived. The fish survived our vacation, so we didn't have to be replaced. But I fully expect one day for that fish to be replaced. Because we almost did that with our parakeets when our first parakeet died. I almost just went to the store, bought a new parakeet, came back, and we were going to have a blue one and a green one instead of a blue one and a yellow one or whatever. But that didn't happen. I just was like, we got a dead parakeet. Tossed it into the trash.
Just threw it in the
like you
trash,
did.
dude.
Like, what the fuck are you going to do with a parakeet? You going to have a whole burial ceremony?
Well, when
Jesus.
we had our parakeet die when I was a kid, we put him in a shoebox and we dug a hole in the backyard and put him in the hole.
Jesus Christ.
Well,
I mean, if you're a kid, yeah, that makes sense. But this was my parakeet. This wasn't one of the kids'
my
parakeets.
vote was to
This
flush
my
him.
parakeet.
My vote was to flush him down a toilet. But my mom's like, no.
Flush a parakeet down the
My
toilet.
dad's like, you
Jesus
do that shit, I'm gonna
Christ.
beat your ass. So he's like, he found an old shoebox in his closet. And he's like, here, put the bird in here.
That's how you clog up the toilet.
Don't freak
God damn.
your baby brother out because my brother's
Then
like,
the plumber comes and he's like, "Well, here's the problem." And he pulled the old corpse of a parakeet out. This is what was stuck in your pipe.
well, to be fair, I offered to pull out my pocket knife and cut him up into pieces to where he was flushable. But my mom
better
was
than
like,
hammer,
that's
I
fucking
guess.
weird. And no.
God. Messed up. Anyway, so that whole story leads up to the point where, like, one day maybe his cat will get really thin.
Maybe.
I mean, it's entirely possible that he'll go away to a school in the morning on a Tuesday and come back Tuesday afternoon, and then his cat will have like a weird, different personality, but will have lost like 10 pounds.
Just tell him you took him to the vet and got him gastric bypass.
Got
Got him lap handed.
And the vet gave him a pill, and he's really skinny now.
Got lap hand.
That is entirely possible. I would not rule that out.
Tell him he got gastric bypass surgery because he was getting too big.
Yeah. No. Yeah. And you owe me $1,000, kid.
You can take it out of his future therapy money.
Jesus. If anybody, like, for real, if anybody, like, true story, if anybody needs therapy, like this kid, I mean, his dad leaves like 10 years ago. His mom dies a year ago. Like, dude, I feel for him. I really do. He's a great kid. He's a great kid. He's adjusting great. I love the fact that he's coming to live with us. I really hope that we can do good for him in the future. He's a good kid. He's a great kid. I love him to death.
Well, just give him some of your whiskey. He'll be
Sorry
fine.
to get real, but we won't be real anymore. Let's stop being real.
Just give him some of your
anyway.
whiskey. He'll be fine.
Well, when he's 21, he can have some.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He's been trying.
21.
He's been trying to be like, yeah, can I try some champagne for New Year's? Can I have some champagne? Like, no, you're 17. You can't.
He's 17.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So so several years ago, I was like, I thought we thought about having foster kids like several years ago, like 3, 4, 5 years ago. We thought about it and we're like, I don't know if I want to adopt like a 5-year-old because that's like 13 years of obligation.
Yeah.
But what if we adopted like a 16-year-old? Like, that's only like 2 years of obligation, right? And then you don't have to like worry about. Like, I'm thinking about
Honestly,
like the combo of like these are kids that like are about to age out of the system,
Yeah.
but it's also like this selfish idea of like it's not a whole lot of obligation. 'cause
That
they're
is
about to age out of the
incredibly-
system, and you only have to deal with their shit for.
That's
a couple
incredibly
of years, right?
selfish. And but I
But
will
it's
say this.
altruistic at the same time.
I will say, yeah, I'll say this though. If you're going to do it, that's a smart way of doing it. Because I have one
'Cause-
kid and I'm never doing that shit again. Like, I'm never, not even fostering
this-
or adopting or any of
it's
that
this-
shit.
It's this combination of altruism and selfishness, right?
Yes.
because like these kids are about to age out of the system and they've never had a permanent home, they've never had a permanent family. But you could do that for them. You could be like, I'll be your permanent family for the next 2 years, and then fuck off, go to college. Good luck.
Go to trade school.
I mean, yeah, whatever. Because, I don't know how smart you are. Maybe you have to go to trade school. It's fine. And then, circumstances like present themselves, and we like end up with a 16-year-old who turns 17, and we're like, okay, we got you for a year and a half.
I was talking
Okay.
to my daughter yesterday evening, and she was talking about her chemistry class, and she's like,
Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Wait, time out. Princess Kickass says, our pet died and grandma said, let's cook it.
well, she's Asian. So
What?
She's Asian, so that's kind of the norm.
Oh yeah, I guess that tracks.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway.
Not
What were you
shocked.
saying?
So my daughter was talking about chemistry club. That's how her school was going, and she was like, "Yeah, like I don't like chemistry class. She's like, I'm still trying to work on it." I'm like, she's like, why do they make us think, or why do they make us learn this stuff? I'm like, what do you mean? She was like, this chemistry and stuff. I'm like, well, no. Like I wasn't interested in chemistry class, and I was just like, and my daughter's like 13, man. I'm not here to like bullshit her as her dad. I said, look, I'm just gonna tell you like it is. It's like the main classes you need to focus on is math up until like algebra or geometry is good. You'll need that. You'll need an English class so you know how to write and communicate properly, and good sentence structure so you don't write like a retard. And I said, unless, and as far as like the sciences and math, unless you're going into a career field or interested in going in a career field that needs higher level math or higher level science, you don't need this shit. Like, and I told her, I'm like, the only thing, like I've taken chemistry class in high school. Like I've never used it ever, but what I have used is geometry, because I used to work on, when I was growing up, my teens, I worked for a contractor, residential and commercial contractor was our neighbor. I used to work for him during the summer, and I had to use geometry and shit, so that was useful. I said, I've had to use some basic algebra before, and very few times, but I've had to use it. I said, but most of the time, day-to-day life, you're not going to need that shit,
Yeah.
And she's like,
So my counter to that is like all that shit teaches you how to problem solve.
yes, it does. Yeah. And I told her,
you always use problem solving.
Sure.
Always. You learn how to think.
yeah. I also told her though, like, I wish schools had more skill set oriented classes, like like home ec. A lot of schools don't have home ec anymore.
Yeah, I took home ec to meet chicks.
Woodwork, metalwork classes, because some kids just don't want to go to fucking college. I had one school with a buddy of mine, played football with him and shit, and he was a smart guy, but he just he didn't want to go to college. He said fuck that shit. Like, it had no interest to him, so he went to a 2-year welding class, welding school. He came out, he was making like $65,000-$70,000, got a job.
True.
And he paid off that tuition in like a couple of years, and was able to get him and his daughter and his wife a house,
Yeah.
fairly quickly. Like in less than 4 years, it would have taken him to get a degree in college. He had a house and everything set. So some people, I told my daughter that story yesterday. I said, not everyone's meant to go to college,
Right.
And I told him, like, if you're interested in some other stuff, like you do like cosmetology or some other kind of trade. At least with a trade, they can't take that away from you once you learn that skill set. Like, you can go and pretty much apply that anywhere.
Here's the thing about that, like there, theoretically at least, there's not a hard cap if you have a general, broad, liberal arts education, right? There's not a hard cap to what you can do anything.
Yeah.
If you have a broad liberal arts education, you could be marketing, you could be accounting, you could be whatever the fuck you want to be, right? Because the idea is you're taught how to think. You're taught how to think. You're taught how to problem solve. You're taught a basic set of skills with business, accounting, finance, history, English, all that shit, all the way through college. You're taught how to like problem solve and think.
Isn't that what like the
Which is
first 13
different
years of school is for?
Well, generally, but that's different from being taught how to weld
Oh well, yeah,
or how to.
100%.
That's different from being taught how to use QuickBooks,
Yeah,
or different from being taught how to.
but you can teach that shit in high school though, at the high school level.
Well, no, sure, yeah.
I don't know why they don't
as
do
far
that.
as like how to be a mechanic, you can teach almost anyone how to use that skill as to how to be a mechanic. Like I'm 47-ish. I'm learning how to carpet,
Carpet.
how to do carpentry.
Yeah. Oh, carpentry.
Right? I'm learning how to do woodwork. I'm learning how to use the machines. I'm learning how to. You can pretty much teach anyone how to do that shit at any point. But there comes a point where you can't teach people how to think anymore. They lose that ability to have the flexibility to think.
Yeah.
Their useful prime earning years are gone. And
But if you're waiting until college to teach kids to do that shit, they're fucked.
Oh no, college is supposed to build on all that stuff that they've already learned in high school.
Yeah,
You know, but there's other groups that know this, and like in Germany, they have the 3-tier system where you go into a trade school or
I've heard of that.
business school or executive school.
That's just not Germany. That's a lot of European.
Yeah,
countries
that's a
that
lot
have
of
that
places
model.
to do that. Like Germany's the first one. I like. Well, wow, they like teach kids at like 8 that you're a donkey. You're going to the trade school or whatever. But here in America, we're like anybody can be a fucking genius. Go to college, be a master's student, be a PhD, do whatever you need to do. Anybody can be a doctor. But that's not realistic. We need people to dig ditches. Some people should dig ditches. But here in America, we have the benefit that they don't have in Germany or France or England or other places where we can import our ditch diggers.
That's true.
So, if you have a choice to teach a kid to dig a ditch or import a ditch digger, you fucking import a ditch digger and you teach the kid to fucking make robots or whatever.
Yeah.
You want your kid to be a pilot. You want your kid to be a doctor. You want your kid to be a electrician or electrical engineer or whatever the fuck.
That's a lot of math.
Yeah, you want them to go on these
That's
high level ends, and you want to
starting-
import the people who mow your lawn. You don't want to raise your kid to be a lawnmower. You want to import your lawnmower.
I mean, if you're running,
Where's
business,
the guy who mows your lawn from?
Oh, he's a white dude.
Oh,
So.
he's from down the street. The guy who mows my lawn from Guatemala.
Well, yeah. Well, the guy before that used to mow my lawn. He is Latino, but he
Yeah, well,
owns
there
his
you
own
go.
business. He owns his own business. So
Did you ever talk to him? Did you find out his name? Did you find out where he comes from?
Yeah.
And he
Yes, I
comes
did.
from
he comes from Mexico.
the south end of Houston. You fucking racist.
South. That's right.
My guy Raul, he comes from Guatemala, and the guy I had before him, he comes from also Guatemala. So I had 2 Guatemalans.
Yeah, my guy came from.
But you want to import those guys. You want to bring in the guys to do the low level coding, and you want to have the people who manage the low level coders. You want to be, you want your kid to be the guy who manages the low level coders. That's what we want to do. We want to have our kids be the doctors who take the X-rays and send them off to somebody in India or wherever. I mean, that's how you want to organize your workforce. You don't want to raise plumbers and have them be managed by people from out of the country, because you only have so many employee places or so many people to fill your employment spots.
Yeah.
I mean, it's different when you have 10, 15, 20% unemployment. You're like, well, fuck, we need more people.
I don't know,
more
man.
jobs,
I know,
not more people. But now
I
we
know a
need
lot
more
of
people, not more
electricians.
jobs.
I know a lot of electricians and plumbers that make 6 figures.
Mm.
Like my
without
buddy from
question,
high school,
they
he
do.
makes like he started out of trade school making 65 grand.
Absolutely.
He now makes well over 100 grand now.
Yeah.
know.
Well, I
And it's
was
like,
I was
trying to tell my
privy to
daughter
be in the room with a guy who was about to graduate high school, go to college, and looking into a theater arts scholarship program, theater arts program at a certain college. And I was sitting in a room with a guy who's like, maybe you should look into being a plumber or a welder. And I'm like, he fucking dips his shoes in literal loafer lightener. This guy doesn't want to be a fucking welder. He's a goddamn theater arts major. You look at him, listen to him. His name is Anthony, for crying out loud. How many Anthonys do you know who's a fucking welder? This guy is dancing his way onto a stage.
Yeah, you're not gonna be singing in the rain in a fucking welding shop, bro.
I mean, not
With no air
everyone is
conditioning.
able to be a welder. This isn't flash dance where they're like, I'm a coal worker at night, but I really want to be a dancer. No, they don't want to be a dancer and a coal worker at the same time. They want to fucking be a dancer.
Well, I mean, yeah, I was trying to impress upon my daughter at the time, like there are options.
There's definitely options. But
And, like,
you
if
think that
it's not the end of the world if you can't do chemistry.
I mean, think that you want to like there's options and there's options and there's options. Well, my dad told me, my dad was an Army vet. He was stationed in, he wasn't really committed. He was kind of Army vet. He was stationed in Germany during Vietnam. He was kind of Army vet. He was like, you find out who the power players are and you stick close to them because they're not going to get sent into battle. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But he's the one who talked me out of serving. Yeah. He's the one who talked me out of joining the military. Because he's like, we raised you to be like, we didn't, I don't know how to phrase this so that it doesn't sound condescending, but he's like, we didn't raise you to settle for military service. And I'm like, what do you mean by that, Dad? He's like, look, there's nothing wrong with military service. I'm like, okay. He says, but look, I don't want you to do that because you can aim higher. I'm like, what? Explain more, Dad. Because this is my Army vet dad explaining this to me. Because, I have like the Army recruiter and the Marine recruiter's cards both in my hand at the same time. And I think I had a meeting with the Coast Guard the next day. He's like, look. Let me explain. I'm like, all right, explain to me more, Dad, please. He said, you have options where you don't have to, like, you can go into the Army and you can get the skills and you can go up from where you go in. You can go even from where you go in, or you can go down from where you go in. But what I want you to do is I want you to think that you have other options than that, where you can start at the upper end or the lower end. You can start wherever you want. You don't have to go and get shot at. I'm like, oh, that's the part. I see what you're saying.
Well, if he was worried about that, he'd just tell you to go in the Air Force because those motherfuckers don't get shot at for
fucking
shit.
Go in the Navy where you're like 400 miles.
I mean,
away
that's
from
just
anything.
that's the thing though. It's like you can there is an MOS called admin. It's short for administrative.
Actually, I think
basically,
that's what he was doing. I think that's what he did. Because that's how he got into the Postal Service.
Well, there you
the
go.
Postal Service administration stuff that he did.
yeah, I mean there you go. I mean, there's even in every branch, there's always like admin type MOSs where you will never see.
But he's like, I don't want you to
a day of
settle.
conflict.
But that's what he was saying. He's like, I don't want you to settle. And when I look at it that way, like when you look at career fields going into college, you've got all the career programs in the colleges, right? You don't have to settle for biology at U of H when you can go with biochemistry at Texas State if you can pay for it, Because Texas State, surprisingly enough, isn't fucking cheap.
Yeah,
especially compared to the University of Houston, which is remarkable.
It gets real cheap after 4 years of military service, though.
Yeah, no shit. 4 years of military service makes all kinds of university shit cheap.
Ask me how I know.
Yeah, I know. I know exactly what you mean. They pay for that shit. But go in the chair force is
That's
what
right. Go in the
Princess
chair
says.
force.
The chair force. From what I understand, the generals make you work hard. They make you run back and forth.
I've got a really good
The
friend
coffee
who's
maker's way over there, and you got to get it back to him before it gets cold. But you get good letters of recommendation.
Well, I always told people to, like, if you're going to go in the military, then pick an MOS that's transferable to
Liberals and not getting real jobs like welders.
I always tell people, if you're going to go in the military, get a job or pick an MOS that transfers to civilian workforce. You know, like when I went in there, I went to Marines and I went in as an MP, as military police, because at the time, my idea was to go and be an MP, come out and go into law enforcement.
Yeah.
But after a couple of years of doing MP, I was rapidly, I just didn't want to be a fucking cop anymore, dude. I like being a cop in there, but to do it outside of civilian law enforcement, no fucking way, dude.
Oh, it's tough being a cop.
Yeah,
it's real tough being a cop.
No, like half my family are cops. Ask me how.
Yeah, I mean they got three different missions at the same time, and
they're all alcoholics. They're like my uncle and all my cousins. They're all alcoholics. They're all like on their second or third fucking marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking kids hate them.
Well, they got three different missions and they all conflict.
Yeah,
and it's like, there's the mission from the police office, the police department. There's the mission from the city or county or state, whatever jurisdiction.
Yeah,
and then there's the mission from the population. And it's all fucking different, and they all conflict with each other. And it's like,
well, it's like,
who am I supposed to be a cop for?
The thing about law enforcement is like I think currently our society asks way too much of law enforcement officers individually, because you got to be like you got to be like a fucking tactical dude. You got to be a fucking therapist now.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do all this shit. And it's
like this guy's acting crazy. Send the cops. Like
the cops know how
to make a crazy.
Yeah, because they have the training. They have the training to actually.
But God forbid you say we should take some funding away from the police force and send it to actual like therapists for critical responses for like this guy's fucking crazy, because then it's like, oh, we're defunding the police. You're not defunding the police.
Yeah.
You're just not giving them fucking tactical armor to address the autistic guy who's sitting in the middle of the intersection, so he doesn't have to get shot.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't pay me enough to fucking do that job, dude.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to ever do that job. It's a hard fucking job, and we ask them to do an impossible mission.
Yeah, and they don't get enough. They don't get enough training either.
Problems, and all they have is a hammer to solve the problem, so everything looks like a nail.
Yeah, after a while, it gets like that. Yeah. It really does, because I was in
everything looks like a nail. All you have is a hammer, and it's like,
you just become extremely jaded.
Yeah,
and you just don't give a fuck anymore.
Really challenging. It's really fucking challenging, and I feel for the cops, because we as a people don't make their job easier, because we have a moderate distrust. We don't.
I think it's a healthy distrust.
Them. We trust them when we want to, but don't trust them all the time. I don't
trust them anytime. Like as being a former law enforcement, I will tell you, do not trust fucking law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean,
don't talk to them.
As a kid, I didn't trust them at all.
I still don't trust them.
I was taught not to trust them.
I got more distrustful of them after I got them.
Yeah, as a grown up, I trust them a little bit more than I did as a kid, because I knew as a kid they were fucking preying on me.
Yeah.
As a kid, I knew they were looking for me. They were looking for me as a driver, because my parents would pay the tickets. They were just like preying on me.
Yeah.
As I got older, they preyed on me less, because I drove less. Like, I didn't drive a Mustang anymore, and it was like I wasn't a target. But then you get into that point where like, oh, I get the mission now. Yeah, you're a dick, but you're not a dick because it's you. Like you're a good person, but you the cop, you kind of a dick. But I get it.
Well, I mean, they picked the job, so, and they didn't have a gun to their head. Like if you're in a law enforcement, like that's bullshit. Like city cops are there as a revenue stream for the city. Yeah. Same thing,
and that's what's so fucking annoying.
Same thing with constables. Constables literally are.
They want to make money for the district or county or city.
Because a good buddy of mine I've known since high school. He's been law enforcement. He's a HPD homicide detective now, but when he first got his start, he was a fucking Montgomery County constable, and he's like, yeah, he literally told me one night, like, if we don't pull enough tickets every month, the subdivision or the area will end our contract with them.
Yeah.
They will end their contract. I'm like, dude, why are you doing this job? And he was so depressed the whole time because he's like, I don't want to pull these people over because it's really, because he was wanting to be like a door kicker and shit. And he's like, dude, I'm doing
right.
And that's not the route that it took. And it's like, he was for a long time, he was very, like depressed about doing it. Like he didn't want to do that job anymore.
Yeah. Because they ask you to do shit that you don't want to do. That's not what you signed up for.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said. He's like, I didn't sign up to pull people over for going 5 miles over the speed limit.
Yeah.
I didn't go into this wanting to like serve papers to somebody at their house to, for a subpoena and shit to go to, summons to go to court, which was part of his job. He's like, I didn't want to do this shit. He's like, I don't care about the pay.
Were you an MP in the Marines?
Yeah. Yeah, I was MP in the Marines.
That was a question in chat. Good. Yeah, and I get that because I was in the same boat. Different circumstance, same situation. My former life as a trust officer, your job is to run trust accounts, right? You think that's your job, but then they're like, "Whoa, we're all about security and we're all about compliance and we're all about paperwork and paperwork, compliance. Your job is compliance. Here's the paperwork that you need to do compliance."
Yeah.
They're like, I don't have time to fucking service my accounts.
Yeah.
I don't have time to serve my clients. I don't have the time to take care of my clients because all I'm doing is fucking paperwork.
Yeah.
All the goddamn time. My job is now compliance, but I didn't sign up to do compliance. I didn't take the job in order to do paperwork and click buttons and move paper and file files and make sure that files are complete. I took the job to help these people make money in their accounts. But the real job is to push paper around and make sure the paper's moved from this point to this point and taken out of this folder and put into this folder. And then those buttons are
that compliance shit that comes from the federal government too, federal government regulations.
It was more company based.
Oh, was it?
You're sitting there. Yeah, it was all mostly. Well, it was company based in order to show that they were
compliant to the government, or
yeah. Well, it's like it's all CMA shit from the grunts up to the corporate execs, where the grunts have to show that they're doing the work, so the corporate execs to say, yeah, we're compliant.
Oh, okay.
It's just a pile of dumb on top of a pile of dumb on top of a pile of dumb.
Shit ball rolls downhill, bro.
Yeah,
and it gets bigger.
But when we signed up, we didn't sign up to be like paper pushing, button clicking drones. We signed up to service the accounts for our clients. But at the end of the day, it's like, this is your job. And you're like, well, that's not the job I signed up for. Fuck you.
Yeah.
And the job changes over the course of your career. But yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, it's different circumstance because, I'm not getting shot at as a trust officer, but and the worst that could happen as a trust officer is if I don't do the thing, then like we get sued because the investment objective is different from the investment objective that they wanted to have. But
yeah,
and then we have to pay them $1,000 or some dumb shit. But it's like this isn't what I signed up for, and you get frustrated, and you're like, your mission gets crossways with other people's, and it's just like so frustrating.
It is frustrating. It's like,
and of course the difference being, when your mission gets crosswise with the public, you get shot at. When your mission gets crosswise with Regions Bank, you get fired.
Well, the thing is, it's like,
but then you get unemployment.
The bad thing about being in law enforcement, and I had my uncle tell me this right after I got out of the military. He sat me down because I came out of the military. I was wound a little tight, bro.
No,
I was wound, a little bit.
I wouldn't have guessed.
And my uncle sat me down. He's like, man, if you're wanting to go into law enforcement out here, he's like, you're gonna have to chill out a little bit. I'm like, I don't know if I can right now. And
speaking of which, do you want to go hunt boar with me in a couple of weeks?
I can't do it because I got to go with my girlfriend. We're going to we're gonna have a vacation.
And we got a couple of leagues. I mean, pick whichever fucking week you want.
That might work.
It'll probably be a Sunday night.
Oh shit! Nice.
Leave Sunday, come back Monday afternoon.
I can do that.
Got to have your own gun. My gun's my gun. You don't get to shoot mine.
I have a setup.
Good. Okay. I'll keep you posted. I'll send you a message over Twitter.
Yeah, I can.
I have a place that is overrun with pigs.
Yeah.
So
Oh shit!
I'll let you know. Yep.
You do some night stalking, or are you just gonna sit up in the blind?
They have a deer blind over a pond. Over a pond.
Okay, that will work.
So it's a deer blind over a pond. So we'll just like chill out and have some drinks, and when the pigs show up, we'll shoot them.
Go spotlight them, or we just
I guess.
run a night optics.
I don't know. Just hang out and
It's not about the hunting.
wait for them to show up and then shoot them. I
Plug
don't
'em.
fucking know.
Plug them.
I mean, I assume they just announce their presence. They just show up and like, hello. And you're like, oh, look, pigs. Let's shoot them.
Well, yeah, I mean they can.
I guess you kind of got to spotlight them. You got to like shine a light on them, know they're there.
If you're doing night hunting, yeah, because they're most active at night usually.
Yeah. I mean, they
Like
get there
right-
at dusk to drink and eat and do the stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then they hang out around night.
Yeah.
Like
And you'll
between noon and sunset, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll work.
So we just got to get out there before noon. Set up in the blind, chill out until like sunset, and then we're probably good. We'll probably get a couple. I don't doubt it. I mean, I have no idea. I've been boar hunting once. I'm so fucking ignorant of how boar hunting works. I just assume they just show up with their top hats and monocles, and you just shoot them.
I mean, it's not much different than hunting like deer. You just sit there, and the only time it gets kind of dicey is if you're actually doing night stalking,
Yeah.
and that's where you're actually out there on the ground with them around you, and it's dark, and you can hear them, and you can smell them, but you don't know exactly where they're at.
No.
So that's not for
That's
the
nice.
beginner. That's not really for the beginner. That's more for
So this is the. Let me see if I can get a. Yeah. So here is the location. You see the deer blind back in the back,
yeah.
kind of blurry, but that's the
Oh, that's
pond
easy.
and the deer blind back in the back. That's where
Yeah.
we'd be.
That's easy
That's-
clap.
Yeah.
Easy. Clap.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I could like choose a night with a full moon. I
That would be
guess.
best.
Yeah. Then we don't have to do like all the stuff with the spotlights and shit.
Because I don't have night optics.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not fancy. I just have a gun with a scope. Like
Yeah, I gotta.
you point
got
the
an AR.
pointy end at the thing and the blunt end at my shoulder, and then shoot
That's
it.
right. Yeah, I gotta. I mean, I got a.
I'll tell you what. I'll bring the whiskey. You bring a couple of guns. We'll just. I'll have a couple of knives, and then we'll just like I'll bring the lube, and then we'll just at the end of the night we just won't tell anybody what happened, and we'll bring home a couple of pigs. How's that sound? Sound good?
Sounds good.
Yeah. Just yada 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 over the middle part, right?
Blah blah blah. Yada yada yada. You get the drill.
Just show up at the blind, yada yada yada, kill pigs.
That's right.
It'll all be good.
Pretty much all you got to
Near
do.
College Station, so we can bag some piggies if we do.
Oh, it's College Station. That's
yeah, it's
easy.
near there.
Okay.
So we can easily bag some fatties or pigs. What'd you say?
Are we hunting the two-legged or the four-legged hogs? This is starting to sound a little sus.
What? No, definitely at the deer blind. Go to the pond. What? I don't even know what you're talking about at this point. You've gone rogue, is what I'm saying. I don't want to hear another word out of your despicable mouth. Shame on you. I'm a respectable businessman.
Yeah. Okay. I'm respectable, like.
But I did think that it would be a fun like outing for like people to join us or join me in general. Because
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have any problem spending a night at fucking Deer Blind, but
Oh,
that'd be
I've-
fun
I've-
to have a little camping trip, have 2 or 3 people out there, and tell stories, drink some whiskey, shoot some pigs, do all the shit.
Mhm. Bring a coffee thermos.
Yeah,
You need it.
all the stuff.
At least it's not hot outside or cold outside, you know?
Right. It's not the temperature hasn't gotten too hot and it's not too cold and it hasn't gotten too hot. It's like nice.
Yeah.
Nice. It's April in Texas. It's beautiful.
That's what I was saying. I was thinking that earlier whenever she was asking if like there's a lot of pigs out here. I was going to tell her, I'm like, well, I'll put it
Depends
to
on
you
which
this
bar
way.
you go to.
I'll put it to you this way. In the state of Texas, Texas Wildlife Commission, concerning wild hogs, they have no tag limit. They have no season.
Mhm.
The only
they're
rule that they
pests. You shoot
have
them
is
any
that you,
fucking time you find them.
the only rule that they have is that you can't shoot them on another person's property without permission.
That is the only
And
rule.
that is the only fucking
you
like
can't shoot them on another person's property without permission.
That's it.
That's
No
it.
tag limits, no season, open season.
Kill them in mass. And
Put it another way, they
they're like
have
rabbits.
they have
Pigs
a couple
and rabbits.
they have a couple companies out of Houston, out of the Houston area, that you can hunt wild hog out of a helicopter.
Yeah. Pig hunting out of a helicopter is fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's about a couple grand per person. I think there's a minimum for that one service. It's a minimum of like 5 or 6 people at $2,000 a pop, $2,000 a head. So bring your own shit.
Jason
And,
has been kind enough to say his property is available to me.
I mean, everyone should make their property
So
available to
Cole
these fucking
has
hogs,
heard.
dude.
Well,
It's
yeah,
like-
but if you've got a property and you've got pigs and people want to hunt the pigs, like charge them $50 or $100 or $1,000 or whatever. But Pete's nice enough, or Jason's nice enough. He said, "Yeah, come on, shoot them.
Awesome.
We got a blind, we got a pond. Come and hit them. This is where they go." So it is a fortunate situation, and he doesn't care when I go. I just need to let him know when I'm there.
See, that's the kind of setup everyone needs.
Yeah, everybody needs one. Everybody needs a Jason.
Yeah, they do.
So
In that
That's
way, I don't know, man. It's like that's gonna be fun. I haven't hunted any hog in a few years. Well, before COVID.
oh, before your girlfriend.
Wow.
Oh Lord, I'm gonna get myself in so much trouble.
I can see a hunting accident in the future for you. I'm not. I mean,
I'm
not
going
full on
downtown to
Cheney,
hunt hog hunting.
not a full on Cheney style hunting accident, but
Yeah. No,
remember when
more,
he shot-
more of the pillow over the face hunting accident.
yeah.
You did
Ned,
what?
Ned Flanders pillow over the face.
Love you, honey.
Go to sleep.
Really do, sweetie. Really, really love you. I would never. I really would never.
Of course not.
No. Jesus. Oh, that'd be crazy. I got a great thing going here. I wouldn't fuck that up. She's a wonderful woman. She cooked fucking penny pasta and chicken and red sauce, a tomato sauce. Oh my God, it was amazing. Like this chicken parm with penny pasta today. She's an amazing woman. And that's just today. And today's just a random Tuesday. I thought today was Wednesday. She knew what day it was. She's like, "It's fucking Tuesday, you dumb idiot." I'm like, "Oh, baby. If it weren't for you, I'd think today was Wednesday." Man.
I was over at my girlfriend's house earlier last night.
That's how you know it's love, right? Like,
Yeah, my girlfriend. I was
I'd
over
have
at
been
her house
off by
last
a
night.
whole day. I'd have died a day early because you get a whole nother day with me, baby.
My girlfriend asked me before I left her house last night. She's like, "Do you love me?" I looked at my watch and I was like, "Is today Tuesday?" Today's Tuesday, right? She goes, yeah. I was like, yeah, I love you today.
You love me? I mean,
Is it Tuesday? Okay,
is this
yeah.
a trick
yeah,
question? I mean,
Yeah, it's Tuesday. I love you. Don't ask me on Friday.
girls are so funny.
They are,
I love when they ask dumb questions like that.
and it's always.
Do you
it's
think
always a
I'm
thing.
pretty? Yeah, I guess.
Compared to what?
I mean, I don't think about that shit, but okay, you're pretty, I guess. You want to ask me what I really think about? I mean, I'm thinking about like what I'm going to build next in Minecraft. That's
Yeah.
what I'm like. Why should I access my Minecraft game next? Because I don't have anything to do. That's what I'm thinking about.
Like that meme, like guys only have one thing on their mind is it's disgusting. It's like Minecraft, of course.
He's probably
So,
thinking about some other girl, and he's
Sunday,
like, "I wonder
Sunday-
what we're doing in Call of Duty this weekend."
check this shit out. My girl. So we saw John Wick for Sunday morning.
Like, we're
Sunday
not
night,
complicated.
Sunday night I was talking on the phone with her, and I was at my place, and I was looking up that Terran Tactical fucking Sand Viper handgun that John Wick had, and I was reading off the specs to her over the phone about the gun, and she's like, I wish you would sometimes talk about me like this because you're like really excited right now, and like I'm just like, oh really? She goes, yeah, you're like really into it, and I wish you'd talk about me like that sometimes. I was like, well, like, don't I? She goes, no, you don't. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, I don't talk to you about you like that, you bitch. Jeez. I mean, yeah, I talk about you like that to my friends, but not to you. What are you, self-centered?
Well, that's what I told her. I'm like, not everything's about you, sweetheart. I thought we made that
Damn,
clear
I have
already.
conversations with people who aren't you.
Yeah. Well, she's already told me like whenever I'm not there with her, she like sits at her house and basically sits on the couch and pines for me.
Oh
And
my
she'll
God.
start sending me like these fucking memes on instant messenger. Like
Mhm.
they're not nice memes, they're like not safe for work memes.
Like, I miss you.
Yeah, it's a little bit
Here's
more
my
racy.
tits.
Yeah. I'm just and I'll get like a she'll send me like 4 or 5 of them in quick rapid succession. It's like bing 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 bing, and I'm just like someone's lonely. She sent me last time. I told
I
her,
get that.
I replied to her, I was like, sweetheart, you need a hobby.
Yeah, exactly.
And to which she replied, you are my hobby. I was like, Jesus Christ. It's like boiling
That's
bunny
terrifying.
win. Boiling bunny win.
Yeah, that's terrifying. There's a dead rabbit coming.
Yeah. But the trade-off, like, this morning she rolled up to my place and she brought Whataburger and some coffee from Dunkin'
Well, that's
Donuts.
nice.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting it. She just rolled up and she's like, hey.
I've got something in my throat that's causing me to cough. I can't figure out how to undo that.
Some fucking whiskey, bro. What are you talking about?
Goodness. All right. I think that might have fixed it. Yeah, I get that. My lovely wife went through a phase where she wanted me to be around, but she didn't want to do anything. Right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like, just like, I don't want you to go out, but I just want you by me. I want you with me. I want you here. Like, I don't want to be here because all we're doing is like watching TV. I don't want to watch
Yeah.
TV. I'm bored.
Yeah.
I want to go do stuff. Like, let's
Yeah,
go do
girls get
stuff.
like
I don't
that.
want to go do stuff. Like, okay,
Girls
cool.
get
I'll
like
be
that
home around
sometimes.
midnight.
It's like a security kind of thing,
Yeah.
They just want you. They want you to hold them, which is fine,
Sometimes.
Well, I'm not saying you do it every time they want it. You got to break that shit. You got to feed that shit like it's fucking heroin to them.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, you end up with a big giant fat cat upstairs that weighs 300 fucking pounds, and you're only a fucking cat. What's wrong with you? God damn it! Jesus! I swear to God, he is the size of a
much.
Volkswagen.
Imagine I have a useless father of my twins, and I pay for him to do
He's
stupid
like,
things.
I'm hungry. You're like, it's 3 PM, you fucker. You're not hungry. You're bored. Go for a run. God. Wait, are we still talking about women?
I thought we were talking about goats.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Princess says, what was that? Father of my twins paying for him to do stupid things. And I pay for him to do stupid things. Yeah, you should let him do stupid things. If he does enough stupid things, you don't have to pay for him to do any more. So I'm feeling a junky fat cat boyfriend. Something like that. There's an analogy to be made, is what I'm saying.
So basically, he's Heathcliff. If you,
Mondays. Lasagna.
that's Garfield. That's Garfield, not Heathcliff. Remember Heathcliff?
Fucking cat.
Heathcliff was the junkyard cat.
Was he?
Yeah, Garfield was the one that lived with the.
I thought they were
Closet
pretty much
Help.
the same fucking cat. It was the same cartoon, just different names. I don't know. I didn't pay that much attention. I don't care. I just don't care about shit. That's all it is.
You're so fucking jaded, bro. Shut up.
Yeah, that's what it is. I just don't care. That fucking mass media crap. I don't care. You know, it's Garfield. Which one is it? I don't know. I don't care. Fucking both. They both die. I don't care. I just don't care.
This is what
Neither
this is
one of
what-
them affects my life. And
This is what not giving a fuck looks like.
fact. There's things that I give a fuck about and things that I don't. And Garfield and Heathcliff are both things that I do not give a fuck about. One of them is stuck
As
on
you
your
should.
window
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah.
I don't know which one that is. But I'm pretty sure both of them hate lasagna or love lasagna or hate lasagna. I'm not sure which.
I don't
And
know.
either one of them loves or hates Mondays. I'm not sure which.
It doesn't matter.
But
I hate
one of them
Mondays.
lives with John. John?
Yeah,
Is that
that's
Garfield?
Garfield.
Okay.
That's Garfield.
And that is one of them is voiced by Bill Murray.
Is
That's
it?
Garfield, right? Because they didn't do a Heathcliff movie, did they? Did it a Heathcliff movie? I'm gonna have to ask Google. Heath
At least I know I'm not the
Cliff,
only one getting
the
screwed over.
Cat. Oops, spell cat right. Movie. Oop, IE. Holy shit! Heathcliff the movie, 1986.
Yeah.
1986, Heathcliff the movie cast. Who did Heathcliff? Mel Blanc.
Yeah.
No
Mel Blanc.
shit.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you who don't know, Mel Blanc was the voice of Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, and others. He's a fucking hero.
Oh,
in certain
just,
generations' lives.
if you want to know about Mel Blanc, there's a really good. I think you
He's
can find
probably
on
also
YouTube.
a Nazi, I'm guessing.
Probably, but there's a
A virulent racist.
there's
Total
a
Nazi.
there's a clip on YouTube whenever he did the Johnny Carson show way back in the day,
Yeah.
and yeah, he was, and Johnny got him to do a bunch of his voices because the guy had like 100 different
Oh, he
voices.
he did all of them.
Yeah, he
He
did
was
Elmer
born in
Fudd,
1908.
Elmer
which
Fudd,
means
Yosemite
in
Sam.
the 30s, he was in his early 20s, which means he was probably a virulent racist and a fire-breathing Nazi. That's my hunch. That's my guess. If we dug deep enough, we'd know. Just scratch on the surface. He's probably a terrible person, but he did great voices.
Yeah.
God, everybody from the fucking and you know that's the thing. We we like get these revelations. Like Jimmy Carter's dying, and we're like, oh yeah, Ronald Reagan was negotiating with the Iranians before the election. Like y'all didn't know this? Like he was a fucking terrible person. Y'all didn't know it?
Was he?
We,
I didn't know.
Yeah, generally speaking.
Was that before Iran Contra?
No, way before. This was
Way
like
before.
if he did not negotiate with the Iranians to hold the hostages till the end of the election so that he could win the election, like what would the 1980s have looked like had Jimmy Carter been the first president of the 1980s?
I don't know. Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, it'd be a whole fucking different timeline, right?
Yeah.
Like entirely different timeline.
Yeah.
Like he probably would have done some of the things, but entirely would we have gotten supply side economics? Probably not.
What was the alternative? Was it trickle down?
Well, Reagan comes into power, and in 1980, 1981, 82, we do this shift from the monetary policy to the supply side policy.
Okay, yeah.
So what would economics have looked like had Jimmy Carter not lost in 1980? Because that was a close election. The 1980 election was relatively compared to the 1984 when it was like 49 states to 1.
Yeah, because Reagan landslided in '84, didn't he? Like he landslided.
Right, and it was relatively close. It wasn't close, but it was relatively close.
Yeah.
Compared to other elections in 1980. I guess let me look that up. Let me find out.
I don't remember too much because I was like a baby back then.
1980. Yeah, I was fucking 5 years old. I don't have any idea. Electoral.
I'm gonna use a bathroom real fast.
Map. There.
I'll be right back.
1980 electoral map. Was it that bad? Was it a fucking landslide? 1982. I thought 1984 was like, oh shit. 1980 was 489 to 49. Jimmy Carter won one state. 2 states. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3 plus. Oh yeah, Jimmy Carter had his ass beat in 1980. So what if the hostage situation had been settled before 1980 election? What if instead of the hostages being released in January 1981, they were released in September 1980? Would that and what if Jimmy Carter wins?
Oh, okay. What happened?
Because, I mean, it was a landslide, like 400 to like 50. It was a ridiculous landslide in 1980. 1984 was even worse. Wisconsin was the only state that Walter Mondale carried.
Imagine
but it would be curious. I mean, it would be a curious thought experiment to go down that rabbit hole and figure out like what different policies would have been engaged in 1980 versus for Carter versus Reagan. Like what would he have done differently? Because we forget the Carter president. Carter was 4 years and he was like meh. Then Reagan. Like all we know about Carter was all we think about Carter. At least all I think about with Carter was Iran hostages, gas shortage, fuel prices going up, stagflation.
Yeah.
Those 4 things, right? Stagflation, fuel prices, unemployment, Iran.
Didn't oil price bottom out at some point?
It went the other way.
Oh, it went up real high. Okay.
Yeah. And that's why we had oil shortage and
this is under Carter, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
In the late 70s.
Late 70s.
A couple years before you were born.
Yeah. A couple years. Did I wash my hands? No, I have the stuff, the hand sanitizer stuff.
But what if it would have been different? What if what if the hostages were released, would Carter have won?
He might have.
I mean, yeah, it might have been a thing. If the failed rescue mission would have succeeded? Would he have won? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it'd be a fun. I don't know. Maybe I'll check out YouTube's and see if there's a
like a what
video
if,
about what if,
like a what if
what if
timeline.
Carter would have won.
Yeah,
Because there's the what if Watergate hadn't happened.
yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those like what if Nazis had won World War II.
Yeah, because Rob Mungle, the guy that the voice actor that I've had on the show before, he's done that thing like what if with Watergate, if not for Watergate, we wouldn't have had Reagan, we wouldn't have had there were a lot of policy guys in Reagan's camp that were Watergate guys. There were the backlash against Reagan that Bush encountered brought in Clinton. Clinton had a bunch of neo-liberals that were created because of Watergate and because of Bush and because of there was this cascade of events that happened because of Watergate. And because the Watergate guys weren't prosecuted, there were a bunch of Watergate guys in George W.'s administration. Rumsfeld and Cheney and a bunch of guys. And so Watergate and the failure to prosecute Watergate ended up with Iran-Contra and ended up with Iran, ended up with all this other cascades of shit for the next 30 years.
Right.
So what if Carter might have won? What would have happened? That'd be an interesting little thought experiment. Huh. I'm going to write that down.
Write that down.
Because I might forget.
Make that a YouTube short though.
Yeah, maybe so.
I saw one earlier in my
That might
feed
be a
on
happy
YouTube.
hour
You were
or
talking about something. You were saying something was shit.
Absinthe is shit. It's garbage flavor.
Yeah. Absinthe. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Carter.
Just couldn't get over the anise.
Written down.
Couldn't get over the anise flavor, huh?
Absinthe is garbage flavored garbage. It is trash. It is green colored trash. It is garbage flavored garbage. It is worse than Chipotle. You should not drink it. It is terrible.
You melted the sugar cube over it before you drank it, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean that's how it's presented.
Yeah.
You know, the bartenders take it. They take the high proof absinthe. They pour it over the sugar cube, and then they light it on fire. They burn off all the fucking alcohol.
Oh.
If you burn off all the fucking alcohol, you're left with a low proof, absinthe flavored, sugar water garbage drink. It tastes like shit. It looks cool because it's fire and all the stuff.
Yeah.
But it tastes like absinthe. It is garbage flavored garbage.
Yeah.
It's the worst fucking shit. And it doesn't give you hallucinations. It's a lie.
Well, no, because it's not made out of the original wormwood that
Wormwood doesn't give you hallucinations.
Yeah.
It was a lie invented in the mid 1800s because the people who drank it were writers and artists and salon visitors and shit like that. And
I think it was just clever marketing.
It absolutely was.
Because I started reading that, then
Madness.
I started reading about it with other things that are like, well, no, it didn't make anyone hallucinate.
Yeah, it was Reefer Madness.
Yeah, okay.
For absinthe. And it was the same type of thing when they did the Reefer Madness movie in the 1950s. Like, oh, marijuana is going to make you murder your family.
Yeah,
no, it's not. That's not what marijuana
if anything,
does.
It does
marijuana
exact
makes you
opposite.
Chill out and want to have a fucking ham sandwich.
Yeah, and some Doritos.
Absinthe doesn't do that. Absinthe makes you really drunk, and it makes you stagger through the streets and fall down in the gutter and die.
Yeah,
that's what it does.
I think absinthe is very much an acquired taste.
Yeah, it tastes like trash.
It's an acquired taste.
It tastes like licorice garbage. It tastes like licorice that's been chewed up and spit out by somebody else.
Yeah.
Into a glass of water, and then you drink that glass of water with the licorice flavor in it.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I mean, I'm not a. Yeah, no, I've had absinthe before. I'm not a fan of the anise flavor of it, which is where you get black licorice is from anise extract. Which, by the way, anise extract is like fucking. It's like ringing a dinner bell for fish if you use it as in your chum bait.
Yeah,
fucking fish love it, dude. Yeah, they love anise.
Yeah. Well, fish love it. It must be good in a cocktail.
The fish or the anise.
Whatever.
I'd try the fish cocktail first.
I'll pass either way because I've had absinthe and it tastes like shit.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
fish
figure
like it,
you're
they
like a
can fuck
whiskey bourbon man, so I'm not surprised that shit would.
I mean, I've tried
Fucking
it.
hate it.
I've got a bottle here of absinthe liqueur, but it just tastes like garbage. It's gross. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine if you like it, but it tastes like shit.
yeah.
It's perfectly fine for you to enjoy shit. I'm not going to kink shame anybody. If you want to like put your tongue up someone else's butthole, enjoy that with all of the flair and excitement that you do.
This is why I
Me?
like watching your shorts.
I don't like
though.
putting my tongue up a butthole.
This is
That's
why I like
don't
watching your.
this.
I like watching your shorts on YouTube because you're trolling the
Garbage.
fuck. You made 2 of them too, like right back to back. Like, this motherfucker's trolling.
Like, and people post comments like, "This is nonsense," but people like nonsense. Let people enjoy what they want to enjoy. I'm like, fine. If you want to enjoy putting your tongue in a butthole,
Were there people
enjoy
trying to?
putting your tongue in a
Oh, so there are
butthole.
people
I
trying
got
to.
no problem with that, but just realize you're putting a tongue in a butthole.
So people were
Don't tell
commenting.
me that butthole is a fucking filet mignon because it's not. It's a butthole. Filet mignon is one
So
thing. Buttholes are
were
another
they-
thing. They're two different things.
Were the commenters? Were they trying to cheerlead for the?
Yeah, they're defending the
They're defending
stupid
it?
position of like buttholes taste good. Like, no, buttholes taste like buttholes.
See,
You can accept the
I-
fact that it's a butthole and know that it's shitty, but like, don't tell me that a butthole tastes like filet mignon.
See, here's the
because it's a
thing. Like,
butthole.
I watched both of them. I didn't comment because, I got it. You know, it's like, it's like, why, I'm not going to sit here and defend it to you. I'm just here for the lulz. Like, and that's what you made it for.
Yeah, kind
And
of.
you got guys on, you got people on there. They're like taking the shit too seriously. It's like, no, absinthe is awesome. It's like, you haven't tried to write absinthe yet.
There's all kinds of people who are like that. It just cracks me up. They're like, no, ancient civilizations are real. I mean, no, they're not. Like, this is the math on how to build a pyramid. It's 2.3 million stones over 20 years. This is how many stones a day, and you have this many people. It's 600 stones a day. That's not that fucking hard. Or 600 stones or no, I'm sorry. It's 600 people per stone per day. 600 people per stone per day for 10 years. Boom, you have a pyramid. It's not that fucking complicated.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. You have a lot of people, you have a lot of time, you have a lot of money, you have a pyramid. And one dude was like, well, fucking show your findings to the experts. I'm like, it's math. They know
Yeah.
it. They've done the findings. They've done the fucking math. It's second grade math. It's not that complicated.
I'm wondering-
It's not that fucking hard to do.
I don't know that much about it because, again, I really don't give a shit.
But Joe Rogan's all like, well, the only obvious solution is no. The only obvious solution is not magic.
It's aliens.
The only obvious solution is like, this was done with a bunch of people. It's not that fucking hard.
I'm wondering if
Anyway.
did they cut the stones at the quarry or did they pull? Like,
I
how
don't
did
know.
they do
Doesn't
that?
matter.
I think
I
that's
don't
like a little bit more interesting in like how they. I'm looking at the
like
technical aspect of
the
it, like how did you?
sequencing is curious and interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get down. I can be down with that.
I'm more on like the
But, like-
construction side of it. Like,
But like when people are like, the only obvious solution is they had technology far beyond us and they could like do stones and levitate them. I'm like, no.
called slave labor,
No.
motherfucker.
The only obvious solution is you had a shit ton of people,
Yeah.
and you could replace them with a shit ton of more people
Yeah.
because slaves have babies like rabbits.
Yeah.
That's it. Not that complicated. You start with 2, you end up with 23 because they just fuck a lot and have.
Well, I'm
babies.
just
That's
people always like they want to overcomplicate shit when it doesn't have to be. I'm more like an Occam's razor
Yeah.
kind of person. It's like usually the easiest answer is the most
Absolutely.
obvious answer. It's like
and the obvious answer is not aliens or
not alien.
special technology where they could
Oh,
levitate
man.
stuff with their brains. Like,
That's
if they had such complicated, fantastical, advanced technology, why didn't they build shit out of metal?
right.
Like,
Why didn't they
they didn't
why
know
didn't
how
they
to use
terraform?
steel.
If they had that kind of technology,
Yeah,
they can
didn't know how to use
terraform.
steel for another 4,000 years.
Why are they living in
They
a
didn't know how
desert?
to use steam.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to use. They didn't know how to use petroleum. They couldn't dig a hole and get gas in Egypt. They couldn't get oil in fucking Egypt.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? They knew how to distill liquor, but they couldn't get oil.
They can make
They're on
grog.
a fucking bubble of oil, and they couldn't get oil. Are you kidding me? Ah, oh yeah, it was special magical technology. No, you're full of shit. That's what you are.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just fanciful thinking. And it's some
people
shit.
trying to think that they're smart, being counterintuitive or counterfactual. The same flat Earth nonsense.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
It's like
everybody thinks the Earth is round. I'm going to be smart. No, you're going to do the opposite of that.
they just can't be content with being like, hey, that's a pretty cool structure.
Yeah, this is how the world can be. No,
You know,
can't accept that.
it's like, nah, we gotta
The world
inject
has
a bunch
some
of
special
bullshit
knowledge.
into
I
it.
have special knowledge.
And that actually does a disservice with that kind of bullshit does a disservice to the actual
Yeah, it
construction.
absolutely does.
You know?
It does an absolute disservice because they did an amazing thing.
Yeah.
They did an amazing thing in the Americas. They did an amazing thing in Africa. They did amazing things in India and amazing things in Asia, and they did amazing things in Southeast Asia. They did absolutely amazing things.
They don't say that shit
And
about
to
the
dis-
Great Wall of China though. You ever notice that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But
the Chinese are
say that
smart.
The amazing things they did was like, they could have possibly done that because aliens. Or this alien race gave them the blueprints for a pyramid that they used in Machu Picchu and in Indiana.
I mean,
and Giza and
to think that it's like
fucking
you
Tulum
gotta,
and all the other places. Like,
to
come
think
on,
that
man.
you'd have to believe that like people back then had like room temperature IQs, all of them, and it's like you didn't have some were probably without you'd have to totally neglect the fact that maybe number one, these were fairly, even today, I mean these are fairly simple geometric shapes that they're building.
Yeah, it's not complicated.
And number two, like,
and it's not nearly as precise as they like to tell you it is.
Oh yeah.
Like that Graham Chapman ding dong. He's like the height of the pyramid times 43,000 is the circumference of the, and then if you do the same with the base and do the thing and it's the radius, and it's like, no, you can do that math. You can do that.
That's simple geometry. That's simple geometry.
Yeah. Well, it's simple math. You can do the height of the pyramid times the number they say, and it's not the radius, and then do the perimeter times the same number. It's not the circumference. They're
No.
not even close.
Well,
Not
the
even
thing about it is,
Not
like,
even like by rounding errors. They're off by millions of miles. Not even remotely close.
but in the actual construction and stuff, like like the thing is, like you're dealing with a pyramid. It's a relatively easy shape, geometric shape. It's all right angles. It's all
Mhm.
corners and 90-degree angles. It's not hard.
No, yeah, it's not particularly complicated. No.
It's not like now if they're building like arches and shit back then, I've been like, wow,
Yeah.
that's kind of something.
And then they're like the angle to north is almost precisely. It's not, you can't be almost precisely. You're either precisely or you're not. It's almost directly north. It's off by 3 degrees. It's not directly north. It's off. It's close, but it's not.
Well, I think even though it's off 3
Directly,
degrees,
it's
the fact that they got within 3 degrees of it, I think is pretty cool.
Oh yeah,
Given
It's
the
impressive.
stuff, yeah.
absolutely impressive. But you know what else? I can walk north and be close to north.
Yeah.
That's not magical knowledge. That's
No.
like there's the North Star. I can walk that
You follow
direction
that
and be
thing,
really
yeah.
close north. It's
Yeah, just
not
follow
that
it.
hard.
But the fact that they're 3 degrees off, I mean, I give it to
I
them.
can draw a line on the ground between sunrise and sunset and draw perpendicular to that line and be pretty fucking close to north. It's not that hard to be almost precise. You can be really, really wrong and still be almost precise. That's not a thing. Almost
Close-
precise is like saying nearly pregnant.
Close only
You're
counts
not nearly pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. You're
horseshoes and
precise
hand
or you're
grenades.
not. Say what?
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah,
Close only
exactly. And nuclear war.
Yeah, you mean to tell me the pyramids weren't beamed to us here directly from by aliens from another flat planet?
You mean to tell me the pyramids weren't beamed to us here directly by aliens from another flat planet? Another flat planet.
You want to tell
Bacon fucking cracked me up.
Bacon about Santa Claus, or you want me to?
Yeah. You go ahead and tell him that Santa Claus is fake.
No. Don't put that evil on me, motherfucker.
Another thing, the flat Earth shit, it just fucking drives me absolutely fucking crazy.
Hey,
And
what
I
do you?
know most of the people who are like, "Oh, the Earth is flat." They don't fucking believe that shit. They're full of shit. They're just repeating nonsense that they heard and they think it's funny.
Again,
But-
the flat Earth thing is bullshit because simple math.
Yeah, there's a couple of people that are like, "Oh no, it's definitely flat," but there's very few people around the world that believe that shit. But nonetheless, it's just like you just casually observe the shit out there and be like, "Oh yeah, that's obviously we're on a globe." It's casual observations of the distance of and sizes and relative things and. Yeah, it's just some things drive me nuts on like a basic principle basis. Now, like this isn't a discussion. It's not a debate. It's not a discussion to be had because it's not debatable. These certain points are not debatable. The Earth is not round. The Earth is not flat.
The thing is, like, you're getting into mental masturbation territory, and you
Yeah.
never want to get into mental masturbation territory.
That's true. That is true.
You know?
I'm with you there. Yeah.
'Cause
And
you only got so many fucks to give, man. And it's like fucking
that's
fucking
true. That's true.
arguing with flat earthers on fucking social media.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's I've
not it,
adopted I've adopted a general policy that you don't debate non-debatable topics. So there's certain things that just aren't debatable. 2 + 2 = 4. That's not a debate. Nothing you can't debate 2 + 2 = 4.
well, why are you
4.
debating with anyone in the air? Like, I'd rather have a conversation about like different types of whiskeys and bourbons and spirits.
Oh yeah, discussions and conversations and things like that. But there's
Like
certain things that
cigars, you know.
there's certain things that I just avoid as debates in general, and that's why when I do my happy hour, my Wednesday night shows, I don't do this format on Wednesday night shows. I don't do debates on Wednesday night shows. I have discussions. I'll bring in chat and I'll read chat, but that's what Wednesday night shows are for. My Wednesday night shows are all about discussions. I have a topic. I want to hear what y'all have to say. I'll read your chats. We'll have but if there's like if it's a topic that's not debatable, I'll just skip the fucking chat because I can do that. It's not debatable. It's not a debatable topic.
Well, that's why I don't talk.
I'm not
about,
going to
like,
debate who won the 2020 election. It's not a debatable topic. There's a winner and a loser. When we had a winner, we had a loser. It's not debatable.
I just don't, and that's why I don't get into like politics and shit. I just don't care. Like you were talking about it, Ted Cruz earlier. I'm just like, because I was listening to that part. I'm like, he's a fucking
lot
politician.
To talk about Ted Cruz, but he is a piece of shit and he is brilliant. I will give him both of those.
Yeah, two things can be true at the same time. I'm just like, but I'm just sitting there like, dude, he's a politician. What the fuck do you expect, man?
Yeah, he's a piece of shit and he's brilliant.
Like they're all on the take, bro.
I'm not willing to go so far as to say he's an idiot, but I am willing to call his office and ask him about his policies and why he's still committed to policies that killed my friend. Just because I'm an asshole and I like doing that.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like that's your right as an American to call your senator or your fucking congressperson and be like, "Hey, fucker."
Yeah, exactly.
And to berate them.
That's
what I don't get. That's what I don't get now, because like everyone's like, "Oh, you shouldn't talk to people in Congress." I'm like, why the fuck not? That's part of their job.
Yeah.
Like, get a thicker skin.
Like
that's what they're there
for. I legitimately feel sorry for the people who have to answer the phone in that rat bastard's office, because those people, they get questions like, does the senator kiss my ass, because that's what he asked to be called? Does he does he want to rephrase his comments from March of 2021 in light of, with regards to the insurrection, in light of the fact that everybody else has recognized the fact that it was all bullshit, and he's still saying that it's not? Does he want to rephrase his comments, or is he not gonna? And they're sitting there like, well, we have no comment from his office. And I'm like, yeah, man, you have a shitty job. I'm so sorry.
I don't feel bad for them because they signed up for that shit.
Yeah, they chose it, but
They chose that shit.
but it's not like they can choose a decent person. Like, they have 2 senators in the state of Texas, and they're both pieces of shit. If they want a congressional career path, they have to go through this shit burger of fucking Ted Cruz or John Cornyn. They don't have a fucking choice.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for those guys.
Well, here's the thing.
Like if we had one decent and one piece of shit, then they could be all like, I'll pick the decent one. And if I can't get with the decent one, I go with the piece of shit.
I just look at it like this. Like, anybody who voluntarily runs for a political office where they'll be in charge and have the power to make laws that govern other adult people, to me, you're already fucking sus.
Yeah.
Because who wants that job?
That was
why would you want? I don't want that job.
That was the thesis of Plato, or part of Plato's Republic. Anybody who wants the job of being a representative is not fit to be representative.
Like, look at Washington.
Those who want power are not fit to have power.
Like George Washington, they wanted him to be they wanted to be like a dictator, but he's like he said no a couple times before he actually assumed the role of president, the first president. Yep. But he shot it down the first couple times they offered it to him.
Yep.
He's like, I don't want to do that shit. I don't want to be in charge of shit like that. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
Even back then, when times were simpler.
The articles, and the only way that they got the Constitution passed was if he agreed to be president.
Yeah.
Under the new Constitution of the United States. Like, he didn't want to have anything to do with it. And that's how we got the Articles of Confederation. He was like, nah. And they were like, okay, cool. Get this shit.
Yeah.
And which was garbage. But
yeah, like I said, anybody it doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum they're on. I don't fucking trust them. Like, you voluntarily want to be a parasite.
Oh, right. Exactly. I mean,
you don't want to go get like a real job, like a real 9-to-5, like be out here with us and then.
Well, I mean, it's a legit job.
Yeah, it is, but like
we should want.
But when they stay in there for like 20,
writing laws and making,
when they're in there for like 20 or 30 years, it's not a regular job for them. It's like a pathology, I don't trust them.
The same way that you should want a mechanic with 20 years of experience working on your car, you should want a politician with 20 years of experience making deals with other politicians who do this for a living. You should want a professional class of people doing this, right? But they should at least be competent with what they do. They shouldn't be hired.
There's the rub, isn't it? That's the rub, the competency part.
Right. The question is not so much. The question becomes, who do they represent?
Right. But the thing is, it's like
not
after a while, it's like they might go in there with good intentions, but after so long, it's like I believe that like power corrupts, man.
Yeah.
Eventually
power absolutely.
I don't care how fucking
power corrupts, absolutely, and absolute power corrupts.
I don't
yeah.
Like, after a certain amount of time
but that's the thing. We have a circumstance and a situation where we have representatives who don't represent the people that they're elected to represent. They're hired by people to represent. They're hired by people to be elected so that they can represent the lobbyists, the people who hire them.
They represent the lobbyists who pay.
Right. We have corporate capture of our elected officials.
Yes. And that's on both sides, by the way, I think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Without question. I mean,
like, I don't even look at it. I look at it as a uniparty.
The green energy people who are like, we should be able to do this thing. But then the black energy people were like, yeah, we got like 8 votes. We're good. We got the 8 people we need to have
Well, that's why like people are
to
talking
make
about
sure this never happens.
people are talking about Democrat, Republican, and progressive, and conservative. I'm like, dude, it's all a monoparty. Don't you understand?
Sometimes,
There's a lot of it, like the backdoor bullshit.
to a large
dude.
extent, yeah.
And I think a lot of this
Yeah.
stuff, a lot of the stuff you see, like you see in media and stuff, I think it's all just for show, dude. Like I think it's kayfabe. It's like wrestling, you know.
Well,
a lot of it.
I'm not that cynical,
I'm cynical.
but
I just want to be left
I mean,
alone. Like
I have been that cynical in the past. I'm not that cynical now. I mean, there's a distinct difference between the two groups that the two main groups that we have. There's a distinct difference. Where one group is like, we should have affordable insulin for everybody, and the other group is like, well, we need to make sure that trans people don't perform in libraries. Like, there's a distinct difference between goals, right? And it's fair to say that the one group is like, oh, well, it's just like Medicare people, but the other group is like, nobody should have $35 insulin.
oh,
like-
insulin's more expensive
like-
than that, man. My mom's type 2
Like
diabetic.
it's the world where we agree on the problem and disagree on the problem versus agree on the problem and disagree on the solution.
Yeah.
And we're in a world where we disagree on even the problem.
I think
Where
a
one
lot of
group
the
is like, where one group is like, yeah, insulin is too fucking expensive,
yeah.
and the other group is like, yeah, well, guys dressed like girls pee in the wrong bathroom. Like, what? Why is that even like? People are fucking dying because they can't afford insulin, and you're worried about like boys competing with girls because they have boobs. What even is this? Why are we having this discussion? Like, insulin should not be. You shouldn't have to choose between rent and insulin. That is not a fucking thing. Like,
The thing is,
I know not everybody has a friend who's died because they had to choose medicine versus rent, but there are people who know people. There are people who have chosen medicine over rent or rent over medicine, and they fucking die.
yeah.
This is a real life thing in the greatest country on the entire fucking planet. The greatest country that has ever existed, the most prosperous, the most powerful company that has ever existed. There are people that are choosing between insulin and rent.
Yeah, it's pretty
That's
fucking
fucking
stupid.
ridiculous. And then there's politicians who are like, meh, they die. Like, what?
And the thing about it is, it's
What?
like,
Like, you don't want to solve this problem? You could solve this problem with the stroke of a pen.
yeah,
But it's not even a don't want to. It's just a refuse to. Like, why? What are we doing? Why are we even having this
the
conversation?
reason why insulin is $35 is because big pharma pays these politicians for
Insane amounts of
insane
money.
amounts of money
keep
for their
them alive.
war chest
Yeah.
for re-election, and that's why, dude. That's why insulin is fucking $100, and an
Absolutely.
EpiPen
Well,
is
$100 if you're lucky.
yeah, EpiPen's like fucking EpiPen's like $500, which
It's
you
insane.
can go south of Texas into Mexico and get the same fucking thing for like $20 EpiPens a pop, dude.
And you don't even have to hire like 50 politicians. You only have to hire 3.
Yeah,
You only have to hire the right 3 politicians to make
Uh.
it done, because 48 of them are going to just vote with the fucking party because their elected leader says to do it.
yeah,
You only need 3.
yeah.
You only need 4, maybe. You only need to pay a couple $1 million to a few.
I think there's
a
too.
few
Yeah, I think the whole problem is like there's too many. Number one, there's too much government in the normal bullshit. Because I see that because I work in hospital billing, and like I see
Yeah.
that shit all the time, dude. Like if the government didn't have like Medicare and not really Medicare, but if they didn't have their fucking fingers so deep into the healthcare,
Yeah.
healthcare field
Well,
inside America, like you would see a massive reduction in hospital care costs. Not so much quality, but you would have a reduction in cost. Individual.
If the government didn't have their fingers in healthcare, it'd be the insurance companies.
Well, it's what it is.
It'd be corporate control
What-
and
Joe,
private companies
it is,
deciding that you're not worth the effort to keep you alive.
Well, it's the insurance companies plus the government plus the actual hospitals. It's like this triumvirate of bullshit.
Yeah.
and they're all in it together on the take, and that's what's driving for.
Absolutely.
That's what's driving up the overall care.
But if government had no hand in it whatsoever, the insurance companies would be able to decide that you're not worth keeping alive. That's why we have Medicare. That's why we have Medicare and why we have Medicaid, because there was a whole class of people that were too expensive to insure. That's why we have Medicare, because old people were too expensive to insure, because they had heart conditions, because they needed new hips, because they needed new livers, because they needed new lungs, because they needed new, all the shit that old people need. Prescription drugs to keep their high blood pressure under control, arthritis, all the shit that old people need. Old people need a tremendous amount of medical care. The amount of medical care that little babies need is relatively high.
Yeah.
But then you get from that age 3 or 4 to, I don't know, 40 or 50. You don't need a whole lot of. How many times did you go to the doctor when you were in your 20s? Almost never, right? Not none, but every once in a while you go to the doctor. But you didn't have to go to the doctor a lot when you were in your 20s and 30s.
I can't remember.
Right?
I cannot even. I can't remember the last
Hardly
time I've
ever.
been to a hospital.
Yeah, I'm in my 40s. I've been to the doctor probably more in the last 10 years than I was in the previous 20. Just because, knee hurts, ankle hurts, back hurts, whatever hurts, you go to the doctor
Shit's
and
breaking down.
Here, you're
Yeah.
better and you're good. Whatever. Nothing major, but it's a little bit here and there. But the older you get, the more you go to the doctor. That's why we have Medicare, because old people are expensive to insure.
Yeah.
And you get retired and they're like, we don't want to fucking insure these people. So that's why we have Medicare, because it gets expensive to replace hips and it gets expensive to replace hearts and all the shit that old people need done and replaced and fixed and medicine and teeth and eyes and all the shit that they need. They're old, but we don't throw them away. We fix them, because that's why we have Medicare, because,
Yeah,
that's
the,
what we
the
do.
cost
We're
of
decent people.
healthcare in this country is fucking. It's just a really weird.
Right.
It's a really weird setup, and it's so complex. Like I don't have the answers, man. Like I can't tell you how you unfuck this, and I don't think there's a government body, a group of government people that can tell you how to unfuck it either. Because I don't think anyone's that smart.
I don't personally have the answers, but I know that there's
something's fucked up.
I don't know, 80 something industrial countries that do that. Everybody else has managed to do this except for us. I'm sure there's a solution to this out there somewhere.
Well, they have
in
globalized
England
healthcare.
or France or Spain or Portugal or Germany or Italy or Sicily or Hungary or Austria or Denmark or Norway or Sweden or Finland or Poland we can go down all the fucking countries that have figured this shit out. We're the only ones who haven't. And I gotta think that the only reason we haven't figured this out doesn't have a whole lot to do with the number of people that we have, but has more to do with the number of insurance companies we have. Because if more insurance companies solve the problem, then insurance companies wouldn't be buying insurance companies to get bigger and better and stronger.
Well, insurance companies are in the business of making money, not losing it.
Yeah. And
like any other business.
That's why they fuck around.
You're not in the business of making whiskey and just giving it away.
No.
And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. But then again, you don't charge $5,000. You don't charge $5,000 for a bottle of whiskey.
If more whiskey companies made it more efficient and effective to make whiskey, then there wouldn't be whiskey companies buying whiskey companies. There would be whiskey companies splitting in two.
Yeah.
And you don't see a whole lot of companies splitting in two. You see companies merging and buying and combining and getting bigger and better and stronger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I gotta think that maybe that's the case with insurance companies. They say more competition, but maybe with some companies it's the other way around.
Well, see, even with Medicare, even with the current status of Medicare and Medicaid, the way the billing cycle works with Medicare and Medicaid is that they, let's say you're like 60 years old, or 65, you go in and you have pneumonia, you get diagnosed with pneumonia. So basically what the government does, the government says, okay, it costs, let's say $1,000 to treat the pneumonia. based off a bunch of statistics and shit. So they give that hospital. So the hospitals know what this method of payment from the government is called global capitation. Okay. Basically what global capitation is like whatever diagnostic related group that you go in for, get diagnosed with, there's a set fee to treat that main diagnosis. So like if it's pneumonia, you get the hospital gets $1,000 to treat that patient for pneumonia. That's what they're going to get paid. So most hospitals, believe it or not, are in the business of making money as well. So
Shocking.
Yeah, shocking. So they're going to try to use as little of that $1,000 as possible to treat that patient.
Yep.
So basically, the problem with global capitation is that hospitals and health providers are incentivized to use the least amount of resources to treat the patient. And that's, to me, that's a problem because that's not what you, so there's always trade-offs. Like I don't think there's not a perfect answer for this shit. I think
there's better answers than others.
Yeah, there probably is.
Not a perfect answer.
There probably is. I'm not smart enough to figure it the fuck out. But
yeah,
I do know that paying for something as relatively easy to get as insulin is fucking retarded. Now, if you want to get into stem cell treatments, that's a different story. I can understand how that's expensive.
Now you talk about abortion issues and all this other shit.
Well, I mean, because I code a lot of cancer accounts and stuff. People have cancer and shit, and one of the technologies out there, I mean, they're always coming up with new treatments and stuff, and one of them is like stem cell therapy, and NK like natural killer cells where they'll take the patient's NK cells from their body, which are it's like an immunotherapy thing, and they'll take and they'll wash the cells and re-inject those cells after the process back into the host that they got them from. And that supposedly it goes after those NK cells go after certain types of cancer, like leukemia and stuff, and kills those cancer cells. But there's and that process, those infusions are, I mean, they're astronomical, man. They're like $50,000 a pop.
Yeah, if you can afford it, they're great to have. Access to the best healthcare in the world if you can afford it.
And I can like, I understand why that they're so expensive, because it's a relatively new technology, and the process to get those cells ready to be infused back into the patient it's a very high tech, difficult, complex process. I get that. But insulin, motherfucker.
I get
like,
I
insulin,
get why the cutting edge shit
so
is expensive.
Yeah.
I get it.
Why is it so expensive, dude?
But like the tried and true stuff, I don't get why.
Like an EpiPen.
I mean, the only reason why that's expensive is because they can afford to charge a shit ton of money for.
Yeah, it's because like my girlfriend's daughter, like, she's deathly allergic to ants. Like, if she gets stung by one little fucking ant, like her fucking esophagus closes up. And so, like, my girlfriend has to have an EpiPen, but those EpiPens are like fucking $300-$400
right
a pop.
Yeah, they're not cheap. I get it. I understand.
And like she told me, she's like, I want to go to Mexico one day because I want to go to Mexico because she's from Mexico. She's from Jalisco, Mexico, and she's like, I can go over there and get EpiPen, the same fucking EpiPen, for like $20 or $30.
Get a duffel bag full of them.
Yeah, and she's like,
do they pronounce it Jalisco and not Jalisco? They pronounce the H, not the J.
They pronounce the J as an H, so it's Jalisco.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know if I've ever said that out loud.
The H. So the J in Spanish, Mexican Spanish, the J is pronounced.
Yeah, I know how it's pronounced in, like, when you say it out loud. I don't know if I've ever said it out loud.
Oh, yeah, it's Jalisco, like jalapeno.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, but yeah, anyway. It's just like, and so it's like with like, I know you can go into Mexico and you can grab a fucking truckload of fucking insulin for, like $100, bro.
Yeah, good luck getting back across the border with your illegal
that's true.
EpiPens.
EpiPens And it's like suit, and I mean that.
But see, that's the ridiculous thing. It's expensive here because it can be expensive here, and
Yeah.
there it's not. Like, why? Why the fuck? Why? Like, because you can get away with it just because it's the wild fucking West? Come
Well,
on, man. You know better.
part of it is like, so like a lot of like insulin and stuff is processed here in America. Like you can't.
It's
you
because
can't
they can
import
get
it.
away with it.
And the thing is, like, it's normally you basically have a captive
Mhm.
audience. You know,
An
They have to have
inelastic
it.
price and a captive audience, and you can get away with it, so you do.
Also, and the other thing too, a lot of these pharmaceutical companies, they export a lot of that stuff too, at
Mhm.
greatly reduced costs
Because they have
to
to.
other countries.
Because the other countries won't let them charge so much money.
That's true too.
They won't let
And
them.
they give a lot of that shit away too. That's what pisses me off.
In some cases, yeah.
They give that shit away too. It's like,
Yeah, I get that. I don't know.
Well-
It's like there's certain things that shouldn't be done for profit. Prisons shouldn't be done for profit.
oh no,
Uh,
no.
If it's a life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness, those things shouldn't be done for profit. For profit. So life, that's your hospitals. Liberty, that's your prisons. The pursuit of happiness, I don't know what the fuck would be the pursuit of happiness, but that shouldn't be done for profit either. So it's like there's certain things that shouldn't be done for profit. They should be I don't want to say nationalized because that's not the fucking way to do it, but they should certainly be regulated in a way that that I mean there's certain insurance policies that are already regulated in a way that prevents them from taking extortive profits. But we're capable of doing things. We're capable of solving problems. We put a man on the fucking moon. We're capable of solving these problems.
Yeah.
But we choose not to. We choose not to because there's money. There's money involved, and there's a shit ton of money involved, and that's what stops us from doing it. And it's not us that's that's preventing us from doing it. Although we, a lot of us repeat a lot of the fucking nonsense bullshit talking points that are given to us by the people who are paid to.
I think the
repeat nonsense
government
bullshit talking points.
I think the government plays a large role, and I think they overreach with picking winners and losers.
Oh, they pick winners and losers all the time.
Yeah, but they shouldn't have the
All the
power.
time.
They shouldn't have the power, and they're not supposed to have the power to do that.
Oh, sure they should. Even if they don't pick winners and losers, they're picking winners and losers. If they held their hands back and did nothing, then they would be picking the winners of the people who had the most money to choose who won. It wouldn't be a free market. It would be a market of the people who had the most resources to determine what the market would be. And I mean, we used to do this back in the early 1900s. The federal government would go and bust up trusts, because if it wasn't the federal government choosing that the most the most comprehensive nationwide trust companies shouldn't be winners, then they would continue to control everything. We'd still have Standard Oil. We'd still have AT&T, National Bell, whatever organization that was that got busted up.
Ma Bell.
We'd still have all these
Southwestern Bell.
companies that were, Bell Technologies, whatever it was before it got busted. Then it became Southwestern.
But the
Bell
thing
and
is, though, it's
Northeastern
like
Bell and
with all
the
those.
But we used to say that the federal government's job was to literally stop overbearing, literally regulate commerce, like literally tell national corporations, you got too big, you own too much, you can't do that. And we still do it when companies like Service Corp or Microsoft or whatever, when they go to merge with another company, they have to get approved from the FCC, and the FCC now they just go, well, okay, that's fine. But they used to actually scrutinize this shit and say, no, you can't own too many radio stations in one market. You have to sell some shit. They used to do that. They don't do that anymore.
Yeah, they haven't done that in a long time, man.
Not on the scale that they used to, at least.
But then you got like these huge conglomerates like ABC and Google. Like Google is not like everyone says. Like Google's a private
and
company.
Sinclair and Fox.
Google's not a private company.
ABC, CBS, NBC. All those.
Google's
guys,
not a private company.
No.
Google
not even remotely.
has taken subsidies from the federal government and they have taken contract money from the federal government to develop technology. To me, that does not count as a private entity. These companies,
they're a quasi-governmental corporation.
as soon as you start taking money from the federal government or state government, you're inexorably you're a public entity. So I don't agree with that shit.
We talk about SpaceX being a private space company,
They're not.
but
They take
their
subsidies.
primary contract is a government contract. They're a government contractor.
Yeah, and plus they've taken subsidies, and they've lobbied the government for special dispensations and shit like that, for special consideration in creating regulations and stuff like that inside these various areas
like
of
Bechtel
industry.
and Lockheed Martin and Amazon and all these companies that have big fat government contracts that do shit with the government. They're barely private companies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like,
But
I don't like that shit, dude. It cuts off competition.
yeah,
That's why
and
it's in part why you have like
I mean,
$100
I get why
insulin.
they do it. I get why they do it. I mean, the same reason why they had to have 7 companies do the Hoover Dam. Like, there's some companies just aren't big enough. So I understand the rationale that you want companies that are large enough to handle a national market. You want national banks. You want, as a policy thing, you want national banks. You want national service providers. You want national insurance companies. You want national companies that can service the entire population, so they're easier to regulate, they're easier to work with. You have a contract with these people. You don't have to have 6 contracts.
What happens if they
6
fail,
different
though?
regions and all that other shit?
What happens if they fail? That's my thing.
It's a big fucking fuck
Instead
up.
of having,
you have to.
That's what I'm saying. Well,
yeah.
I prefer smaller regional companies in most instances because.
But look at it from the other direction. Look at it from the government's direction. Do you want 8 different regional car companies that you have to contract with to do to make mail trucks with?
Yeah.
Or do you want one national corporation that you can contract with to make your mail trucks, to send mail trucks to the entire
I would
country?
As
an operational situation, to keep it cheaper, which would you rather do?
To keep it cheaper, you'd want multiple contract, or the ability to have multiple contracts.
You want one.
Yeah, but
to keep it cheaper, you want one.
How does one?
So you have one set of plans, one set of designs.
So if like Lockheed Martin, if Boeing had the lock on making fighter jets for the U.S. military, don't you think they would take advantage of that leverage, being the only manufacturer able to make jets for the U.S. military?
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe?
Maybe so.
You just got the
certainly they would. I mean, certainly they would. But look at it from the operational point of view. You have one set of jets, one set of materials, one set of replacement parts. You only have to train your technicians to learn how to make one set of jets. I mean, Southwest Airlines did this with their 747s or 757s and 767s. They have one type of jet. They only have to teach their maintenance guys one set of repairs, one set of criteria, one set of everything. They don't have everything standardized.
Right.
They only have to have one set of gates, one set of runways, one set of everything, and they're done. They don't have to have this complex matrix of 15 different jets that they're servicing, 15 different runways.
Well, I'm not saying that they have 15 different jets,
repair categories, and all this other shit. One set. That's it. Done.
Or like, let's make it even simpler. What if you had to busted a pipe inside your house and you had to call a plumber, and you only had one plumber in the whole area? Like,
sure,
you're going to be costing an arm. Wouldn't you rather be able to call up like a bunch of different plumbers and be like, "Hey,
get 3 or 4 different bids.
Let me get some bids on this contractor," and that's why is that good, but it's not good for the government.
But the flip side of that is we have one set of pipes.
Yeah,
we have one set of standardized pipes.
Yeah,
they're all the same. They're all 3/4 inch PVC with nuts and all the shit. That everything's plumb the same. There's not specialized pipes that were installed by one company and another set of pipes that are serviced by another company. And when that other company comes to service your pipes, they have to replace everything. And that's what happens when you have 50 different contractors.
Well, that's fine. I mean, it's just, but at least you have different bids. What I'm talking about is like when you
Now, what happens though is when you set the standard for the entire country, now you have a nationwide company that can come and merge everything. And it used to be before the 1980s, we had regional companies, but once we had nationwide I don't know if it was, I don't know which one's the chicken and which one's the egg, but at some point in the 80s, we had this decision that we wanted nationwide companies to have nationwide standards. So I don't know if the nationwide standard came first and then companies just merged all across the country,
or they just
or
like they all
we
agreed.
had to merge and they set the standards.
Well, it's probably what they
But-
did. They all got together and set the standard. And it's like
I don't know which one was which.
That's
but
well. It
there was
sounds
a cultural
that sounds more
change.
plausible.
There was this shift in the early 80s when we said, not we as a people, but we as a government said, bigger's not necessarily bad. Big can be good. And here's the reasons why big can be good. And we have this ability to have this nationwide standard and combine everything. And, we can have, whatever, one freeway lane or whatever, one internet standard, one light standard, one electrical standard, and then everything can be interconnected from Maine to from LA to Maine to Seattle to Miami and all points in between. We don't want 50 different standards. We want one standard. We're one country.
Right.
But at the same time, I agree with you. I don't think we should necessarily have one company
Running
managing everything.
because like I'll give you a really good example.
I think we should absolutely have regional companies and regional coordination and regional all this stuff, all the way up to our politicians, where we should have regional parties. But everything's consolidated down to one or two different competitors.
Yeah, but whenever you choke it down to one or two competitors, because it's like where I used to live, we used to have if you wanted cable service, you only had Comcast. That was your only choice. And the problem with that was, well, there's a few problems. Number one, the price for the service that you got was extremely high. Number two, the service quality was not that good. And then number three, they didn't give a fuck about having to take your call because they didn't have to. They didn't have to give a shit because they had the monopoly on the area. Now, when I moved into my house, we had AT&T and we had Comcast as a choice. So whenever I moved there, like their rates, Comcast rates were half the price compared to where I was living. And it was all the same cable structure, same standard and everything. They were just cheaper because they had competition. They had AT&T out there. They had someone else in their area, in their turf, where they cannot monopolize the service. And it's just like the DMV. It's like you go to the DMV, it's like there's not competition in the DMV market because the government holds a monopoly. Anytime you have a monopoly on any kind of
DMV
service,
is a little bit different.
huh?
I mean, not a whole lot of companies that are offering to give you a driver's license.
Well, yeah.
Come on.
But even with the U.S. Postal Service, you have like FedEx, you have UPS, you have options.
I mean,
But the point is, like, you have options.
Providing a service properly, there would be more DMV offices without question. But I mean, there's certain things that deserve a monopoly, because it's not like they're going to have like 5 different sets of cables going to everybody's houses, right?
No, because like the cable. Well, here's the thing: like the cable was standardized before Comcast or AT&T or anyone came in.
Yeah,
they're actually,
but that's how
Comcast
electricity works. We have one set of wires coming to everybody's houses, but we have different people servicing and making the electric delivery. They're the ones billing.
It's like here in Texas, like if I don't
shit.
like the service provider, or if I think they're charging too much, I can fucking boot them, and I've done it before.
Yeah,
they've gone up on their rates. I'm like, I'm not going to pay you. I'm going to get a different contract with a different company. And then they're like,
that's not real.
Oh wait,
that's not real competition. That's just
not
how they service the electricity that you're paying for.
But like even with Comcast and cable, the cable and stuff, the cable was laid decades before Comcast was even a fucking thought.
Oh yeah.
in anyone's mind, because they're basically piggybacking on old technology with the cable underground cable system anyway.
Right.
And Comcast and all these other cable service providers, they don't give a shit to like update the cable anyway, because like a lot of the cable underground cable infrastructure in this country it was laid like back in the 50s and 60s and shit, and it hasn't been updated since. Comcast don't give a shit to do any of that stuff because they're making money hand over fist, because they have, in a lot of areas, they have the monopoly on it. It's either them or some other like Cox, like Vanessa Kitty saying, like Cox or AT&T. At least
So what
AT&T
you're saying is, in some cases, socialism is good.
So as far as what?
As far as laying like infrastructure.
Well, that was
Like
the government.
Certain infrastructure shouldn't be privatized, but certain infrastructure should definitely be public.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have a problem with that.
But now it's the question of like the delivery of data through that infrastructure. Yeah, now we can talk about privatizing that shit.
Yeah, but it's just
or at
like,
least tracking it, or
I just want a fucking
clocking
choice,
it, or
man.
monitoring it, because they build roads, but then they have toll booths, and the toll booths can be managed by private companies. That's fine, whatever. I hate toll booths.
I like
in general,
toll roads,
but
dude. I love toll roads.
I hate the idea of fucking paying to drive on a road that I've already paid taxes for. But
That's
whatever.
a good point. That's a fair point.
Yeah, and those
But you
taxes
see-
never go
but
away.
look at
They're
the- but
taxing
look at
you even after
I-45
the road
though.
is paid for.
Well, yeah, that's
Pisses me
true.
off. That
That's
pisses
true.
me off more, because then they're like, "Oh, these are very profitable. Let's build more." Like, fuck. Now everything costs money to drive to. I don't want to pay extra money to go to Austin. I already have to go to Austin. God.
Well, again, it's like it's like
it should cost money to go to Austin and be free to come back to Houston. That's how it should be.
well, you can either take toll roads or you can take I-45 and rattle your fucking teeth out.
Sometimes, yeah.
You know?
But I mean, some things that should be socialized. There's some things that are a social necessity. There's some things that should be paid for through the good of society. Post offices, fire departments, police departments, roads.
Those are like
and
essentials.
now these days. Internet.
But those are like
infrastructure.
essential services.
Yeah, they
It's like
are
so your
essential
house
services. But
so
now
your
it's a
house doesn't
question of
burn down.
how do you define essential services? Is childcare an essential service in the 21st century when you have both
Not
parents
really.
working? I don't know if
No.
that counts as infrastructure. That's an
It's-
argument to be made. I doubt it. Maybe. I don't know. Is college considered an essential service? I mean, high school is considered an essential service. At what point does education have to stop? There's healthcare. Is that considered an essential service? For people over 65, it is. That's socialized healthcare. If you 62, whatever the age is, where Medicare kicks in, it's considered an essential service. Should it be an essential service for people who are 40? Should it be essential service for people who are born? Should it be essential service for people who are pregnant?
Yeah, I'm not a
That's
fan of socialized healthcare, because I've taken part of.
You're not a
socialized
fan of
healthcare.
social healthcare, but you're a fan of social like roads.
I like toll roads
Right?
too. I actually like toll roads better than I do
Yeah.
regular roads.
Well, there's a mixture of the two. Maybe there could be a mixture of healthcare where there's like basic healthcare that's paid for, and then if you want the concierge service, you want the extra like ball tickling. Healthcare stuff.
The Wigglies. Yeah.
You're
talking about you're talking about like
you want a physical with a
immunizations.
happy ending.
Yeah, you're talking like if you like break your arm, you can go to the doctor and get a
Yeah,
cast.
like basic services, emergency services, like just like healthcare, like general primary care services. Yeah, but if you're like, maybe I want to go get my cholesterol checked, you go check out with the doctor. Like that's going to be a $50 visit, but all the other shit's paid for. I mean, I could see America going into a hybrid type of system like that, but
I think it would help in some. I think it would help in some ways. I'm not real keen on the full social healthcare thing, because I've been to a VA hospital. Like when I got back here from the military from San Diego, I had to make an appointment for an optometrist to get new glasses. I had to wait. Well, no, I didn't have. They set the appointment for 6 weeks from the day I came in there at the VA hospital in Houston. 6 fucking weeks for an eye exam. At the time, I had like I had health insurance through my employer, and I went with that, and I went down to TSO next to where I lived, and I had glasses by the end of the week, or 2 weeks from whenever I got because I made the appointment for the next day, went in, got my eyes checked, got a prescription, ordered glasses. 2 weeks later, like a week and a half, 10 days later, they were in, and that was in less than 2 weeks compared to 6 weeks.
And see, that's a mismatch between
that's socialized healthcare for
decision.
You. That's socialized healthcare for you.
That's a deliberate decision to underfund the VA. Because I'll tell you, TSO with eye insurance is socialized medicine. It's private companies running a socialized medicine program.
Yeah.
You pay whatever, $20 a month.
Yeah, don't.
I'm
not.
You pay whatever.
You're not going to get me to carry water for
whatever
private
it
insurance
is.
companies. I'm going to tell you that right now because it's not going to happen.
No, but that's the thing with private insurance companies. You pay for health insurance.
Burn that shit down too.
A couple $100 a month for dental insurance, for eye insurance. Let's say $10 a month, whatever. You pay $10 a month. That's $120 a year, so that you can get an eye exam once a year. Your eye exam once a year, and then you pay for the glasses. So you're literally paying $120 for an eye exam and half off whatever the pair of glasses is.
This is
so you're literally paying $120 plus the price of eyewear. You're not getting that much of a deal. For most of the people, they pay $400 a month for health insurance, and they don't go to the doctor.
Yeah,
they pay $4,800 a year to not see a doctor. Or they pay $4,800 a year to go to the doctor, pay $50 to see their doctor, $25 to see their doctor, and then pay $200, $100, $50 for the doctor visit.
Well, you know the workaround.
They pay $5,000 to go see a doctor once a year.
Been using it. Well, I got a workaround with the optometrist. So what I do is I go to Walmart. I get my eye exam at Walmart, and I have them write down the prescription and give it to me.
Yeah.
And I go online to glasses.com.
And then you order it online.
And I order, and these, like the ones I have on, these are fucking Oakley frames with and it was like $200. It's a lot cheaper than, and I actually dropped my my optometry coverage on my insurance because of that, because it was just cheaper. It was cheaper if I had cash on hand. And I think that's
in some cases it is.
Yeah.
Because insurance companies will pinch the doctors.
Yeah.
You pay the insurance company, then you pay the doctor, and then the doctor makes a claim to the insurance company. The insurance company pinches the doctor, and the doctor takes 50% off the insurance claim.
Yeah. But in this case, I circumvented all that, and I just got my eyes checked, got a prescription, and I just went online. See, the thing is, like, cash is king in those instances. And,
absolutely.
If you can afford it.
I've been in the same boat as a business owner. You're like, they're like, look, yeah, I know it costs $130. I got 120. I'm like, fuck it, I'll take 120 because it's better to take 120 than to run a card for 130.
Yeah,
I'll do it. Absolutely.
It's like if you go like get an MRI and shit, if you got
cash. But don't get any fucking ideas. Y'all fucking come with your fucking card and pay the full price. Don't be dicks. All right, y'all know better. Anyway. What's up?
I'm gonna pay you with magic beans for your booze.
Beans and a blowjob.
I'm gonna give you some wampum. I got like 6 wampum and I got 2 pieces of beef jerky in my pocket.
I'll give you 45 minutes with my woman. No, I just want money. Thank you. I can't fucking pay rent with wampum. Jesus. God damn it.
Look, it's legal Tinder among the nations.
The nation isn't my landlord. You know better. Anyway, so what were you saying? Sorry.
Vanessa, I use private healthcare through TRICARE. Yeah,
I'm catching up through chat. It's going to take me a minute, but I'm catching up.
Is an insurance?
It's 4:30 in the morning. I gotta fucking go to bed.
It is an insurance program we pay into through Medicare taxes.
30 minutes.
And work, except certain jobs.
Yeah.
Part of Medicare covers
Social Security deems permanently and totally disabled. That is true. All this shit. Why would I not donate to a service that is essential to a community? That's a good question. Why wouldn't you? Because there's like food banks and food services and all
I think
kinds
he's
of
talking about
services that are essential to
like
communities.
fire departments and
There's
shit
plenty
like
of people that wouldn't donate to fire departments. There's been circumstances in like libertarian enclaves that the fire departments are voluntary contribution organizations where they don't fucking, I mean, they won't like put the fire out if your house catches on fire and you hadn't paid your fees. That's one of the reasons why a public fire department exists. That was a thing in fucking early Rome where there was a private fire department and they're like, oh, it would suck if something happened to your business. Hope you paid your fee. And then like the dude would like light their businesses on fire. And like that was
well,
a
I
thing.
think they call that extortion, which is illegal.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
And we have
it's
voluntary
illegal if you can prove it.
we have voluntary fire departments where I live, and my old house, like right out in front of the subdivision, was a volunteer fire department.
Yeah, we have a volunteer fire department in Humble and Tasita.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
Humble has a city fire department.
y'all just
but
built
Tasita
They
has
just built a
volunteer
brand
fire
new one
department.
over there, didn't they?
But a couple.
It's a
But
nice
the volunteer fire department will put your fucking house out if it's on fire. It's part of the county. Like the county pays for the volunteer fire
Yeah.
department. Like they don't pay the firemen because they're volunteers.
Yeah.
But
they pay for
Great
the
thing to have.
trucks and all the good shit.
yeah, they pay for all that other shit.
Yeah.
If your house catches on fire, the fire department shows up, puts out the fire. That's what fire departments do.
Yeah.
It's not a donation. It's paid for
By
by
taxes.
taxes
Your
because
land taxes.
here's the thing. If your house lights on fire, it could light the houses
That's
around
right.
you on fire.
You can get the other ones too.
So it's in the county's best interest, the city's best
Yeah.
interest, to make sure that fire doesn't spread.
Yeah.
It's in their absolute best interest to put that fire out. It's everyone's best interest to make sure that fire goes out, not just the person whose house is on fire. Same way with schools. You don't want to live in a community with a bunch of dumb fucking children. You want to live in a community with educated kids that go to school all day long, so they're not roaming around the streets lighting shit on fire for the fire department is going to put out houses. You want them in school. You pay your property taxes to afford for the kids to go to school. Even if you don't have kids, you don't want to be living in a house in a neighborhood with a bunch of fucking roustabouts roaming around the streets with lighters, because you're in your house and you're like, oh, they're not my fucking kids. Oh, those fucking parents pay for their fucking kids to go to school. No, they'll light your house on fire too, or they'll light your neighbor's house on fire. And now the
They
fire
ain't
department has
gonna
come
light
out
my
and put
house
their
on fire because I'll fill their ass full of rock salt. I don't give a fuck. Or I'll put them to work.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll find some work for
it's
them to
real
do.
quick. It's real quick. All they run up and light your house on fire and run off into the shadows. That's what they do.
Hit them in the
kids
ass
are
with
dumb.
rock salt and be like, get out of here.
Oh, Lord.
Or I'll just find get a couple of them and pay them like $20 a piece and mow the yard. Mow my yard.
But see,
I don't
that's the
need
thing. If
socialism.
you have health insurance, Princess, if you have health insurance, you absolutely have a socialist healthcare. Health insurance is a socialist setup. You pay for the group's healthcare. You don't get, you pay whatever, $4,500 a year. And
Yeah, but you don't
somebody
get
else
40
gets
you don't get Yeah, because that's
somebody else
what
gets a
insurance is for.
$30,000 hip. I mean,
Yeah.
that's part of your $4,000 pays for somebody else's $30,000 hip.
That's the whole thing behind
Healthcare
insurance.
insurance is socialism. It's just
That's the whole thing
socialism on a smaller scale, and it's privatized socialism.
But it's
That's what it
voluntary.
is.
Though. The only thing though is that it's voluntary. Like
It's not, though. It's not really.
Well, you can
I mean-
choose to not have insurance.
Yeah, you can choose to not have insurance, but when you get sick, what happens?
You either tough it out or go to fucking
You
emergency room.
you go to the emergency room and you can't pay, or you go bankrupt because your medical bills exceed your ability to pay, or you pay it out. You impoverish yourself. You don't necessarily impoverish yourself. You pay the bill. The bill could impoverish you. It
Oh,
could bankrupt you.
well,
If
that's
it
the thing, though,
bankrupts
it's
you,
like
you're
a lot-
socialized. That's
that's-
what bankruptcy is.
That's the thing about well, not always, because here's the thing.
Yeah.
a
Your
lot of things.
creditors say, okay, we'll take 80 cents on the dollar.
No,
or
no,
we'll
that's,
take 50
yeah, well,
cents
that's
on the
what
dollar. We'll,
you can
we'll
always
just get fucked.
negotiate. Yeah, you can negotiate with a hospital. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's what when my daughter went into when she had to go to Texas Children's for like 2.5 weeks because she had really bad pneumonia. When I got the bill, I didn't pay full price for that fucking bill. Like I had Cadillac insurance from whenever I was working at MD Anderson, but and I had really good insurance, but I still negotiated that shit when I got the bill.
Mhm.
I'm like, I'm not gonna pay this. Like, what are y'all crazy? Because that was like a $30,000 bill. I'm like, I mean, I didn't pay a fraction of that. Like, I didn't pay all that. I think I paid I ended up paying like $600 but I knew
Mhm.
the thing was like, because I'm in billing, like I called their billing department over there. I'm like, look, I don't have this. Okay.
Yeah.
So if y'all want to get something out of it, y'all need to work with me. And so they're like, and they were completely fine with it. They're like, yeah, we can work with you. How much do you want to pay? You know, and
I don't want to pay anything, motherfucker.
yeah, well, it's like you got to pay something, and I'm like, you know, they threw out some stuff out there, and I went through the bill with them like line by line. I'm like, well, you know, you don't need all this. Why'd you charge me for that? And I went line item by line item, and they were like, okay, we'll get rid of that. It ended up being like $600-700 bill
Makes
that I
sense.
had to pay, you know, after my insurance took the brunt force of it.
Mhm.
But still, you know, it was a good deal, and I paid them. And the thing was, I paid them cash right there on the phone. That was the other reason why I got such a discount as well. And I was like, they're like, well, if you're ready to pay today, I'm like, yeah, I'm ready to pay today if the price is right, because they want something. They as long as you, because like the vast majority of people, a lot of times especially when they go in emergency services inside a hospital, they're not going to get paid. Like the hospital rarely gets paid by that shit unless they have insurance. But there's a lot of people that go in emergency services and they don't have the money to pay. But yet, you know, hospitals are required by law that if someone goes in their emergency department, they're required by law to treat that patient.
Exactly. By law.
Now, they're
to treat the patient.
They have
That
to
is
treat
socialized
you.
medicine.
Now, well,
And
here's
they
the
have
thing,
to charge
though.
them something.
Yeah, well, they're going to charge you, but that doesn't mean they're going to get paid. But the thing is, like, if you go, let's say you have a heart attack, you're having a heart attack, you go in an emergency room, you're like, yeah, I think I'm having a heart attack. They hook you up the EKG, like, yeah, you're having a heart attack. Like, they don't sit there, like, they keep you in there just long enough to stabilize you, and then they kick you out. It's like you're not getting rehabilitation, you're not getting physical therapy. That's, if you want that shit, you got to pay for that on your own dime.
You're getting emergency medicine care.
You're getting emergency medical care to get stabilized, and then you're out the fucking door.
Yep.
That's the extent of that law. Like if you had a gunshot wound, you came in, you got shot. Like
They'll
they
stick
have
a tampon in the hole and send you out the door.
pretty much. Like they just put some.
It
They
sounds
sprinkle
crass, but that's kind of what
they
do.
sprinkle some blood. You know, some blood. That fucking blood ceasing powder on you from the bleed stop, and they're like, they tape you up, and they're like, go back out there, Tiger.
Good luck, buddy.
But that's still like, you know, most of those instances, that hospital is not going to get reimbursed for those resources and services. You know, even if you're shot and you had to go on ICU for like a few days, they're not, and that's a high level of resource and services that the hospital has to take a hit for,
Right?
Because they're probably not going to get paid for that shit unless you got insurance.
Yep.
You know, but a lot more often, well, I'm going to say more often not, but there's a lot of instances where those hospitals don't get paid for that, and that's why, you know, that's
They're
unfortunate.
not eager to do that type of shit. Yeah,
you know, they're there to make money just like any other business, but they get shafted.
And this is a good point. I want to address this from Bacon. That the best way to go about it, that I'm not wrong, to invest in the best interest of keeping it from happening in the first place. I don't want the neighbors catching fire either. One of the reasons why fire departments have fire department pay has kind of exceeded police department pay, and why we had that issue here in Houston I don't know if you remember that from a few years back when the city ordinance to match fire department pay with police pay, and it was like a big fat cut to fire department and all this other shit. One of the reasons they had that is because regulations on how to build houses to prevent fires make fire departments' jobs much easier over time.
Yeah.
Prevents
Okay.
fires, makes
Yeah.
fire departments work less. So
Yes.
like the pay that goes to fire departments would be deferred to retirement pay. So one of the issues we had here in Houston several years back was matching police pay with fire department pay, because we don't do anything to make police department pay or police department jobs easier. We make police department jobs harder and harder and harder here in the state of Texas.
Well,
But
it's not
fire
that it's
department
harder.
jobs we
It's
make
not
easier
that
and
it's harder.
easier
It's a
and easier.
lack of training for law
Well,
enforcement.
no, it's harder and harder and harder because
Well, the other stuff, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
in the fire world, we try to prevent fires. In the police world, we're like, everybody gets fucking guns. Good luck. Bye. It makes their jobs so much fucking harder. But with fire department jobs, like we actually work to prevent fires. We try to prevent houses from catching fires. We better electrical wiring systems, better insulation,
Yeah.
better materials,
No asbestos.
better everything. Yeah, right, to prevent fires. So fire departments, I mean, they have a hard job because they have, and it's still a tremendously risky job, but it's way easier than it was 50 years ago. Way easier than it was 100 years ago.
Yeah,
way
it's easier.
than
It's
it was
easier than
20
40 years ago because like
it gets better and better and better each year.
yeah, because like they, I mean, they have like insulation is fire retardant now. A lot of your exterior paint on your houses
Paints are fire retardant.
Are fire
all kinds of
retardant.
things are retardant in the United States in general, and also fire retardant.
Yeah,
But that's
They have
one of the
fire
reasons.
extinguishers in houses now.
Oh
How
yeah,
about that?
it's insane. But that's and also fire education and how to prevent fires and all the stuff that we do to prevent fires, because fire is dangerous and we recognize fire is dangerous.
Yeah,
We've known this since we came out of the caves. And that's one of the things that have made fire department retirement more lucrative than police department retirement,
oh, yeah.
is because
my-
fire department pay has been deferred to retirement pay. It's this
Yeah.
whole complicated matrix of they get paid, how they get paid and when they get paid and deferment of all the shit. And it was a big deal here in Houston about, I don't know, 5-10 years ago, probably 10 years ago.
Yeah, 'cause my grandfather he's a Houston firefighter for like 37 years.
Yeah.
And his pension was quite robust.
Yeah, because their pay their union would work to get equal pay, but the pay would be deferred, and
Yeah.
their pensions would be very robust.
Yeah. He had a
But
very
that's
good
something we do as a society. We recognize fire bad. So
fire. Yeah.
as a society, we recognize fire bad. So we try to do things to prevent fire. We have building codes and regulations and materials and training and education and all the shit that we do to make firefighters' jobs easier. It'd be really cool if we did the same shit on the other side of the ledger, making doctors' jobs easier and police officers' jobs easier and all kinds of other shit easier. But we don't do that. We don't do that.
Well, it's like a spider web of bullshit, especially having to do with doctors, because like doctors have to carry malpractice insurance, and that's fucking exorbitant. Plus, they have the tuition cost to go to medical school is fucking exorbitant.
And we eat too much food and we eat garbage on a regular basis.
Well, that's the individual choice.
He says as he puts another almond in his face.
You can't legislate stupidity, or you can't legislate like people stopping.
Yeah, but you can regulate so that you don't encourage companies to put sugar in food. You can do things. There's things that we can do, but we don't. There's a lot of things we can do.
I mean, that's why I buy
we don't.
keto. That's why I buy keto bread, even though it costs like twice as much as a regular loaf of bread.
And there's a reason it costs twice as much.
Yeah, I'm fine with paying that, but it's my
Corn
choice.
subsidies and all this other shit.
Yeah,
make-
let's not get me started on corn subsidies, motherfuckers. I think we'd agree on that one.
Yeah.
Like what? The
All
fuck?
kinds of shit that we do that
High
fuck up our
fructose
food.
corn syrup is the fucking bane of our
It
existence.
is so bad.
And seed oils, like
Oh yeah, so
fuck,
bad.
dude.
And they'll say that sugar is sugar is sugar is sugar,
No, it's not.
but no, it's not, because you take the fiber away from the sugar, and then you don't have any substance to your sugar, and then you can just get full on sugar.
It's not
And
sugar when it's processed. Like
Yeah.
unless you're sucking that shit, unless you're getting that shit directly off the cane outside, it's not sugar. It's
But
not.
that's the difference between apple juice and apples. You know,
Yeah.
apples contain all the apple juice that you would drink out of a can of
But they also
a glass
contain
of apple juice.
they also
But
contain
they
a lot of
contain
fiber.
and
Yeah.
it fills you up, and you can't
Mhm.
drink all that sugar if you're eating it in an actual apple.
Yeah.
But you know, that's the difference between high fructose processed corn sugar and or corn syrup and actual sugar and actual food.
And that's
Because
the
food
other thing
contains
too.
fiber. Food weighs you down. You have to eat it, and it fills you up, and you're like, oh, I'm stuffed. I can't eat another fucking bite.
Well, that's the other thing
Not
too.
even a wafer
A lot of
thin mint.
people, a lot of people in this country, they overeat way too much of their food at a sitting. You know?
Yep. And then they keep sitting.
Yeah, and then they
Like
keep sitting,
Fat, disgusting pigs.
and they just eat and eat and eat. They have
And I
no
say
idea
that-
of portion control.
I say that with experience as a fat, disgusting pig.
I've been there, yeah. Been there, done that. Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, but
it's collectivist, not socialist. Nope, not true. Fire departments are socialist. It is a social program for the social good, paid for by the government. People pay the government to pay their fire departments. That's what it is.
yeah, and I'm kind of
It's
fine
not
with that.
collectivist.
I'm kind of fine with that.
It's not collectivist. Collectivist is a different thing.
I mean,
Sorry, Bacon.
I'm kind of
You
fine
can
with
try
that.
to redefine it and,
With some
and not
stuff.
call it socialist, but it's still socialist.
Car insurance, gas, been mandatory in most every place I've.
Now, insurance might be collectivist, but it's a socialistic program. If it was run by the government, it would be socialist. It's collectivist. I mean, insurance I could see as collectivist because it's groups of people paying a private company to do it. It's privatized socialism. But you know, at that point, we're splitting hairs. You're replacing the
Yeah.
government with a private.
I don't like doing
And-
cutting
and-
hairs and shit, splitting hairs and shit.
Yeah, and it's the difference between.
Because
I mean,
here's the
you can
thing,
have
like you
private
get caught up on the definitions and shit, and then you
Yeah.
lose focus of the main. Lose focus of the main.
and what the ACA
problem.
did is it told private insurance companies, like, this is the minimum standard you can have. And the private insurance companies still ran their private insurance, but they had a minimum standard of what they needed to do.
Yeah.
And that was it. That's what the ACA did.
What's the ACA?
You had the Affordable Care Act.
Oh,
You had to have Obamacare.
yeah.
You had to have a minimum baseline of coverage for your insurance. That's what it said. You had to do this. You could do more, but you can't less. That's all it said. But, you know, people got pissed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was
Private companies still ran their fucking insurance, and some insurance policies went away because they were substandard. And they were like, "Well, I want my insurance," but you know, you didn't choose your insurance. Your company chose your insurance because your company was a piece of shit, and it chose substandard insurance, so you didn't get your fucking insurance anymore.
people also need to be more responsible and cognizant whenever they read their insurance policies as well,
Mm-hmm.
to make sure that they're getting the appropriate coverage
Yeah.
for the, because here's the thing, like if you're a 20-year-old 30, you know, you're in your 20s, you want to get insurance coverage, you don't need a lot because you're a young, relatively young person, as opposed to someone who's like in their 40s, 50s, or 60s, who might be, for example, genetically predisposed to certain types of cancer. Well, a lot of basic, or a lot of your normal insurance carriers or your insurance policies will not cover shit like chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and stuff like that. That's why you need to read your insurance policy. And then if you're like, well, because a lot of insurance companies also offer what they call catastrophic coverage.
Yep.
Catastrophic coverage plans that will cover
That's like
shit like
cancers and shit like that.
cancer and really bad car accidents and shit like that, like high level costs that you might have to incur.
Right.
But people, the thing
but
is,
that
like,
was part of the debate with the ACA. It was like they need young, impervious people to sign up for insurance because they paid for the insurance. They paid the premiums that paid for the procedures that everybody else got.
Yeah.
They needed, like they were literally saying, we need people who don't need insurance to buy insurance to pay the premiums for other people
for the old
to get the
yeah.
procedures that they need to get.
for the old
And
fuckers.
that's why we have Medicare. That's why we have Medicare. We pay for Medicare for old people to get their fucking replacement hips. We don't get Medicare access. They get all the Medicare access. We pay for their hips. Well, I'm not getting a hip from Medicare, but grandma is. That's how it works. That's how Medicare works. We're locked out of getting the benefits, but we pay you the premiums.
Well, yeah,
We
you're
pay the
basically
premiums all our life.
you essentially have the younger generation paying for the older generation.
Right.
And it's-
And that's what they need with broad-based insurance programs in general. They need a broad spectrum. The more people paying into insurance, the cheaper the insurance rates, the more they can afford to pay out. Because the assumption is the more people paying in, the more young people you have paying in, the more young people who don't need insurance or don't need medical care, they pay in, everybody else gets medical care. That's how it works. That's how insurance works in general. You have, that's why everybody has car insurance, because some people need it, some people don't, but everybody has it. And the ones who need it get payouts. The ones who don't.
That's why.
That's how it
that's
is.
why you have.
I mean, I haven't fucking had a claim in like 6 years.
Yeah, but like with insurance, with car insurance though, it's voluntary.
No, it's not. Not in Texas.
Yeah, it is.
It's against the law to not have insurance in Texas.
It's against
the law in most states.
It's against the law if you take your car out on a public road. It is. But if you
It's against the law to get caught not having insurance. in Texas.
no. Now, if you have a vehicle and you keep it on your property and drive around your property, you don't have to have insurance.
Oh, sure. If you're not on public,
But the minute you go
if
on a
you're-
public
if
roadway,
yeah, exactly.
you're-
If
you have a
interacting
base
with
level-
the public, you have to have insurance.
but it's also voluntary because you don't have to have a car. Like,
And if you don't speed,
yeah, but
If you
like
don't
you
ever
don't
get
have to have a
pulled over, you
car.
don't
It's
have to
like a
have
luxury kind of thing. It's like you're using
We are.
you're using.
but you have to have a knee.
You have to have an
You have to have a set of lungs. You have to have a heart. You have to have a scrotum
Yeah.
that can get cancer. You have to have all kinds of stuff.
well, you have to have those, I guess.
You got to insure your parts, and
Well, yeah,
I mean,
that's like insurance.
that's just how it goes.
But that usually most
You
insurance.
don't have to have a life. You could take care of that yourself.
Well, yeah, you should. I mean, like, work out and eat right.
I mean, in general, it's generally a bad idea. It's bad for the environment for you to continue living.
Like
right?
I have insurance. Like I could go to the VA, but I don't fucking go to the VA, dude. Like I've always had health insurance through my employer, dude. And I'm glad I do because that's a fucking mess. over
Yeah,
there.
I mean, most people do through their employers, and their employers choose the insurance that most people have.
Yeah. We usually get a
that's-
couple
that's-
different plans to choose from. You
Yeah,
you got your
but not
you
everybody.
get your HMO and you get your
Yeah.
MMO, whatever the fuck it is.
The illusion of choice.
Yeah, the illusion of
Because the
choice.
employer chooses what
It's
choice
just
you get.
yeah, like you either pay a lot on the front end or you pay a lot of them back, and it's basically the choice, right?
Yeah.
You either have a high, you have high monthly payments and a low premium,
Yeah, you get to choose.
or you
High
have
payments,
a low premium,
low premium, high payment.
low premium, high payments, or low payments and high premiums.
But that's the thing. You pay every month, and a little bit when you show up, or you don't. Or you pay
And
a
see, the
little
thing
bit
is,
every
like when
month
I
and
was
a lot
younger and not married and didn't have a kid, I had low,
the
I had a hot,
low premium, high payment.
yeah. But then I had
Yeah.
had a family. I switched that shit real fast.
Yeah,
You
you're
know,
like, she's
so-
definitely going to the hospital this year. Let's jack it.
Yeah. Yeah. Or
I'm
it's,
reading
or
through
it's like
chat.
it's like that one time
Trying to
my daughter was like 2 or 3 years old and she was running in the living room and she tripped and fell and like hit her forehead on the edge of the coffee table, and my wife wouldn't let me give her stitches at the house, so I had to take her to the doc in a box, and the doctor had to give her stitches. I'm like, dude, I could have done this shit.
Well,
Earlier,
What about the
she's
table?
like-
Was the table okay? Did you have to fix the table?
Table was completely fine.
Oh, okay, good.
So it's all good.
That's what's important.
Yeah.
Got to refinish
But
that thing, right?
I just kind of wiped the blood off. I was just kind of butthurt a little bit because the old lady didn't let me do the stitches. I'm like, dude, just give me some needle and thread. I got this. She's like, fuck no.
You can't just use string. What's wrong with you, man?
I got some fishing line.
Um,
I got some monofilament. I got some 3-pound test.
I cut my leg. I cut my leg once, and I had to go to one of those urgent care facilities because it was like a Saturday or Sunday or whatever, and I was busting up a root system for a bush so that I could pull it out of the ground, and like I like just grazed my axe across the back of my calf, you know, with a double bladed axe, and I just kind of grazed it, and it just sliced the skin. Just it was just a casual thing. And I didn't even feel it. I looked down, I'm like bleeding all over the place. Like, oh my God.
Were you wearing shorts?
Yeah, because it was summertime. And I mean, I wasn't like doing anything. I was just like busting this root out. I mean, it wasn't like work, you know, it was just like garden work. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. But I had the axe sitting on the ground. I turned and I picked the axe up and it just kind of slid across my calf. And it slid across that point of your calf, like where the fat part of your calf. So like the skin just like popped out like that.
Yeah.
And I'm
like
looking
right below
at
the
it
gastrocnemius, right below the calf.
Yeah, somewhere in that area. Whatever that is. But I'm looking at it and I'm like, I can't get this to like seal back together. I'm not going to be able to just put a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
I go into the kitchen and I get some paper towels and I stuff it on there and it's just spurting blood everywhere. Like, honey, I think I need to go to like the hospital or something. And like, I don't think it's an emergency. She's like, oh my God, you're bleeding everywhere. I'm going to check one of those minor emergency care places. So I go to this minor emergency care place. They're open. I get there like an hour before they close. And I swear to God, this felt like one of those drug dealer places where you go and get your bullet hole stitch up. The doctor comes out and she's like, her hand is covered in a glove. And she's like kind of shaking a little bit. She's like, what is it you need? And she looks like she's in pain. I'm like, I just need stitches here. And I show her, she's like, okay, no problem. Come on to the back. She says, don't worry about this. I burned my hand so I can barely feel it, but it really hurt. Painkillers. I'm like, holy shit. I'm in a fucking drug clinic. This is where drug dealers get their shit fixed. Oh my God. This really is what it looks like. And she's like, just be really still. I've got this. Don't worry. And I'm like, you're not very reassuring at all. And every time a doctor says that, or a clinician or whoever you are, every time someone says that, you make people more nervous. Quit saying it. She's like, okay, just relax. And she shoots me up with the Novocaine and stuff and numbs it. And oh my God, it was the most surreal experience I've ever had. She like had spilled some water on her hand and burned her hand, which is why she was like it was like a 2nd-degree burn. And it was just like, the weirdest experience I've ever had. I did not go back to get the stitches removed. I removed them myself. But oh my God, all the weird, bizarre fucking things I've ever done.
That seems appropriate.
That was oh my God, so strange. I'm just like, I do not want to go back to see you ever. Good luck. Grilling and chilling with Mojo. Congratulations, Mojo, by the way, for getting monetized. Cheers to you. They just joined me. It is, God damn it, it's 5:00. Everyone in my house is going to be getting up in the next 30 minutes. We need to wrap this up.
Okay. What are you saying up here?
What time is it?
Giving blood.
5:30. It's 5.5 hours is how long
5
I've
o'clock.
been going. Yeah, it's 5:00. I've been going for 5.5. Then again, at least I'm intellectually honest as best it can be, which is all. I try to be intellectually honest. Yes, thank you very much, Bacon. That is, and in fact, tomorrow night when we talk about the siege at Waco and the what if question, what if it had ended peacefully? I'm going to be as intellectually honest as I can be, and talk about like the possibilities of what could have happened. Like, there's no chance that would have ended peacefully. Like, neither party wanted that to end peacefully, but like both parties were looking for a fight. You know when you go to a bar and you see a couple of dudes and they're like, both of them are kind of pissed off, and you're like, yeah, y'all are getting a fight tonight. Or you come home and you're kind of in a pissy mood, or you come home and your girl's in a kind of a pissy mood, and you're like, yep, we're definitely gonna have a fight tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip that conversation.
That's what Waco was like.
Yeah,
Waco was like both parties wanted to fight. There was no way that was ending peacefully.
I'll have to skip that.
No.
I'll skip that one.
But just out of curiosity, like, what would have happened? Like, what would have happened if the FBI and the ATF weren't a bunch of assholes? What would have happened if David Koresh and his gang didn't want to kill everybody and have an apocalyptic showdown?
There probably would have.
Like, what if they had said,
kids have been
okay,
alive.
like we surrender? Yeah, well, they'd probably, I don't know, probably be alive, maybe in jail. I don't know. But, like, probably wouldn't have been a fiery inferno.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a safe bet. If they were like, yeah, okay. Let cooler heads prevail. Let's end this thing.
Oh, well, if
But
you want cooler heads to
then what?
prevail, you shouldn't let the ATF in there.
Yeah, I mean, they were geared up for a fight. They were all roided up and
Yeah.
ready to go. But David Koresh was also like apocalyptic into the world, ready for a fucking fight too. Like they weren't the good guys. Like the ATF wasn't the good guys, but David Koresh was not the good guys either. But it'd be
You got to look at the lesser of two evils on that. And I don't think the ATF and FBI were the lesser part.
I don't think the guy who doused a bunch of everything in kerosene and lit it on fire was the lesser of two evils either.
He was probably an asshole too.
Yeah, I mean he's probably he's not a good guy. But like I said, both parties were at fault. Like the ATF was itching for a fight. They were looking for a fight. They were coming in looking for a fight. There's so many ways they could have ended that.
They had the ability to de-escalate that thing, and they didn't do it.
So many times they had the ability to de-escalate. So many opportunities, and they chose not to.
They did anything but de-escalate.
They didn't have to do what they did, but they did, and they chose. They made that choice. But on the other hand, Koresh didn't have to do what he did. He didn't have to escalate. He could have at any point in time surrendered, but he didn't. But okay, but that's the thought experiment for tomorrow. Like, what would have happened? Because there was a like a 20-year progression, a 15-year progression at that point towards loosening gun laws. There was like the struggle of stricter gun laws and looser gun laws, and at that point, the stricter gun laws died. That was the death of stricter gun laws, and at that point, it was the end of the ATF, the end of the FBI enforcement, the end of gun enforcement, the end of any kind of gun enforcement whatsoever. From that point forward, we did not have a permanent ATF director until I think last year. That's a huge change in policy. Like, what would have happened? What would have happened if we had an ATF director from 1993 to 2008? The Brady Law that sunsetted the failure to regulate any kind of firearm, anything at all for 20 fucking years, 30 fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
What would happen? What would we have had? Would we have had the school shooting we had last week? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
About the one a couple days ago?
Yeah, whatever. Whenever.
Yesterday?
I mean, they all kind of run together at this point.
Yeah.
There'll probably be one on Thursday. They all just kind of fucking run together. So the question, that's what we're going to kind of explore tomorrow night. Is like the what if question. Like, what if at each one of these turning points going forward, because the ATF director resigned, then we had the Brady bill, and then we had like Columbine, and then all the other shit that just cascaded forward from there. What might have things looked different? Maybe they'd been the same. I don't know. It's gonna be fun to explore, at the very least, because it's gonna be a fun exploration for at least 20 minutes, and then we'll talk about all the other shit for the next 6 hours or however long I run the show.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, let's try and finish this fucking off so I can go to bed.
Okay.
Or at least I can make breakfast for everybody. Should I would Fast and Furious?
Just take him to Denny's, bro.
I've never seen Fast and Furious, so I don't know what you're talking about, Ting Ting. I've never watched the movie. I've never watched any of the movies in that series. Have you ever watched Fast and Furious movies?
I saw the first one. Yeah, I know there's a bunch of them after that. I haven't watched them.
Yeah, I've never watched it. I've never watched any of them. So I'm not familiar. I don't know the reference, Ting Ting. I know the existence of the movies, but I don't know what reference you're talking about. Monetized. At least I think Mojo got monetized. I thought I saw that. I may be wrong. Far better than see. Thank you, Vanessa. I do my best. Happy out. See, this is what we used to do. I don't know. Do you remember doing this in bars? This is what I used to do in bars. This is what I used to do.
Yeah.
I'd show up, sit at a
Yes.
bar, grab a drink, look to the person to my left, and go, "So, how about them Astros?" Or "So,
Yeah.
how about them fucking, I don't know, queers?" Whatever.
Well,
you know,
that's why
whatever
that's
it is,
why,
start a conversation with the
well, that's
random
why I
guy
like
next to
doing
you.
like cigar lounges and stuff. Like you can go in a cigar lounge,
Yeah.
light up a cigar, and sit in a nice leather chair, and talk to some people, and just shoot the shit, and
Yeah.
and nothing gets really serious, but
Random strangers.
you can talk about serious stuff, but not seriously, and then everyone
Square
goes
tables in
home.
the house. Good.
Well, I think we've lost that in this society because everyone's always fucking up in arms about shit.
Yeah. I mean,
And
they're
people get
so
too fucking
defensive and
serious about stuff.
protective. Like who you are is what you believe, and
Yeah.
it's just like you're allowed to entertain ideas that you don't
Agree with.
agree with. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
I don't agree with you on. I don't agree with like half the shit that you
Aristotelian.
say most of the time, but you're well in your right to say it. And I don't.
Well, I mean,
It's fine. Like
and
I still like you.
you know, when I hear people giving opinions that are well thought out, I'm down. I'm down to entertain the idea and talk about it and think about it and like walk down that path and see where it goes. Like, what are we
Yeah.
talking about? What are we doing? But then when you talk to people and the statements they make are internally contradictory. It's like, do you even hear what you're saying? Are you listening to the words you say?
Yeah, they're not logically
I
consistent.
can't follow what you're saying because you're disagreeing with yourself. This isn't a discussion we can have. I don't understand. This is nonsense. This is bullshit. We don't debate bullshit. And that's hard to do. It's hard to follow people who don't think about what they believe, what they think about. And that's one of the reasons why I enjoy talking to you, is because you actually think about what you believe. You talk about it, and you have cohesive statements, and it's enjoyable to
Well,
to
the thing
bounce
is,
these
too,
ideas
like,
back
I
and forth.
don't have the answer to everything. I know I don't. So
Yeah. And that's fair to say too, because when you say like I don't have the answer, like
Yeah.
here's the one thing, here's the other thing, and the thing that solves the problem is somewhere in the middle, probably.
yeah.
Or maybe
you
it's a
say
whole third
because
thing that's over
I
here,
listen,
or over
like you
there.
saying like you can't afford insulin and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I get that, man.
Yeah,
Like that's
I mean,
a problem.
yeah,
Like that's
and,
a fucking problem.
and that's what I was saying earlier. If you can't agree on the problem, you can't even begin to discuss a solution. Because
Yeah.
if you can't, if it's like I can't afford insulin, and the other person is like, yeah, and the fucking immigrants, like that has nothing to do with my insulin. Where the fuck are you even coming from? Like immigrants have nothing to do with insulin. What are you talking about? Like, but they're taking my jobs. Like, you lost a job to a person who can't speak English and who just fucking got here and whose
Yeah.
feet are still wet. What's wrong with you? What do you do? Well, I used to be an accountant. Well, you're a fucking terrible accountant. If Juan just took your job and he just swam across the Rio Grande, you're a terrible accountant.
Yeah,
Good God.
pretty much.
Ugh. And
Yeah,
you
there's a
can't
lot of
afford
stuff
it
crazy.
because some immigrant took your job as a terrible accountant, I guess. I don't even know how to have that conversation.
It's
Lord.
could not get a director. Yeah, that's true. They didn't get a director confirmed.
They couldn't get a director confirmed for a very good reason. There was a committed minority of preventing directors from being confirmed.
I honestly don't know why we have the ATF anyway.
Well,
They're
to
just
regulate alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
nah, fuck that shit. Like the three things that I fucking like.
Yeah, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the Division of Treasury, and that's for
I
excise
will-
taxes. And
I'm more than capable of regulating my own intake of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. I don't need help
Yeah,
with
but
that.
they got to make sure that the taxation is done. I mean, I submit reports
Yeah.
to the ATF.
Motherfuckers. Why do you gotta tax this shit?
TTB technically is which is the division of the ATF, which is the division that reports to the. Anyway,
Don't you hate them motherfuckers?
I do. It's annoying and aggravating, but that's
Like as a businessman, as like a legit fucking entrepreneur.
I like it because it keeps the illegitimate businessmen out of the business. So, I mean, I'm licensed. I make whiskey, and when I talk to people, when I'm doing tastings, and people come up to me and they're like, "Well, I've got a still in my backyard. Let me talk shop." And I'm like, "We're not fucking colleagues. You're not a colleague of mine."
That's interesting. How often does that happen?
Something I wanted to.
How often does that happen?
It happens
more than I would think.
Once a month.
Oh, really?
I mean, when I'm out doing tastings, it happens once every I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks. But I go out and do tastings like 4 weeks at a time, so it happens, once every 2 or 3 outings, depending on, because I'll do a road show in April, then I'll go back and do a road show again in like July.
Are these guys? Are they like hobbyists, or are they like trying to sell?
Yeah, kinda. And they're all over the place. Some of them make it on their stovetop. Some of them make it in their backyard. My uncle has one in the woods, whatever.
So if I had like a little still in my backyard just for personal use, I couldn't come talk to you and be like, "Hey, I got a problem."
You can talk to me about it. I mean, yeah, we can talk about how you do it, but we're not colleagues.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
It's like, I made a knife one time,
Oh yeah.
and you make straight razors.
Yeah.
Like, we're not fucking colleagues. That's not that's not the same thing. I balance my checkbook. Let me talk to you about accounting.
Yeah.
No, we're not fucking colleagues. I balance my
Hedge
checkbook.
fund
you're an
manager.
accountant. There's 2 different things that we do. I mean, it's backyard home brewer and Anheuser-Busch head brewer.
Yeah.
You're not
Like a master
You're not the
beer
same.
brewer. You see, like you're not gonna.
Yeah, you're not the same thing. There's different scale, different. I don't want to talk to you about your Applejack moonshine that makes Pappy go blind. I don't give a shit about that.
I get it.
I'm not here to swap stories. I'm not here
Fair
to.
enough.
I'm here to sell my fucking whiskey. We're not colleagues.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, it's interesting. I'm down for it. I mean, it's cool. In my spare time, let's talk. But I'm at work. We're not colleagues.
Oh, so like, yeah, they approach you while you're working. Okay.
Yeah, when I'm doing tastings.
Oh shit.
And here's my whiskey. I give you the spiel. They're like, "Oh, so you make it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do." "Well, let me tell you about my still." I'm like, I don't want to know about your still. I don't want to know about your fucking still. It's
That's got to be annoying.
Fuck off.
That's got to be fucking annoying.
do you want to buy my whiskey, or do you want to go away? Because there's 3 people behind you that I want to talk to. Thanks.
That's got to be fucking annoying, dude.
It's super duper annoying. And there's this balance. It's the Chinese evangelist problem that like my job as a sampler is to get as many people as I can to try the whiskey.
Yeah.
Right. If your hit rate is 25%, and of those, half of them will buy it, or 25%, between 25 and 50% will buy it. So it's like 50%, 50%, 50%, whatever. 50% people will say yes and try it. 50% of the people will drink it and like it, and of those, 50% will buy it. Right. So it's your funnel. It's your typical sales funnel. Right.
Yeah.
If you want to sit there and chew my ear about your uncle's fucking still in the backyard in Montgomery County, you're wasting my time.
It's kind of like the difference between someone,
because there's
it's like
that guy and that guy and that guy and that guy that I want to talk to. I don't really care about you.
it's kind of like
I don't want to be rude.
kind of like the difference
but at the
between
same time, I don't care.
the difference between like someone cooking meth inside their Winnebago, trying to talk to a Pfizer rep.
Yeah, an actual pharmacist. Yeah, exactly. And
I'm working, bro.
and like I said, I don't want to be rude and tell them just to fuck off. But at the same time, like, buy a bottle or go away. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not here to talk about your great granduncle who fucking came back from Vietnam and drank himself to death, and now you don't drink whiskey. I really don't care. I super duper like thanks for a service and all that, but fucking I don't care. Go away. Like, that's why you don't touch whiskey. Cool, great, cool story. Go away. Can I help you? Would you like to try my whiskey? Please get this guy out of the way because he's annoying me. I mean, ugh. I don't know. There's polite ways to get out of those conversations, and then when polite fails, you just kind of turn your back and go like, "I'm going to the bathroom." Bye. And when I'm at stores, there's you know, every once in a while there's another taster next to me, and occasionally they're very attractive young ladies, and they don't know the art of extracting themselves from a conversation.
Yeah.
And I will take advantage of that 100% of the time, because I'll have some weird dude talking to her about her guitar collection or whatever, and I'll just like take the line of people behind him and go, "Come here, let me try. Let me share you some. Let me share some good whiskey with you. Come here." And while everybody's like waiting for this idiot to quit talking to her about his stupid guitar collection, I'll sample whiskey and sell like 4 bottles, and then I'll go over to him and be like, "Hey, Chelsea, do you want to like go to the bathroom?" And I'll like watch your stuff. Just I'll take care. I'll take care of this. But not before I sell 4 bottles of whiskey. I'm you know, I'm chivalrous, but I'm not like really super chivalrous. I'm just like a little chivalrous.
Just a little simpy, not a whole lot.
Yeah, just a little. Yeah, just a little. Like you don't know how to extract yourself from conversations with these people. Let me help you.
So
Go away.
Just spray them with bear mace. That's what I do.
Bear base. Lord, I can't do that. I'm still trying to sell whiskey. I don't want to turn them all off.
That's true. Chat would only be a 10-minute. What? We all
10-minute. I don't know what that's at. I'm just kind of giving a cursory
chat
glance.
would only be a 10-minute.
10-minute school run.
Okay.
Fair. Agreed. All right. Square tables in the house. I already said that. I've never done it. I've never done a show this early. At 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, time flies, man.
Yeah. Both feet and a lot of noise. When she meant was jumping into the argument with both feet and a lot of noise. Fast and Furious, both feet, a lot of noise. Oh, okay. I don't. I haven't been paying particularly close attention to chat, so if she was being
That's fine.
obnoxious, I didn't notice.
That's what she usually is.
I mean, it's Ting Ting. I mean, what do you expect? Be obnoxious. That's fine.
You see what you
You
get.
can't agree on the problem. You can't begin to agree on the solution. Yep. And see, this is the thing. This is the philosophy that got me looking at Bernie Sanders for the first time.
Oh shit.
Because when I saw that crazy old fucking man with the hair like out here, and he's like, "I don't even know what it sounded like an old Jewish guy," and I'm looking at him going, "This dude is speaking the fucking problem." That's how Donald fucking Trump got elected. He was at least addressing the problem.
Yeah.
And we could look at him and go, "Yeah, we're getting fucked." The same way that Bernie Sanders was going, "Yeah, we're getting fucked."
You know
But
part
then
I
he
like
turns
that.
around and he goes, "And the immigrants," and you're like, "Whoa, wait." But he was at least addressing the problem. He's like, "We're getting fucked. We're getting left behind. We're getting screwed on a regular basis. The whole system is fucking us. You know the system is fucking us, and you know how the system is fucking us? Brown people." And you're like, "Whoa, I was with you up until there."
Well, he also said China too, right? Like,
Yeah,
was
and
fucking us hard.
China's fucking us, and everyone's fucking us, and you're like, "Yeah, we're being fucked." Maybe we can bring them
and the UN. He's like,
Yeah.
these countries aren't paying their fucking fair. I agree.
But it
with
was
that
like,
one.
it was like, you know, he and Bernie Sanders overlapped a lot, but the parts where they didn't overlap was where Bernie Sanders was saying, "Yeah, we're getting fucked," and it's Pfizer and AT&T and Comcast and all these other people that are fucking us. The corporations are fucking us. They're not paying us enough. They're fucking us. They're hoarding the wealth. We're getting fucked. And Donald Trump was like, "Yeah, we're being fucked. Yeah, we're being fucked." And China and Mexico and everybody was like, "Yeah, the foreigners. It couldn't possibly be us fucking us." And that's how you get fascism.
This is why
God
I don't.
damn it.
This is why I don't get into politics, because it's just a
That's how
fucking
you
trap.
That's how you get fascism. Everybody's like, "No, fascism is leftist." No, that's not. Oh, fuck it. God damn it. Now we're fucked. Everybody's fucked. We're all fucked. No lube,
Well, that's the problem. A lot of the problem too when people have discussions that they don't define their terms first.
yeah,
They don't agree on the terms. Like some people think fashion is defined this way, and some people think the fashion is
Well, yeah,
defined
they
that
don't-
way.
don't.
And if you can't even agree on definitions, you don't have a conversation to
you're
begin with.
speaking entirely different languages. You're
Exactly.
repeating things that are told to you by your news programs.
That's
And
why
it.
that's like when I talk to people, I'm like, well, and they say something, I'm like, well, what do you like? I just stop and I'm like, hold on, like, how do you define that? Like, I want to understand you.
Tell me more. I want to tell me more. Click, click.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, I'm generally like, what do you mean by that? Like, I can't reply if I don't know what you're talking about, or if I don't have a clear definition of what you're
exactly.
talking about, you know.
Exactly. And a lot of times we speak
And that's how you engage with someone else whenever inside
more
a
and
discussion.
more over the last 20 years. We've started living in different realities
Yeah.
where there's different languages, different
Yeah.
definitions, hell, different facts, different things that have happened. That you both look at the same goddamn thing and you're like, oh, that was just, whatever. That's just a tour that went the wrong direction and got lost in the White House or the Capitol
ether.
grounds
Yeah.
versus a fucking mob. It's like, we're both looking at the same video, right? We're both watching the same thing, right? Right? No, maybe not.
I look at that shit and I'm like, why does it fundamentally even matter? Because the shit doesn't affect me.
Yeah. In some cases it doesn't. In some cases it does.
A lot of
Like,
it doesn't.
A lot of it doesn't.
But I don't
Right.
have the bandwidth for it.
Yeah.
Oh, don't forget explosives.
and-
That's true.
And for the most part, that you're right. For the most part, it doesn't. It doesn't fucking affect us until it does, and it like trickles down and hits you, like when you go to the hospital,
Yeah.
when you try to when you buy concert tickets. Like this shit doesn't affect us until we buy concert tickets,
That's right.
and $50 concert tickets cost $350.
Yeah.
Like, why is it $300 worth of fees? on
Because
a $50
processing
ticket?
fees and
Because of
these
all the
other
shit
little
that was allowed to
bullshit
happen
little taxes and extra fees that they like.
because
yeah.
of
I like going to rock
a
concerts. dude. It's like-
nationwide trust. Yeah. It used to be antitrust legislation that prevented that shit from happening, but now it's like, yeah, fuck it, it's fine.
you got Ticketmaster
now we have to.
and like a handful.
Are you telling me I have to pay $400 to go see Taylor Swift? She's a national treasure, by the way.
First off, why are you going? Why are you watching Taylor Swift?
Me and her are getting back together. We're definitely getting
Okay.
back together.
Good luck with
She's-
that. Good luck with that. I wish nothing but the best for both of you.
She is. I dated her in high school. We're gonna get back together.
You did it when she was in high school.
Shut up. She's on my list.
So my chemistry set doesn't impress. No, it doesn't.
I don't even know. I don't even know what some of these comments are related to. We've been talking about so many different fucking
Graphics
things.
artists have deep.
I don't even
ideas.
know how far behind I am in chat.
You're this is how far behind you are. You're baking behind in chat.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I'm about ready to just turn it off and be all like, all right, we're gonna take a good night. Bye.
Just take the camera and just throw it across the room.
Like, I appreciate it. We're gonna do it again tomorrow night. So, it's gonna be weird. Yeah, tomorrow night might get weird. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much the conversation is going to be connected to the actual topic, or if the topic is just going to be like, this is my 15-minute monologue, and everybody's going to be like, so how about that March Madness tournament? And they're like, all right, cool, fine, we'll fucking talk about Miami.
You're a fucking communist, Joe.
I've been called a communist. I'm like, how am I a fucking communist? You don't even know what communism is. You fucking weirdos. Sit back while letting Purple Salamander talk everyone's ears off while directing people to try his whiskey. Something like that. Yeah, that's that's it. Why not both? I agree. Why not both? We could definitely do both. Oh, I see the end of chat. Definitions are important. We're getting close. Language is being degraded to blah, blah, blah. Math studies help. Shit, this is a big comment. doesn't affect us until it does. Yes, I remember this. We were just talking about that. So I have the stance that today people do what they want without arguing anymore. I'm willing to
Oh, you did the hashtag.
die
let 'em
if
burn.
it turns on me. Let them
You did
burn.
the hashtag. You did my
Yeah,
hashtag. Let them
that's
burn.
your show.
Yeah.
That's your show, which y'all do on Friday nights, right?
Tomorrow
13.
night, Thursday nights. Yeah.
Thursday nights. Tomorrow night's Wednesday night. Well,
Yeah.
tonight.
Tomorrow, I'm hosting tomorrow. We're going to be talking. It's going to be the,
Totally wrecked Taylor Swift.
it's going to be the account. I named the show the Accountability Hour because we're going to hold
Awesome.
motherfuckers accountable.
I'll have you know, Bacon, that Taylor Swift is a Tinder lover.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Very tender and very attentive. You would not wreck her. She would be very attentive to your needs, and she would.
So what you're saying is she
accommodate that.
does ass to mouth. That's what
I'm
you're saying.
just saying. I'm just saying she's tender and accommodative. She will take care of you. Like you wouldn't have to. Like you'd be all like aggressive, and she'd like use her siren songs to calm you down. Now Shakira, she would fuck you up. She would. You'd be all like aggressive with her, and she'd be like, "No, motherfucker," and you'd be all like, "Ah," and you'd be in traction for a week. I'm just saying.
That's kind of worth it.
I heard from a friend.
Kind of worth.
Shakira.
Oh,
Okay. Anyway, Bacon, plug your shit.
Bacon doesn't do leg days.
I'm sorry, Bacon is there in his in chat. Bull Rush, plug your shit.
Bacon already did it for me. He's got the
Okay,
got
good.
my link in there.
All right. Well, my shit that I'll plug is we're working our way towards 2,000 subscribers. Should be there by Friday. If we're not there by Friday, I am not going to give away a bottle of whiskey. But if we are there by Friday, I give away a bottle of whiskey. I think I just fucked up.
This Friday?
Yes, this Friday. The
Okay.
31st, we are doing.
How far away are you?
I don't know. Let me look. Earlier today it was 62. As of right now, I am at 58 away. I'm at 1942. So I've got like 4 days and 50 to get there. I should be good. We should make it. We should make it. Don't make it awkward. Tell your friends. Get us to
Don't make it awkward.
because
It's already awkward.
If we're there, if we're at like 1983 or 1987 and it's Friday, I will go live, take a bottle of fucking whiskey and pour it into a bucket and show all you people you could have had a free bottle of whiskey, but you're not because you didn't get us
man.
there. So fuck you.
Dude, don't do that.
I'll
Come on.
do it. I'll
That's good
so
whiskey.
do it. Be like, this is what you.
Well, which whiskey though? Because like,
Our Boomtown Bourbon, baby.
no, don't do that, dude.
Oh yeah. Batch. Well, actually, it's batch 3, but
Where's
saying.
batch 1 at?
Batch 1 sold out.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
There you go.
we sold batch 1. So I have a little batch 2 went to the stores. I have a few batch 2 left. It'll probably be. I'm not sure if it'd be batch 2 or batch 3. It'll be one of those two. But you know, hey, I am a stern, mean dad. You want to test me? You want to test me? Like, no. Like, Dad, can we go to the movies? Like, did you get your homework done? No. Well, fuck you. Like, we'll drive to the movie theater. We'll walk up to the ticket booth. I'll show you the movie that you're not going to see. And then we'll get back in the car and we'll go home. We'll even drive to Dairy Queen, stop in the driveway of Dairy Queen, get out of the car, go inside, look at the menu, and leave. Because you're not getting that ice cream either because you didn't do your homework.
You're
2,000 subscribers or
You're a
fuck
dick.
you. That's how we're doing it.
You're a dick. I like you, but you're a dick.
Fucking hilarious. Anyway. So yeah, tomorrow night we're doing a fun controversial topic. I wasn't planning on doing it 3 days after we had a school shooting, but you know, hey, the school shootings happen every fucking week, so that's how it goes. And then what? We'll do shorts all week long. I'll probably go live tomorrow from the distillery. We'll be bottling up some whiskey, or today from the distillery in about 5 hours. Jesus Christ. So there you go. All right, Bull Rush. Anything else you want to add?
Nope.
All right.
Got
Don't forget
nothing.
to spay and neuter your pets, I guess. That's what Bob Barker used to say. You can say that. Fuck Bob Barker.
Bob was a pimp.
He was. He fucked everything. All right, guys. Good night. I'll see you guys. I was gonna run like a video tonight. Fuck it. I'll do it tomorrow night. See you guys tomorrow night. Cheers. Bye. Good night. Bye.
Later.
See you, Bull Rush. Thanks for coming on the show, man.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Peace out.
Later.